Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry, folks. You ever try to start a sentence and you just cough instead? I apologize for my still being really congested. I've got my voice back for the most part, which is great. And before I tell you why I was a little bit late starting the stream, I wanted to be here at least by 1:30. I need to explain this breaking news. We've got Watsonville, southeast of Watsonville, California. We've got something called the Vega fire. That's the thumbnail of the stream. You can see that Santa Cruz is right here, so it's southeast of it. It's a little bit, if you're not familiar with California, it's a bit south of the Bay, San Francisco. So we have aircraft hitting this. Just when I thought, let's see, it's the last hour time lapse. Just when I thought, well, they're probably just going to reduce, their response because there was a lot less smoke visible on the cams, according to Watch Duty. That's when they said, even though progression has slowed and aircraft are still working 3 active spots. And then immediately it said Monterey County Sheriff's Office has issued an evacuation warning effective immediately for 0 through 200 Vega Road and all the tributary roads, as well as Hayes Road. A temporary evacuation point has been established at Prudendale Library. So we do have a little evacuation map or link to check that out. So I was hoping to just kind of eat my lunch and not eat in front of you guys or anything, but this was too important to wait for lunch. Oh, hi, Ruth. Thank you for being such a wonderful supporter. Hey, G Cat, how are you doing? I hope your health is better. I'll explain, guys, where I was in a little bit. But I'm excited to be finally setting up this room so that we can do the stream much better. Hopefully this can be set up within a day or two. Knock on wood. So I'm really enthusiastic about that, but it's wearing me out. So this is the 1 hour time lapse, and you can see that a multitude of aircraft, including helicopters and a couple of looks like somewhat smaller planes. We're going to check Watch Duty. We're spraying the lines of retardant. That's not something that helicopters do, so you can just tell that it's aircraft when you see the red splash. So, like I said, this is southeast of Santa Cruz, southeast of Watsonville, and we have, they said, I'm a little bit unclear about whether or not this is mandatory. It says it's Monterey County Sheriff's Office, so I'm used to the Oregon 1, 2, 3, ready, set, go, and most of California just uses the old-fashioned warning and then go. Like notice and go. Like what do you call that? Mandatory or suggested. So when they say it's an evacuation warning, well, does that mean you should go now? I would just say yes. Err on the side of caution. It's always the best choice is to go before you're told. On your own terms before a traffic jam. So we have the evacuation warning, whatever that means, 0 through 200 addresses of Vega Road, all the tributary roads, as well as Hayes Road. People should assemble at Prudendale Library. So we'll see. Yeah, there's looks like a Marsh S2, so medium sized airplanes working that, as well as some helicopters. See, yeah, there's a splash right there. I think that was probably my thumbnail. So we do have some other evacuations. The Lighthouse Fire in Oregon has increased evacuations from level 1 to 2. We're about to look at that. Hopefully I'll be able to finish my lunch here. Like I said, this took me a little bit by surprise. That smoke was lessening on the cams according to Watch Duty, but all of a sudden, boom, some evacuation quote warnings. So let's go to the current live view. And we'll also check out just what is working the fire. So that's Eye in the Sky and a Sikorsky helicopter still right there. The other planes are probably filling up with retardant. So let's see what this evacuation link is. Like I said, it's Monterey County, California. Monterey County Sheriff's Office, evacuation warning. I would treat this as I guess equivalent of a level 2 and a 3-step. Warning is, start packing, be ready to go at a moment's notice at the very least. And then whenever you are doing that, just have a mindset that you're going to be told to leave. That is the safest expectation. Be prepared for anything, and then you are prepared for anything. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I just try to assemble my sandwich back together, and I can't touch the mouse with a bunch of mayonnaise. So we've got a little bit of Spanish here. Nixle is what Monterey County has. People should assemble at the Prunedale Library. Notice for 0 through 200, address Vega Road and all the tributary roads of it, and Hayes Road. So it's got this in Spanish too. I'm going to put this link in the chat. So how are you doing today, Ruth and J-Cat? Oh, stupid pop-up. Here we go. So this is a Vega Fire Monterey. I spell Monterey. I'm embarrassed. T-E-R-E. County Evac info. Here we go. Hey, Chris. Yeah, I've had a day. I'll explain it in a minute. I'm excited to finally be on the next step of setting up a really good room for streaming. But like I said, I knew this would be a red flag day, so it would be important to be here sometime after, say, 1:30. And that's when the heat really starts hitting the valley. Check out our red flag for California. Everything from Redding almost to Stockton, including Santa Rosa. Hold on to your butts. Plus, I believe the north wind is still in effect. So everything in Northwest California that's on fire in Southwest Oregon is not, it's not a great time for firefighting. We expect lots of activity. I want to go quickly to the new evacuations we have on the Tyee. God, this is a fun one to say. If I look back at the map, they've changed the names of these fires so many times. I'll just read all the names. So switching gears real quick because we have evacuation changes recently down the pipe by Sutherland, Oregon. Okay, so the Cougar Ridge / Rattlesnake Peak / Tyee Mountain Complex / Tyee Mountain / Lighthouse 1, 2, 3, and 4 fires. Plus the Big Tom, which for some reason is roped into it, even though it's over by Drain. Don't ask me why. We have new evacuations, and this is Douglas County, the weird county of Oregon that stretches all the way from the Cascades and Crater Lake all the way to the coast. Don't ask me why. It's too big to govern. It's like the Eastern and Western Roman Empire stuck together still. So when you say Douglas County, you could mean like practically anywhere in Southwest Oregon. We need to read the actual evacuation notice because it changed a little bit since I last looked at it on the phone. We have some good news, though. The stuff I thought that they would struggle with, east of Mount Hood, the Winslow and the Cottonwood are doing dandy. That surprises the heck out of me. So, like I said, the Cougar Creek Fire / Rattlesnake Peak / Tyee Ridge Complex / Tyee Mountain Fire / Lighthouse Fires 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have new evacuation information. This is them explaining how, and you have to click on all these different things to get everything. They were preparing for an active day. Yes. But which one of these you have to click on to find the new evacuation map? Here we go. So as of 43 minutes ago, level 1 changes. They have all homes on Tyee Road from Fanchon Road the 800 block to the 4000 block of Tyee Road. All homes on Tyee Road from the 8000 block to 8300 block. And all homes on DaCosta Lane. And all homes on Hidden Meadows Lane to the intersection of Cole Road. It's easier to just look at the evacuation map, and you can kind of tell that's the Umpqua River. So you got your level 2 kind of pushing deeper and deeper towards the actual town of Umpqua, which is tiny and over here. Now, the red is around Tyee Mountain itself, and it looks like the west bank of the Umpqua. It's easier to just look at the map. And we have, somewhat surprisingly, over here, a little bit further east, pretty far away from the Umpqua River, getting towards I-5. Isn't that I-5? No. It just says number 5. I was going to say, what? This too far away from I-5. I-5's over there. No, that's weird. That is labeled number 5. This area, this region. So it's, like I said, just best to look at this evacuation map. Let's see if it fits. This is the Tyee cooler fire over by Sutherland, and hopefully Laura will come back and tell us what it's like on the ground there. We don't have any cams. Now we got to switch gears back again to the situation down near Watsonville. This is the last 30 minutes time lapse. I mean, by all views of the camera, the situation is. There's watch duty again. Situation looks improving, but it was a bit of a surprise that the sheriff issued an evacuation warning, which I guess means start packing and get ready to go at a moment's notice, I guess. We just had a new update on it. The fire is 20% contained, at least. Like I said, it was a little bit surprising that they did that. So we have a Watsonville 2 camera, which zooms in a little bit closer than the Watsonville 1. You can see the aircraft up there a little bit closer. But even though this isn't in red flag, technically, down by Monterey, you can see that it's a little breezy. And offshore, the winds are on the Pacific are still pretty serious, and so that may be affecting them. We'll be looking at the weather in a second. I want to look at the other updates from watch duty. It's good they have a 20% containment on this already. Now, whoa. Breaking news, McKenzie Bridge, Oregon, the lookout fire. We have go now evacuations. Whoa, okay. Okay. Let me take a look at that. 6 minutes ago, the following areas have been upgraded to a level 3 go now on the lookout fire, which is just east of Eugene in Oregon. Increased fire behavior on the lookout, including a spot fire. Let me just maybe with a live thing. A spot fire just east of Highway 126 at the Clear Lake cutoff near Boulder Creek Road is prompting an increase in evacuation levels from level 2B set to go now. So let's flop on over to that one. So let's see first what kind of heat detections we've got. Refresh CalTopo. It's kind of happening right in front of our eyes. I don't see a new heat detection from GOES. However, they may just be wise and ordering this evacuation, which would mean mandatory. It means grab your keys and go. It doesn't mean start packing. It means go right now. Let's look at the new I haven't looked at that evacuation map in a long time, but here we go. So, breaking news, level 3 evacuations as of 10 minutes ago because of a spot fire with the lookout. Now, a spot fire is different than the new lightning strike fires called the Horse Creek and the Pothole. A spot fire means a little bit of burning vegetation flew somewhere in the wind and started a new fire. So it's going to be more important than ever to look at the wind direction to try to figure out where that might be running. Yeah, 4 hours ago, they had spotted some spot fires. They discovered them, I should say. It's they're on the east side of Highway 126, 4 miles north of the junction of Highway 126 and 242. So over here, 4 miles north of the junction of 126 and 242, which is right here, which is right by where Belknap Hot Springs is. The largest is 1.5 acres. So they just closed Highway 126 from that junction with 242 all the way to Highway 20. So this is entirely closed. That is a huge amount of road to have been closed. I wonder if it's a south wind and it's threatening to go north. Ugh. Remember how I said I don't see how they're going to prevent it from going to Highway 20? There's just no good east-west roads to stop it there. And I think that was JB's kind of opinion as well, and Brokefish, the two firefighters we have as guests here. So, wow. You cannot go from Highway 20 down to McKenzie River Highway to 126 as 100% closed all the way. That's a major closure. That is a long way. If you zoom out, you see Eugene is here, Corvallis is here. Even on I-5, this drive, it takes you like an hour and 20 minutes from Albany to Eugene right there. And that's going like 65 miles an hour. So this is like much of the same distance, but it's kind of curvy a little bit. Now there's not that many inhabitations there. There may be a couple of cabins or homes by the side of the road, but not really. It's just on the border of the Willamette National Forest and a bunch of lava, like literally a bunch of lava, as in black rocks as far as the eye can see, with a couple of trees trying to grow in them. So nobody really settled there east of 126, but on the west side there are some buildings. So I don't think that this has affected too many people. There is a reservoir here, and the people who work there, I don't know if they have a good enough shelter in place option or if they're being told to leave. So, but like I said, this is all new. Level 3 go now. And they have closed down 126. So this is a somewhat well-traveled highway. I bet they're just going to try to intercept people and usher them away. There are no roads whatsoever that go east-west between the two major highways, because like I said, it's lava. That may be a couple dead-end dirt roads. So, Ronald, hey, you're very welcome. Thanks for your great work. Thank you for being here. Guys, hit the like button if you can, please. We have 3 different breaking news evacuation situations, one of which is in Monterey County with the Vega fire, which we'll check back on. It's at least some good news of 20% containment. Now, we have breaking news as of 10 minutes ago. A spot fire got out of control here. Let's see if we could see it on the cam. Now, this is not something we're going to be able to see on the Death Ball Mountain cam. This is the west side. We could kind of see fire activity. This is not clouds. This is smoke from different hot points of the fire, especially this one. I noted to be smoke. You could see some of the fires down here. Now, this is looking at an odd angle from when we normally are looking at this. This is looking almost due north. Usually it's looking northeast, like at the entirety of the Lookout fire, but it's pivoted. So this is whoa. Yeah. So that is the movie camera on Death Ball Mountain, like the one that's live. You can see that it's like not a still image. So I guess it's a movie camera on the same pole as the Death Ball. I used to think they were identical viewpoints, but no longer. So here's current death ball. Never mind the dead trees in the foreground. That's the holiday farm fire of 2020. In a few years when the brush grows up, that's going to be a new mega fire because they're refusing environmentalists basically shut down the salvage logging. So that's a fire for the future. But meanwhile, we have the fire of the present. And that's the view from Death Bowl. But what we should be able to see is the other view. This one, Smith Ridge. It's too smoky, but you can see that there's quite a lot of smoke coming down off the ridge. Now this, I believe, is still looking probably more due west. No, it's actually looking more south than west. It's looking south by southwest. So I hope this will give us a good glimpse on the new spot fire, but looks like the smoke's going directly to the cam, at least enough to pepper it with all this ash. And we need to figure out if the wind is going to be blowing it to the north or what. Why did they close down Highway 126? I would imagine because it's on the east flank and it could run north, the east flank of the Cascades. This is the east flank of the Cascades, but I think they need to pivot the camera a little bit more to the west for us to see what's going on. And this is too hard to figure out wind direction. So let's look at our windy. I'm sure I already have it open in a tab, but guys, I have to eat eventually. I just looked down and realized my sandwich is still there. Okay, so there's Eugene. Blue River is basically when you get towards the lookout. So if we plant the little flag here, never mind wind, even if it's pretty calm, it's wind gusts that matter. So there's not that many wind gauges around here. It's still saying it's pretty calm, and their current temperature is like 67 degrees, 73 in Portland right now. The wind's out of the west, supposedly right now, with wind gusts of 13, increasing no to 16 miles an hour. And we have wind reversal at 11 p.m., wind direction reversal, and it goes to about a dead calm. But until then, there's something that is worrying them greatly. I think that's because the fire is pretty much up into here, and with the west wind, we all be blowing it right across the highway. Must have put stuff downhill, and thus the highway closure. And closing the whole thing makes sense because there's no reason to let anybody on 126 up here at Highway 20. Because if they go south, there's only one direction to go. Like I said, there's no east and west roads. You would basically run straight into the fire if you got onto. If you're on Highway 20 and turn south on 126, you just run into the fire where it must be crossing the road. There's like I said, a lot of lava beds, but there are some trees around here too. So that's very reasonable. Now, the mandatory evacuation is basically the entirety of the 126 and up here at the Smith River and the reservoir. So it'd be interesting to find out if I think reservoirs and like dams are actually pretty safe to be on. When I was in California trying to film Dixie Fire aftermath, the Electra Fire broke out on the 4th of July. Yeah, and I think it was El Dorado or Amador County. And so I dropped everything to drive John Stoker home. He lived in El Dorado County. And the people there that were on the lake with the Electra Fire, I can't remember which lake it is, but the boaters were caught by the fire and had nowhere to go. And so people who were there visiting the lake. And so the employees ushered them inside the dam and they all took shelter. And it was a pretty awesome thing. So I don't think the reservoir employees at the dams actually have to leave, but anybody in the outbuildings might have to. Now, we probably do have, there is a video to watch about what they're saying about the lookout, but I want to make sure that I'm not ignoring new information about the current fire near Watsonville in California in Monterey County. No new information has changed in the last 13 minutes. We still have some aircraft working it. See what it looks like on the cams. Yeah, we could do like a 15-minute time lapse. They've got level 2. I would call it level 2. It sounds like they're doing warning and then mandatory in California still. They've got much of Vega Road from 0 to the 200 block, and then Hayes Road and all of its tributaries on notice for evacuation, telling people to prep, even though they have 20% containment. So who knows why. Now let's zoom out in windy and just get a good idea. This is wind gusts. Wow, Idaho. Yeah, see, Monterey County is right down here where that little notch is, this indentation underneath San Francisco. And you could see the wind off the coast and how that could really fan up these fires. It's got to be a small craft advisory out there. Has got to be like the Viking longship ride at sea. Eureka is having, let's see, the pink is 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And the bluish color is 60. Like inside of the pink. So, wow, that's just south of Eureka. Hold on to your butts, guys. So, like I said, we have red flag technically from Redding to Santa Rosa right now, but I'm just going to call the rest of California under, I call it orange flag, where it's not quite meeting their requirements for red flag. They have specific numbers for humidity and this and that. Whatever. Just the public needs to be on extra alert, not just where it says red flag. I mean, look at the wind here. Look what's happening at the coast. Crescent City's clocking 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Right now, there's 30 at Redding. So what we don't want is any kind of fire. Anywhere in Shasta County, Siskiyou, well, Napa, anywhere like this. You don't want it. They had a couple earlier by Anderson, and I looked at it on the phone, but they pounced on it, and it was early enough in the morning to catch it. Like I said, this is the wind gust thing. Over here on the lookout, it just isn't that windy according to Windy, but like I said, the wilderness doesn't have that many wind gauges. So they basically have these giant spots where there's no information, but instead of telling the public that, they just sort of pencil in the likely wind speed in that spot based on the data from the other faraway automated stations. I think it's bad because it gives people the false impression of security a lot of the time. When these fires are going, they create their own wind very often. So the true picture of what's going on there can only be told by the camps. Hey, Beyond the Badge, good to see you again. Hey, November 6th, Golf Mike Lima, how are you? Blackbear 71. Oh, I by special request, if we have a lull, I can try. I just don't know anything about Texas and the other states. But if you want me to look at one, and we have a little bit of time, like in between the craziness of today, which is a red flag day, I'll be happy to look at it. But I've struggled to even cover 3 states like Oregon, Washington, California. I usually neglect Washington. So it just, yeah, just tell me which one you want me to look at. I know that Texas and Alabama have been suffering hard because the craziness with the jet stream and the hurricanes offshore have been pulling a lot of winds towards them and just messing everything up. I'm very worried for my relatives in Georgia as well. I haven't been able to check in on them, but they're over by Valdosta, which is just north of the Florida Panhandle in Georgia, and they got 9 inches of rain in an hour. I'm hoping they'll check in with me and I'll be able to hear from them soon. I still have to go over the situations, so let's look on the cams. So to recap, we have, as of 20 minutes ago, breaking news, new level 3 evacuations on the southeast corner of the Lookout Fire all the way to Highway 20. They've shut down Highway 126. Oh, Ruth, thank you so much. You're very kind. Thank you so much. You keep us going. I want to keep this ad-free. And that reminds me, the PayPal is even better to donate so I can keep doing this without getting a real job. So please donate to PayPal is, I'll take anything. Super chat is awesome. So I'm going to pin this comment in chat. PayPal takes almost nothing, but YouTube takes 30%. So yeah, good to see you beyond the badge. Where you been and how are you? So I don't see an evacuation change. This is our current look at what's going on in Monterey County and Watsonville. We've got people on notice for evacuation. We have new level 3s that I don't think have affected that many people, honestly, at the lookout, but it gives you an idea that they're kind of struggling. East of Eugene in that mountain pass, it's always been nightmare mode, probably one of the worst places in Oregon to have a fire. Even on calm days, wind that's up there in elevation is usually a lot. Oh my God, you know what I forgot to do? Wendy can tell us that. Here I am speculating on what wind might be at the highest elevations. We're talking, this is pretty much the peaks of the Cascades. So even if there's like a dead calm in the valleys and the mountain pass, and it's always a different story. The higher you go, usually the fiercer the winds. And so even on the really calm days where a fire down below in the lower elevations would have been lidded and, dampened down by the smoke kind of smothering it, well, the higher elevation winds has always pushed the smoke away, always given it just breathing air and let it run wild. That's why the lookout has been so intense. And it has old growth up there that's under extremely dry conditions due to our unseasonable, well, it's typical of El Nino, but we don't have El Nino very often up here. It's made the traditional soggy Pacific Northwest pretty dang dry. That's why Canada's on fire too. So what we could do, I forgot about this, is if we put it on wind, we can go to the different elevations and see how much faster the wind is going. Well, it's this is around 5,000 feet, and it's still not showing it's being very fierce. But like I said, there's not that many wind gauges around here. You can take the slider and take it to 5,000 feet. We have the elevation of around 4,008 something where the lookout fire is. I don't know how many weather stations are quite up that high because they'd kind of be buried by snow most of the year. So going back, Bobby Broadway says, can you believe all these people who think lasers started Maui fires? Like wind doesn't blow fire into heat and embers. You know what? Funny you mentioned that. If I'd started the stream a little bit before, I expected in the late afternoon for the fires to really become active because of the heat of the day and the red flag situation. I was going to tell you guys, I'm for the first time going to do a reaction video. And it's by request. Somebody said that there's a certain video circulating right now. It got 75,000 views in 4 hours the other day, day before yesterday. A gentleman goes and films a car and claims that its engine melted. And so Bobby Broadway, I know exactly what the hell happened to that car. I have a very good theory. And so I will, one by one, examine. The person on the video has invited the public to comment and try to explain the quote car with a melted engine and other suspicious looking heat damage to the car. And I'll be happy to point out, give my 2 cents. I don't know anything about cars. I do know the melting points and ignition temperatures of various materials. And since I know a lot about recycling metal, and well, studying the Bronze Age and stuff, like I know when copper is going to melt. I know when aluminum will, magnesium alloy, blah blah blah. So I can authoritatively talk about that. But I think I will try to invite my dad invite him to check it out because he's a classic car enthusiast. He can rebuild a classic car from scratch. He's very talented. So I'll ask Dad, like, do you think that it's weird that this or that fire damage is present? And he'll be a really good person if I can get any free time with him. But I think this will be a really good reaction video. Yes, Jane, I know. I'm not happy with parts of that video. I think it's extremely disrespectful to the victims. And I think the gentleman has tunnel vision. He's so out to prove something because he has fears, I guess, is his motivation to go out and try to either prove something or get his fears allayed. I don't know what his motivation is, honestly. But it's time to put our own 2 cents in. Now, there's a bunch of fake firefighters in his chat. I could tell you right now, like firefighters saying, I had 31 years of experience. I've never seen a vehicle that happened to a vehicle. And I'm like, I just straight up said, yeah, right. Yeah, right. There's a couple obvious things that happened to the vehicle that any firefighter probably responding to 5 vehicle fires would start to understand. But this is all for later. My reaction video, I'm going to try to make it short so that it gets viral, gets shared, because it's fear spreading. I'm not using the word fear mongering because that's a nefarious type of propaganda. Fear mongering is you're trying to spread fear and you're lying, basically, or exaggerating. But fear spreading is just fear spreading. And I think we need to take away fear. We have scary stuff. Let's eliminate stuff that isn't real. So I'll be happy. I'll be happy to do that reaction video. Right now we've got a red flag day, so hopefully tonight, if things calm down. I mean, this is looking much better already in Monterey County. I'm feeling good about this. Look, the smoke is. I mean, we can't see behind this hill. Look at that high tension power line. This has got to be so dangerous for the pilots. Work around. I'm feeling better about what's going on in Monterey County. So, I'm not feeling good about some of the things happening in Oregon. So the 3 things going on right now, if you've just dropped in, and thank you everybody for being here. Yeah, Bobby Broadway says, I'll be happy to watch, and you do. You know what? I think I'll make a premiere out of it. If you hit the subscribe button, guys, right now, and hit the ring bell, I'll do my first premiere, which is me uploading a video, and then chat can react to it, and I can talk to you guys in chat as the video is played. It's very different than doing a standard upload where we just can comment, right? But if I do it as a premiere, you'll get probably a little bit of notice. I mean, I've never done this before, and then I can walk you guys through it. But I did a whole lot of research. I did about 6 hours of research on different melting points of things, and I think I've got a pretty compelling case. I just need to confer with my dad, who's a car person. C-Probe took a look at it. He knows more about cars than I do. And but I want male opinion on that. So I think I've identified what kind of vehicle it is too. But that'll be exciting. But for now, there are three things. If you've just tuned in, we've got evacuation warnings for the Vega fire, which is Monterey County, just southeast of Watsonville and Santa Cruz. It's looking better on the cams, but we've got a considerable amount of people on who are supposed to be packing their bags right now. The 0 through 200 Vega addresses on Vega Road, all the tributaries, and Hayes Road too. And people should gather at the Prunedale Library to stand by if they're leaving on their own, which I always recommend. Go before the traffic jams, go before you're told. It's always your best option. And check on your neighbors. Don't just leave them behind. Knock on their doors, make sure their cars start, make sure they have gas, make sure they're aware of the situation. If somebody's like doing I survived World War II, so I'm not going to leave. Make sure you have their name and their address, and you can call in a welfare check to the report them as a stayer, to the sheriff's office so that they can do a welfare check later and make sure they're all right. But do not assume everybody knows. Somebody could have a nap right now, take out the hearing aids, check on the disabled and the elderly. So the other situation with evacuations, the Lookout fire is bad today. Let's see, is this a current one? Let's do like a 3-hour time lapse. We've got a west wind, and so cameras like here that are looking to the north and northeast. Yeah, it's basically a west wind. Have a bit of clarity in front of them, but the smoke is all flowing to the camera that's east looking to the southwest, and we can barely make out anything. So, to be clear, it's not like the new lightning strike fires, which are giving them hell. The Horse Creek is giving them hell. Potholes giving them hell. There's a couple southeast of that. It's just they're trying to climb, and that's bad if they climb. We do not want fire over here, which would be south of actually, I think this might be looking a little bit north. I've discombobulated which direction the current lookout camera is looking. Let me see. Yeah, sort of north by northwest. Okay, yeah, we don't want it. I should say over here. So we already have the lookout fire up there. We don't want it south of the town up in the hills because fire raining embers down on you from above makes it incredibly difficult to defend a town. Also, south wind could sweep it down the mountain and it could erase the town. That's what happened to Greenville. So it's a little bit safer that the lookout has always been north of the town. They've always chased after all of its attempt and stopped it from going south. Usually the south wind kind of pushes it towards the north. And that's kept McKenzie Bridge and Belknap Hot Springs and Rainbow safe for now. All those efforts plus the general way the wind blows. And so you don't want any fires south of the town to sandwich them, and then it would be a complete nightmare. So this isn't going so well. Like I said, even though these extra lightning strike fires did strike south of the town, this is not what's the problem. The problem is a spot fire, meaning an ember probably broke off, or a piece of lichen or moss at the top of a tree just went flying in the wind. And because it's a west wind, it seems to have gone somewhere over here. That's the shutdown of the highway north and south. And that's the smoke out of the cam here. We can't really see anything on the Smith Ridge camp. So, but you can see the wind is going. It's going. So the other issue, the third thing that is our biggest breaking news, then we're going to check on California and other places. We also have wind and new level 3 evacuations over at the Tyee Mountain. Okay, the Cougar Mountain, Rattlesnake Ridge, Tyee Mountain Complex, Tyee Mountain Fire, and Lighthouse Fires 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, on the Umpqua River, west of Sutherland. There are brand new level 3 evacuations. That happened about 45 minutes ago. So it's easiest to just show a map if you are familiar with the Umpqua. So there's Roseburg. You go north all the way to Sutherland, just go west. Keep going west till you hit Coos Bay. Now, this isn't that far west. So basically, here you are. It's, I guess maybe we could change this so it's not that chaotic. Water polygons. Oh, okay. This is kind of neat that we can turn off some stuff. Oh, that was mile markers. That's what little dots are. Okay. Highways. All right, that's neat. Road status. Yeah, that's neat. Hotspots. Current fires and incidents. Satellite severes. Just hoping to change it so we don't have the satellite view. So that, yeah, base map. Oh, yeah, maybe we can make this look clean. Ah, it looks clean now. Okay. Colored pencil map view. Oh, this is sweet. Colored pencil. Look at that. Chartered territory map. Oh, we have contours. Yeah. I just want the weird orange grid things off of there, whatever the heck that is. Okay. Modern antique map. This is fancy. NEIP, yeah, the National Geographic layer. Mid-century hand-drawn. Oh, wow. Okay. Navigation. Great. That would show the roads, street map, topos. Great. Terrain with labels. That's awesome. U.S. Geological Survey. Oh yeah, man, Douglas County, you went all out. Now, how do I get the stupid orange squares out of here? It's like a plat map. Parcels. Yes, it's clean. It's clean. Okay. Now this tells a story. Now that we've got some terrain and all the junk off of there. So putting this this area by Burke Creek on notice, level 1, which is get set. You can tell that the fire here with these are the 4 lighthouse fires. Yeah, that's probably going to climb the ridge, and that means it could rain embers down the other side, down the ridge. So this is good to have this section on notice. But these portions here, like Briarwood, I'm not sure why these are on notice. We can see the hot spots. This is like the general perimeter. And the way the heat map goes with the Ferris or whatever does the thing is, even though this pink is like where the fire's been, the dark red stuff is where the major heat is, like where it's trying to spread, where it's found a lot of fuel. So then I have not heard of any homes or anything lost yet, but we need to look at a couple of new videos. Okay, looking back at the chat, sorry. Oh, Smitty, are you here? Thanks for being here. And Jane, good to see you, by the way. And ACB, good to see you. Oh, and Lance Lindahl, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't realize a lot of people came in. Yeah, David, I'm feeling a little bit better. Later, when we get a little bit of a pause, I'll explain that I just did a whole bunch of labor with C-Pro. He came over to help me. And I'm hopefully going to turn this room into more of like a streaming studio rather than a messy office. So we did a bit of labor today to help set that up now that we have cool temperatures. And I'm feeling much better, even though I'm congested. We just did a full scrubbing, vacuuming all the furniture and the floor from all the wildfire smoke. If you ever feel bad after wildfire smoke has hit your residence and you haven't done a full cleaning, you've got to do it. You're going to feel bad and feel sick until you dust thoroughly and vacuum every square inch, every bit of the curtains, every surface, every couch. Do the couch. The toxic chemicals in the wildfire smoke, you can't see it, but it's put like a dumping of like fallout in your home, and you're just not going to feel better until you get rid of it. So that's what we just did. I can breathe again. Ran air cleaners on high. Okay. And now we can move around the furniture and set this up like a cockpit, hopefully tomorrow. So let me go back to the chat. And yeah, Lance, I'm going to do a reaction video about the thing. I do not like it when fire victims are told, "Oh, you've been the victim of an attack and somebody's attacking you." They have enough crap to worry about. And this seems more like entertainment. It seems like it's fun and entertainment for a lot of conspiracy people, more than authentic fear sometimes. But this is serious. Like, don't treat people like that. I don't allow anybody to come in here and push um, those messages because it makes fire victims feel like crap to even talk about that. And so I'm going to respond. It's time we spoke up. Now, yep, Aaron Baca says Oregon has prisoners and rain to fight the wildland fires. We got a little bit of rain. That didn't help too much on the Bull Run Reservoir fire, the Camp Creek, because they have so many dead trees from like 50 years of not really having fires there that the dead vegetation on the ground doesn't absorb water because it's dead. Light rains and mist wet it down a little bit, but you still have at the heart of a dead log, a log on the ground, completely dry wood that's been dry for 50 years, pretty much. So, unfortunately, the living trees are being killed by the fact that there's dead trees on the ground that Oregon never removed from over there. Now, in other news, if you're wondering if it's safe to drink Portland water, I don't know. They're saying it is. They're saying, oh, we monitor stuff. But guess what? The scandal just broke out that in that same Bull Run watershed water supply, for months now, there's been cryptosporidium bacteria in the Bull Run watershed water. I think I got sick drinking it. I just had back-to-back stomach problems that were mysterious in spring. And they started switching to bottled waters, and I started feeling better. So they were supposed to treat for crypto, and they did not. So it got in Portland's water supply. I wonder if it killed anybody in hospitals. Like, can you imagine, like, people on immune suppression stuff in hospitals, drugs like transplant, anti-rejection drugs? Um, who knows if anybody actually died from that? Healthy persons would just get a bad time, stomach ache, but the sick and the immune compromised can have a very bad time. So, do you trust them? I mean, when they kept detecting it, they didn't take any action because they were supposed to be treating for it. And then later, when they realized they weren't treating for it, okay, I would just drink. I would bathe. I think bathing is okay. in Portland's water right now, but I would just drink bottled water because I don't trust them anymore. This is not the first time that they've allowed the water supply to get really, really messed up. I attended a conference at a college in Portland, got horrendously ill, and found out they had a boil water order because they went whoopsie. I just don't trust a damn thing they say. Excuse me. That's just my take on it. Okay, so let me go back to the chat. We have uh, yeah. Which fires do you want me to look at? Um, yeah, Lance, we'll have a different day to really explore the Lahaina thing, because right now I'd love to engage in that. Right now, a lot of people who were renting in Lahaina, I know this. I watched a little bit of the city council meeting, which was anguish. Like, everybody was extremely upset that the authorities have turned their backs on them. A lot of the people who say are renters and their dwelling that they lived in survived the Lahaina fires. Almost many of them are facing eviction, like immediate eviction notices, because of the change in availability of rent of units, and rent has just increased, right? And so some other things are occurring. So it's a complicated issue. These people need help immediately, but I would not give any money to just any charity. There is something called the Hawaii, which charities are legit. It'll just the warning. The warning from, I'm going to put this in chat, by the government of Hawaii. There's a bunch of fake charities that have already been set up. So even if they're not registered with for tax reasons or whatever, they can quickly do this with the state and register with the Hi, CPRO. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping me with the furniture and that rug. Oh, there goes. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry about that, friends. And I think I need to do the cameras. Okay. When I looked at a couple of the charity mentioned on that video, which we'll look at tomorrow, I don't see it registered with the state. So it was started on the 15th of August, and they've had a while to do the basic paperwork. So go to this website and do not give any money to anybody not registered with the state of Hawaii. It's probably fake. The first day, the next day that it happened, we trusted the whale watching group, because I specifically recommended them because I saw them on BBC handing out, using their own whale watching boats to look for victims and to deliver aid immediately. And BBC guys were embedded with the crew, right, riding the boats there, and I trust the BBC. Now, the others have sprung up, and please don't just give random money to something they've had time to register and get all their ducks in a row. If they haven't yet, be very suspicious. But we're going to go on that topic tomorrow or this evening when we have the time. I do plan to make my first reaction video ever to analyze the melted car video. Now, my dad's a car guy, and I would love to get his opinion too first, but I'll just go ahead and make it on my own if I have to. So the evacuation map we were just looking at is for the Tyee Mountains / Rattlesnake Ridge / Cougar / Lighthouse 1234 / Tyee Mountain Complex. that has increased evacuations today. Now, I expect it's not a rosy picture on other fires as well. Oh, I think we have a Vega fire update for Monterey County. Let's take a look at the current view, last 15 minutes there. It's an update on Facebook. God, Facebook doesn't even allow you to look at fire information or evacuation info without registering. Can you imagine being in the car trying to figure out where you're supposed to evacuate? And it goes, log into Facebook. And you go, oh, my password book's in my house. Maybe you're already at the end of the street and you're like, what is my password? And you type it in, it says, sorry, try again. And you go, okay, what is my password? Sorry, try again. Oh yeah, my password is this. Oh wait, I didn't capitalize it. Oh, you've been locked out. Please go through the steps to reset your password. That kind of delay can kill. This is why I'm so upset about Facebook. 9 minutes ago, Monterey County Sheriff says, yeah, they've lifted some evacuation warnings, so Hayes Road no longer has to prepare to evacuate, but the warnings remain in place over and will through tonight on Vega Road. And this time, Vega Road is remaining closed to residents. What the hell does that mean? It said warning. Isn't an evacuation warning like a optional one? It didn't say the word mandatory. So why would Vega Road remain closed to residents? Is this a typo? Closed except to residents? Oh, for God's sake. All right. Since we don't have any straight answers, I'm just going to say call Monterey County's non-emergency number to find out what the hell they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. Hey, Laura. Yeah, welcome. So what is the Yellow Creek fire? I have not heard of that one yet. Yellow Creek is very close to us. All right, let's check it out. Oh, Bobby Broadway says I grew up going to Ford car shows. Oh, is he a Shelby man? My dad is. You know what C-Probe is. He just walked out. You could talk all day with C-Probe. Shelby signed C-Probe's Mustang with his own signature. It's on his dash. C-Probe took his car to be detailed, though. It's not one of the fancier Mustangs. It's kind of a year that people don't like. But he took his car in to be detailed, and the simpleton saw another signature on the glove box, or not glove box, the armrest. And so C-Probe came back to get his car, and he goes, what, where's Brock's signature? I don't know who this Brock person is, but I hear that's a big deal. They erased it, but they left the Shelby one, thank God. So let's look. Yellow Creek Fire, what county, what state? We got a lot to cover because California's a red flag. Hold on to your butts. Oregon's struggling too. We have new evacuations on the lookout. They shut down Highway 126. Now remember, guys, if you're not from the United States, or maybe if you are, but you're young or something, our highways that have even numbers like 20, 40, 60, they go east and west. Now, anything that's odd numbered is north and south, like I-5. So Highway 126 is north and south. So it is closed between McKenzie River Highway and Highway 20, which is north. So that gives you an idea of what's going on here. So that's our latest look at the Vega fire. I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's unclear whether or not that's mandatory or not. They're saying evacuation warnings. Then they're saying that the Vega Road is closed to residents. Maybe it's a typo, closed except for residents. I don't know. Call about it if you live there. So 2:08 p.m. is when we had lighthouse fire and new evacuations. That same thing with the Tyee and the Cougar Mountain stuff. So let me get away that. The Cougar Creek fire has evacuations. Right. Oh wait, I already covered that. Yeah, that's part of the lighthouse thing. Okay, yeah, I already covered that. Um, yeah, covered that one too. I stay on top of swiping this away. I found out if Watch Duty does 24 notifications on an Android phone, at least on a Samsung, it'll stop sending you anything new, no matter how dire the situation is. So you have to constantly swipe it away. We need to watch. Let's look back at something right here. The Watsonville cam. That's looking great down there in Monterey County. I'm so glad that earlier today at Anderson they pounced on a fire and they got it under control because Shasta County is the north winds. Everybody lives in fear of those. The yellow fire. Did I get an answer about where that is? Jane Blackford says South Fork Complex near Bridgeville and Humboldt. Please. Okay, we'll do that in a sec. Oh, it's in Douglas County by the Tyee fires. Great. All right, let's zoom up there. I told the phone to update me about Douglas County, even if there's any kind of new fire at all. I haven't seen the word yellow anything. The Yellow Creek. I see Cougar Creek, Tyee Complex, Lighthouse 1, 2, 3, and 4 in Tyee Mountain. They roped in the Big Tom. Eastern Douglas County, you've got that Dome Ridge, Chilkoot Power thing. Grizzly, the Dinner, the Bryce Creek, the Wyatt, the results from lightning. Is it one of those that grew together? Because I'm not seeing it on Watch Duty. I don't remember. It's possible. Some of these maps are better than others. So some of them have the older names. Like for example, when they put all the lightning complex fires in a blender yesterday and they blended up all the names. Okay, we even had the name change of a complex, which is crazy. Remember when it was called the SRF Bluff Complex, south of the Smith River Complex in northwestern California, Humboldt County, right? Well, now they renamed the entire complex to the SRF Lightning Complex, and then they renamed a whole bunch of fires on the inside. So I could see some of the fires in the camera, but I couldn't tell if they were the pilot or the 3-9 or the other this or that because on Watch Duty they just clumped them together and they had hot spots, but they wouldn't say which one of the fires was which on Watch Duty anymore. But then when we read the updates, they kept referencing, oh, the 3-9 fire has evacuations. I'm like, well, which one's that? How do you tell the difference between that and the pilot? It's been driving me insane. And pros can't keep it straight either. It's confused everybody from JB to Brokefish to Zeke Lunder on his program. They're like, I don't even know what these are called anymore. So let's see, would be north of the lighthouse for 5 or so 10 miles. Okay. Well, let's see if there's, first of all, a hotspot. I haven't really seen ghost detections anywhere near. Oh, we got a gray one, barely 6 to 12 hours old on the Cougar. Now let's go with Modus and Veers. There's Lost Creek. Yellow Creek Mountain. Maybe it's on the evacuation map that Oh, that. Okay, you weren't crazy. They said the discovery acreage of it was 0.01 acres, meaning a tiny smoke. The cause undetermined. They discovered it on the 25th at 9 in the morning, and then a report date on the 29th at 9:24 p.m. So this may not really be any sort of a factor. It's just days since the discovery of the fire. We certainly don't have any heat up there. Sometimes what happens is these lightning strike fires burn themselves out. They just they don't strike a spot with good fuel around them to travel to, or it was more moist there, or maybe it's a rocky hill and it burns up all the little trees there, and that's it. We could do is let's look at it on satellite to see what kind of fuel is there. So if we take Lost Creek, I prefer Caltopo. Uh, Yellow Creek and Lost Creek. There's Lost Creek. There's Lost Creek. Okay, so it looks like we had that little detection, that tiny, tiny yellow spot. Now, what is there to burn? Ah, it's a replant. If this is a pretty accurate pinpoint of where that was found, they may have just driven right up to it, or one helicopter may have used one splash. Now, it didn't strike into the mature trees. This is like the babies replant trees. So maybe it's one of those cases of getting lucky, but it looks like they've got roads directly to it. Now, this could be deceptive. Now, when they're not sure exactly where a fire is, they just stick the little icon near the nearest road. However, this is a satellite detection. See? That usually has a bit of a margin of error to it, but it's usually much more accurate than a reported smoke, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not worried about it unless they say they're worried about it. We did have a lot of helicopters running around here, and they try to take out the tiny ones while they're tiny so they can go focus on the big ones. So I'm much more concerned down here where they have the actual evacuation notices. Um, so, hey, Angelo, good evening. Welcome back. Yeah, you're very welcome. It's good to bring that attention. I'm very glad you did. How is the situation down there? You're down there, right? This is second Laura, and I'm beginning to get you too confused. So, were you the one that's by uh, Elk something? It's not Elkton, is it? I get Elkton, Elk City, and Elk, whatever, the one that was by the Beachy Creek, all confused. I get all the towns in Oregon with Elk in the name confused. Oh my God, I have to take a bite of my sandwich. I just do, guys. Okay. Yeah. Laura Jones says, I just got here at 3:35. Drove Tyee Road all the way to Lighthouse Bakery's a bit ago. There's a bakery? Do you have any photos? Last night we could see the fire very well down to the road from the house. Yeah, it's gotta be scary. Okay. Um, well, Bobby, there's a little bit of truthiness. Like that means believability to the land grab theory for Lahaina because in Greece, it depends on and this I'm not an expert on Greece. I've only been there once. but I know that bad laws can encourage arson. Um, like when Harlem was burning in what was that, the 70s? That was because rent control came into effect, and a lot of the older, dilapidated buildings that they imposed, rent control on, the building maintenance exceeded revenue from rent, and this gave landowners a horrific kind of a choice. They wanted to just sell immediately because now they have a money pit. They are bleeding money um, instead of having an asset, and nobody wanted to buy it because what do you do with a dilapidated, low rent building where the city or state doesn't allow you to raise the rent to take care of it? Yeah, Angela, this is Watsonville. We're looking at it live. They reduced a couple evacuations, but there's mass confusion about whether or not it's mandatory or not on Vega Road. So if you live there, just call them and ask them because sheriff's office had some weird wording about this. They're saying evacuation warning, and yet residents are not allowed on Vega Road. I don't know if that's a typo. So I encourage people to call the non-emergency number or Monterey County's emergency services and say, what the hell are you talking about? Now this is what we have a good camera on. Now we're going to go back to the other fires as well. But what I'm saying about laws that can encourage arson or make it suddenly appealing to those who wouldn't normally think about it. When the Harlem rent control came down, it was meant to help the poor, but it hurt them immensely because all of a sudden fires started breaking out left and right because while they could not sell a building to anybody else, nobody's going to buy a building where you can't make any money off of it and it's a money pit. Well, you could claim insurance though if it burned down. So these rumors would start going around like, don't go home tonight. Something bad may happen. And the terrifying situation, and this is all true, you can watch YouTube videos about it. Arsonists were committing one of the highest. If you think about motivations for arson, one of the biggest is insurance fraud. So when a fire breaks out and there's chaos everywhere, arsonists can oftentimes take advantage of that chaos. Now, in Greece, I've heard, and I cannot confirm because I don't know the laws of Greece. I know that Greece and Italy has some messed up legal systems, though, full of corruption. Now, in Greece, supposedly there are protected forests and such. But if you wanted to buy that land, if they burn down, they're no longer protected, and then you can buy it. And that's one of the things I've heard. So Greece made 71 arson arrests, and that either could be legitimate. Sometimes being dumb with fire is also arson, just being stupid. It's called reckless arson. Say if you go shooting on a red flag day and sparks are occurring, because you're shooting near rocks and dry grass, and you continue doing that, then of course that would be a reckless arson charge. The father and son have been accused of that with the Caldor fire of 2021 in Tahoe. Don't ask me if I believe that, though. Different subject. So reckless arson, being stupid with fire, like, ignoring a burn ban, for example. Sometimes property owners try to light a backfire in a desperate attempt to save their own property from an approaching fire. That could still be an arson charge if a burn ban's in effect. And so sometimes it's innocent people to get that charge, and sometimes these people don't know what they're doing and they burn the house down of their neighbor trying to protect their own house. So there's many different types of arson, not just the Beavis and Butthead firebug type psychological nutcase thing. Insurance fraud is a huge motivation. The number one motivation seems to be revenge for arson. Second is like insurance fraud in the world. Third is reckless stupidity, like the gender reveal party crap. Don't get me started. dumbassery with fireworks, blah blah blah. So I don't know the situation in Maui or anything that's going on, but um, I don't think anybody tried to start fires, but whenever there's chaos, if somebody, a lot of times arsonists, even those trying to commit insurance fraud of some kind, um, will take advantage of the situation. Like if you had a trailer behind your house that was rotting, can't be towed anymore because the floor is caving in, and you put it for free and say, "Hey, scrap my trailer for free." I mean, some newbie scrappers will go, "Yeah, I can do that," but they'll realize there's more fiberglass and plastic in it than steel, and you lose money scrapping it because you have so much disposal cost of the fiberglass and the plastic and all this crap. It takes labor and hours to take it apart. But if it had an accident with fire on the day like when Maui burned, then you don't have that kind of cleanup cost. FEMA gets the bill. These sorts of things can happen. That's why nobody should go up there and touch stuff and destroy evidence. As I have seen some people with their stupid space laser, I'm going to prove space laser theory stuff. They go up and they touch stuff and they destroy evidence. So um, you have to let the police do their job, and you can look, do not touch if you're a journalist. Now, this is great. We're not seeing that much smoke on the camera anymore down here in Watsonville. I mean, it's still the fires behind the hill, but this is looking much, much better. Okay, so Manuel Ferreira, Ferreira. I'm sorry if I just butchered that. Manuel. I'm in Arcata. It was hella smoking this morning. Arcata? Where's that? Is that California? Anonymous artist says if you crash your car and starts a fire, you can get charged for arson. Exactly. It could be reckless arson, or there's a couple different things. You know, if you drive your motorcycle over dry grass and the manifold or whatever the thing gets hot, lights the grass on fire, yeah. You're not supposed to be stupid with fire. Now, if it's pure accident, you probably won't, you know. Now, hey, Urban, welcome. So, yeah, and there's different degrees. I'm totally forgetting that there's degrees. Yeah, you live in Tahiti, but you work in Elkton. Okay, Laura, yeah, I remember that now. Elkton. Get all the Elk things confused, like Elk City. So Elkton is by Drain, and Elk City is by Lincoln City. Chitwood. Okay, I'll figure that out sometime later. Now, I want to catch up on things. I think that those three situations are what we have for new evacuations. As far as Watch Duty told me today, except what was the Hazel fire? That was yesterday when it started. Um, it was only half an acre, and they just updated it a while ago. Wind will remain at the fire for about an hour. That's cool. That's in Albion. Where the heck is Albion? Northwest of Ukiah. Oh, that's great that they pounced on that yesterday, and it doesn't look like a factor today. Now, I haven't even gotten to Northwestern California yet. Now, this is what it looks like at night. High divide. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Now, this is north of Gasquet, almost to the Oregon border, but looking due west. So you can see the north wind blowing the smoke south, and fire's been getting close to Gasquet. They fired the hills. This is I should explain what this is. The Smith River Complex, the southwest portion of it. Now they fired the hills northeast of Gasquet so that when the main fire arrived, it would have less stuff to burn. So I'm hoping that this is helping the situation, but it's getting uncomfortably close to Gasquet. Now, Wild Frontier 1 is looking to the south, which is away from the fire that threatens Gasquet, but we can sort of get an idea of wind. Wild Frontier 2 is the one. Oh no, is it rotating again? Has been set up to look. Oh, dang it, it's rotating again. They had it for a while looking northwest at Gasquet. Yeah. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Crap. Did I just lose the Wild Frontier 2? No. I lost the ability to. I shouldn't have closed that window. Oh, I'm foolish. I clicked the show on map and now I lost the ability to do a time lapse on Wild Frontier 2. I basically hacked it to do that. Ah! Why did I do this? Ah. No! Now we just have the stupid panorama mode. Oh, we hates it, Precious. I don't know why you can't just click on any camera and get it to do panoramas, but they set it up specifically so you cannot. But if it's ever has a problem where you see one of these images missing, you can click on that and you can refresh. And trick is that will get you your time lapse, but then you can't change that tab. You can't click on anything else, just the play button. Otherwise, you just do what I just did and you screw it up and you lose it. Whoopsie. So, C-Pro, people want to know about your Shelby signature thing. Okay. Now, Laura, I don't know how the fire is going to spread down at the Tyee. I'm hoping that we can see a video or something, because unless they tell us what the heck's going on, and this is pretty cool, they have fire information bulletins around. Unless they tell us, I'm really not sure how they're going to be fighting it, because we don't have cams, and cams are one of the best ways to monitor. So let's see if we've got Tyee Ridge Complex Facebook updates. Yeah, I can imagine how scary that looks. 2 hours ago. Yeah, here's from the sheriff's office.
Lieutenant Brad Odell here with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and I have a number of changes in evacuation levels to share with all of you that are being impacted by the Tyee Ridge complex of fires out here in the Umpqua and Tyee areas. Several things have changed today as far as evacuation levels that I need to share with all of you. We've been in consultation this morning with fire managers, and that information that they've shared with us has really changed a lot of these evacuation levels and sparked some discussion. So the level 3 notices that we currently have in place are as follows. We have level 3 go now or evacuate immediately notices in place for all of the homes in the 11,000 block of Hubbard Creek Road to the intersection of Millwood Drive. This includes all of the homes between these points, including all of the homes on Millwood Drive. Also in a level 3 are all of the homes on Briarwood Road and all of the homes on Lighthouse Road, including an address of 4900 Hubbard Creek Road. So all of those locations that I just mentioned are in a level 3 go now or evacuate immediately notice. There's more information for you on our website at www.dcso.com/evacuations. I would refer you there. There's also been some changes to the level 2 evacuation notices, and those are as follows. all homes in the 4800 block of Hubbard Creek Road to the intersection of Hubbard Creek Road and Melqua. Those remain in a level 2. Again, that includes all of the residences in between those points. All homes in the 4100 block of Tyee Road to the 6700 block of Tyee Road, including all homes between those 2 points, and all of the homes on Wapiti Lane are now in a level 2B set to evacuate notice. And finally, we have a number of level 1s that have changed slightly. The level 1 be ready to evacuates are for the following locations. All homes on Tyee Road starting at Fanchon Lane to the 4000 block of Tyee Road. Again, this includes all residences in between these points and all of the homes on Fanchon Lane. All homes on Tyee Road from the 8000 block to the 8300 block, you are also in a level 1 be ready to evacuate. And finally, all of the residences on DeCosta Lane and all of the residences on Hidden Meadows Lane to the intersection of Cole Road. At this time, there are no evacuation notices for Cole Road itself, but the DeCosta Lane and Hidden Meadows Lane residences, you are in a level 1 be ready to evacuate at this point in time. There is a lot of information that's coming out. I would refer all of you to the Tyee Complex Facebook page for information about what the fire is currently doing. I'm not a firefighter. I don't speak to fire behavior or what the firefighters are seeing on the scene, but we're taking this information that is being provided to us, and for public safety and life safety, we are sharing all of that with you. The sheriff is here. We are currently in discussions with fire managers, learning as much as we can as the day progresses. We're hopeful that tomorrow, maybe some moisture coming into this area, that might help the firefighters out. But again, I refer all of you to the Sheriff's Office Facebook page for official information, as well as Douglas County Government and the Tyee Ridge Complex Facebook page. They're sharing information as it becomes available. That's really where you can find all of that information. There is an interactive evacuation map on our website at www.dcso.com/evacuations. You'll also find a list of resources that are available to those that have been impacted by this fire. Again, there is a Red Cross shelter that is currently open, that is at the Way Church in Sutherland. They are helping anyone who needs assistance that's been impacted by this. There are resources available for anyone who needs to needs help evacuating animals or sheltering animals. Resources are out there. Feel free to reach out. If you have a special need, reach out through the fire information line, or contacting the sheriff's office will get you in touch with the appropriate resources that we can. Again, number of changes to evacuation levels. I would refer you to that interactive map at www.dcso.com/evacuations. Douglas County Emergency Management and Douglas County Board of Commissioners are actively involved, engaging and in these discussions with the Sheriff's Office as well. It's a partnership, and there was discussion this morning about the relationships and the ability of this community to be resilient and come together and help in times of disaster, and that's exactly what's happening here at this moment. So we'll continue to provide information and updates as it becomes available. Again, just to recap for those of you who may be joining late, a number of changes in evacuation levels. I'll recap those once more before signing off. We have level 3 go evacuation notices that have been in place and ordered this afternoon.
Oops, I thought you continued talking. I clicked on the pictures.
11,000 block of Hubbard Creek Road to the intersection of Millwood Drive, that remains in a level 3. All homes on Millwood Drive are now being included in that level 3 evacuation notice. That includes all homes on
Hey, it says continue watching while you browse.
Road, as well as the address of 4900 Hubbard Creek Road. Those are all level 3 go now evacuation notices. All homes on Lighthouse Road are also in a level 3 evacuation notice at this point in time. It's recommended that you do leave due to safety. The level 2 be set to evacuate again is from the 4800 block of Hubbard Creek Road to the intersection of Melquaw Road. That includes all homes between those points. And the 4100 block of Tyee Road to the 6700 block of Tyee Road, including all homes on Wapiti Lane. Level 1, be ready to evacuate all homes on Tyee Road starting at Fanchon Lane to the 4000 block of Tyee Road, again including all homes between those points and Fanchon Lane. All homes on Tyee Road from the 8000 block to the 9300 block, you are also in a level 1, be ready to evacuate, and again including all homes in between those points. And finally, all residences on DeCosta Lane and all homes on Hidden Meadows Lane to the intersection of Cole Road. At this time, no residences on Cole Road are under this level 1 notice, but those that are on DeCosta and Hidden Meadows, you are in a level 1. That's all the information I have for you at this point in time, folks. I will continue to provide information as it becomes available to you. Again, fire information can be found on the Tyee Ridge Complex Facebook page. That's all the information we have at this point in time. Thank you.
Oh, man. Half of that was fluff. You know, if you're going to tell us about the new evacuation info, great. Not through Facebook, though, because people have to log in. You should never put your life-saving information behind a login for some sort of social media. Why not have it Douglas County Emergency, douglascounty.gov/emergency, and just put everything there, please? Do not ask elderly people and rural folks who may not even have internet to suddenly become social media savvy and have to make accounts for social media that sells everybody's information, like the Cambridge Analytica scandal. You just shouldn't have to give up your privacy and security online for your life-saving information. This is why I totally disagree with the whole Facebook thing, but here we are. I get a lot of people saying I will never, ever, ever make a Facebook account, never will again. Therefore, I watch you, and I depend on you to show the Facebook videos. Hey, Terry, how you doing? How's stuff in the UK? We got a little bit of rain in Oregon, but southwestern Oregon and most of California is kind of struggling. We've got new evacuations. The Lookout Fire is struggling east of Eugene. We've got some increased fire activity in southwest Oregon. And even though it rained a little bit on the one east of Portland, there's so many dead trees. It's like a blazing inferno underneath the canopy, like logs and sticks that haven't burned in 50 years. Hey, Brokefish, how you doing? Brokefish, he's my guest sometimes, and I'm his guest sometimes. You're so lucky to have him. He's a retired firefighter from Southwest Oregon. So Brokefish says shared, liked, and chatting. We have fire camp at Glide, Oregon for fires at the North Umpqua River on Glide Ranger District. Oh, do give us the skinny. It's been sunny, Terry. That's cool. Do you know about Shaz73's channel? She lives up by the Hadrian's Wall, and she does almost daily walks to historical places. Pretty cool. I like 4 in the morning, so I miss her broadcasts a lot, but she's awesome. So what does that mean exactly, Brokefish? The camp. What I'm critical about here is, please, for God's sake, don't do what he just did. It's not me being critical of him. I'm critical of this take that authorities have and they say, oh, well, there's due to new information we have, we're going to evacuate more people or put more people on notice. Oh, you better explain that. Just the way the human mind works. If you leave it up to our imagination, we imagine stuff that's way worse than reality. So do not think keeping people in the dark keeps them calm. It makes people panic. We are not horses. You can't just throw a blanket over our eyes and we just calm the heck down. Okay, humans are the opposite. We run wild when you make us unable to see or unable to hear. We imagine danger is greater than it is. If you do not provide us with the information, then the rumor mill provides us with the information that we seek. So I would give a whole lot of advice to Douglas County about this, but the map is deluxe. This is one of the coolest maps I've ever seen in my life. The one that Douglas County has. It looks like some of the other counties are participating in this one too. It's just the bee's knees, where we can have all kinds of interesting layers and stuff. But really, just tell us basics. Like the west wind may push things over to the east, and therefore we've upgraded the evacuation notices everywhere east of the fire. And Umpqua being, say, the wind tunnel that it is in a steep canyon, these other places are on notice. But they didn't explain it, so I'm just taking a stab in the dark and a guess. Uh, please just take a moment to explain why. Let's see if we've got an explainer type video. I just don't think we do. That's the only thing latest thing I saw on the Tyee. 2 hours ago, they said they're fighting fire with fire. They're battling the Tyee Ridge Complex, running a 24/7 operation at night. The moderated fire behavior allows them to work closer to the fire's edge. It's called tactical firing. Fire crews take advantage of lower temperatures and high humidities, and then they light the landscape on fire, carefully in between control lines. And then they burn out some of that fuel so that later, when high, hot, windy days come around, when the fire reaches that area, it has less to burn already, which is a totally valid tactic. It's utilized very frequently. And you'd better tell us when you're doing this so we don't freak out and think, oh no, it flared up in the middle of the night. That must be crazy. It must be cooking. Like, please tell us if it's a firing up. Because they kept us in the dark when it first broke out, the first night, I saw that even though it was a dead calm, I thought they were doing firing ops. I thought it was a great time to do it. So I told people, and so did Broke Fish, we both speculated that they were doing a firing op and it wasn't that big of a deal. Well, next morning they said, no, the fire just burned actively through the night. We went, oh, crap. So that was alarming. They should have told us that night that, hey, it's burning actively through the night. Like, it takes just 5 seconds to whip out the phone and update the Facebook. Their claim that they have been giving us up-to-date information. So, I mean, they're doing better at it now, but we've been in the dark for the most part. We can't see anything on cams. We went several periods of 48 hours without pretty much any information. They're improving, but so far the communication is still like a C minus with the public. 3 hours ago, we've got a morning operational update video, but I want to make sure real quick that I'm not ignoring the situation in Monterey before we watch a video. We had a fire break out down here. It's using Monterey County, the Vega fire. Yeah, we got a perimeter map. Wow, they must have had fire eyes over this. Nice horse corral. So this could be a horse farm or property with horses, I would reckon. Or maybe cattle of some sort, or it once did. Fire eyes, yeah, Fierce has mapped the fire at 2 acres. Perimeter is shown above, 2 acres. It says 5 on watch duty. Note that the parameters are preliminary, don't reflect any structure protection efforts by those on the ground. Okay. That was making all that smoke. Okay. This is what confused the heck out of us. Evacuation warnings were lifted for Hayes Road, but evacuation warnings too remain in place overnight on Vega Road. At this time, Vega Road is remaining closed to residents, but yet it was just called an evacuation warning. So why would you close the road to residents if it's not mandatory? Like I said, call. If you live there, just call the non-emergency number for Monterey County and see what the hell they're trying to say here. It's looking better on the cams. Much better. Like if we do like a 3-hour time lapse. See how bad it looked? It's kind of surprising that that did all that smoke there. Okay, I just got a new blip. Let's see, was this? Oh, this is actually pulse point. There's wires arcing in Portland. 6345 Southwest Hamilton Way in Portland. There have been tons of fires, commercial, residential, gas leaks, and wires arcing all over Portland. It's just we've had generally damp conditions, so none of them have really taken off except for that one in the Bull Run watershed because it found, well, all this 50 years plus buildup of sticks, limbs, trees, pine needles, pine cones, and dead logs in the Bull Run watershed. So that's why it's hard to handle. But the lightning storms that ripped through Portland did some wind damage, and so it just left vegetation sort of looming over the power poles and stuff. And as further, time goes by, some of the limbs are dropping on the lines and stuff like that's occurring. I wonder how many of these residential fires happen because like trees growing above the house, like an older house that has the power line coming from the pole underneath the roof eaves. Sometimes those will drop their limbs and just rip the wire and start arcing and sparking all over the roof. So I have to keep up with my swiping away. We have an update on the Gray Fire, the one that is in north. I think it took lives, devastated the town of Medicine Lake in northeast Washington near Spokane. They're clearing. Let me just get to it. Excuse me, Oregon. That happened when I couldn't be here, and it's incredible how fast that ripped through. It was like hayfields, stubble on fire, but blown by heavy winds. So the following areas will be all clear. So they're reducing their evacuation levels as I guess they get a handle on the situation. It's still on fire over there. They're in mop up. They're trying to put out the hot spots, make sure the general area is safe. So if you've been affected by that, then do see. I'm going to link it in chat, info about the Gray Fire. I think it's Gray. I just put E, but yeah, I'm sorry. I just misspelled it, but you get it. What else have we got? We've got the Highway 126 completely closed from the McKenzie River Highway up to Highway 20 because the lookout, they're struggling with it still. We have west winds, and it apparently blew a spot fire out of the perimeter of the lookout, and see how it's out here. So the highway is no longer safe. So we have new evacuations further north towards Highway 20, north of where it says Belknap Spring, all the way up to Highway 20, which is a Santiam. So I want to just go over that if you guys have just tuned in. I wonder if the Douglas County one works. The lookout. It does. This is the bee's knees. So this is a great evac map, the super evac map for Oregon. You could play around with it. The layer list was really fun. Base map. You have like a community map. They even have a colored pencil version of maps, like a child drew it, enhanced contrast. Global imagery. Imagery with hybrid. Light gray canvas to make it look a lot more clean. Navigation map shows big highway names. Change it to black and white. Change it to dark mode. Open street map. This is great. So do play around with it if you're not sure what goes on, and to get rid of the really super ugly grid line thing that was orange and was making everything messed up, go to the layers and turn off parcels, because I have no idea why that would be on in the first place. Land parcels. When it's on, there's just crazy orange lines everywhere. Just get rid of that. So this is great that I could use one of these to show the terrain with labels. You can also do this topographic if we zoom in. This one is a bit more clean. So I love this. I wish the entire state of Oregon had this. It would be the one evacuation map for the state of Oregon. My God, please make it happen. Like, man, do we have to protest, do a naked protest? Do you guys want to do a naked protest with me to get this evacuation map for the entire state of Oregon? Let's all get naked and storm City Hall. All right. All right, let me grab a drink. Be right back. I mean, you think I'm joking, but Portland has a reputation for being weird in a hippie way. Hippies kind of used to run the place. Well, until us Californians took over, because, California got too Californicated for us, so we migrated north. Well, there's something called a naked bicycle ride that's an annual event in Portland where you're allowed to wear socks, shoes, hats, and scarves, and nothing else. Gloves. And so that just occurred a couple of weeks ago. So, let me go back to the chat. Ryan Mahadeo says entertainers in the U.S. Hollywood are not celebrities. Only Shakespeare friends are celebrities, entertainers. I'm not sure what you're saying. Terry says, I don't look that good anymore because of old age. That's okay. You just need to be naked. Nobody says you have to look pleasing. No, don't trash yourself, Terry. You're beautiful. You're totally beautiful. You come here, you support, you care. We appreciate you. Navy D says I'm going to lurk around and learn about fires. Do ask questions. Glad to see you, Nevi. Let's see. Did I skip any chat and Brokefish? Are you live or something? You're talking to Smitty? Okay. I don't think I missed any. Open question, answer time. We've got a lot of fires to cover. We have a red flag situation. I'll show the map again for California. But even if you're outside of the valley, I would consider pretty much all of California and everything from south of Salem in Oregon, and west of the Cascades to be what I call orange flag, because there's some really significant winds off the coast. I mean, serious, like 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the Pacific right now. And it's pushing some winds like Idaho and Montana is. Everything that's pink is like 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If there's blue inside the pink, it's above 65 to 70 miles an hour. So I imagine that's a crazy small craft advisory Viking longship ride off the coast here. So if we, I hate the way windy is never like on the current time. Now it says Wednesday, 4 p.m. ish. I just wish there was a button that says current. It's oftentimes talking about the past and the future without really saying so. Let me take it back down to surface winds. Surface winds, that was at 5,000 feet, which is relevant for the Cascades. Taking it back down to surface winds, mind you, most of these fires are in mountains, so it's not that relevant. We've still got some pretty crazy surface winds. So let's see, we're usually at least 2,000 feet. Here's 2,000 feet. That's levels of winds, right? Coast range is 2,000 to 3,000 feet. So you can see what's going on. Now, north winds are hot and dry. They come mostly from Klamath Falls or Cape Falls area, and they're spilling over into Redding. And so this is like the situations where they had the Fawn Fire and so many other crazy ones. Everybody in Shasta County is on super vigilant high alert. So glad that they made quick work of a fire that broke out in Anderson today. Good job with that. They had a smaller fire. Let's see, the Hazel Fire, and that was over by Fort Bragg, southeast of it. They made short work of that. So Cal Fire and Forest Service, whoever's down there, have been pouncing on these. I think it looks good in Monterey right now with the Vega Fire. At least what we see on the cams. But High Divide shows some craziness. So I had to go back and check on the Tyee fires. I accidentally destroyed our ability to time lapse Frontier 2, Wild Frontier 2, but you could see the panorama. So down here, it's almost due south where the road is, but we could put compass headings on. So 0 is north, right? Doing a 180 is turning around, right? So this would be due south, like I said, on the road. So just kind of go around. So 240 southwest, northwest at 300, 0 degrees back at north, right? So over here, we would theoretically be looking towards Gasky. And I'm a bit concerned for it today. Now, since there is fire north, northeast, and southeast of Gasky, it's been quite a concern. But with today's north winds and such, it may be trying to blow the fire that's north of it to the south. And we saw that on the High Divide camera. It's mainly up here, but that's a wind tunnel. They've worked on that a bunch, and it was less of a concern as far as Smith River Complex goes. Now here, Cold Spring Mountain, the fire is here, and they burned this mountainside to the east of Gasky. As it's looking down the barrel of the gun here, one of the two ways that the fire could really, go and attack Gasky is through this drainage as a wind tunnel, or from the east here down 199 as a wind tunnel. So we already have fire down here. This is Camp 6, where the wildfire, wild 1 and 2 cams are. And the fire already burned over and went to the west a bit. So I wish we had a cam inside Gasky, but they've had no power for weeks. And it's totally evacuated. I want to get an update on that. Hopefully we've got a video to watch so I can take a bathroom break. Open question and answer time. Oh, Brooks Fish says Blue Canyon Road. Is that the one at the lookout that I was talking about earlier? Uh, yeah, we can't have a conspiracy type talk, you know? That's something that puts extra stress on the victims. So there are plenty of channels out there, Ryan, where you can do that. Mine's not one of them. You can only share information that's like question, like I think this may be happening. What do you think? And also verified info. Okay, that would be watch duty. I just can't even go to the bathroom. Um, Whoa. Yeah, there's still more commercial fires in the Portland area. Let's go looking at what's the new watch duty one. If I don't keep these swiped away, it'll stop talking to me. I don't think that was a watch duty. What did I set up that makes that sound? Um, I guess I was Pulse Point, which is like local Portland emergency response. So you can see all the 911 things in a line. Pulse Point is really great if you get that app on your phone. If your community, if your county participates, and you can see this scrolling thing of like all of the medical emergencies, fires, um, hazardous situations, water rescues, whatever. So that must have just been a commercial fire update. Okay, so we can watch the Lookout Fire video, but I also want to find out really what's going on with the Smith River first. Because we've already looked at the lookout. We've talked about the new evacuation information. Excuse me. Blue Canyon Road, which fire is that? The Whatcom fire? Where the heck is that? Oh, you got a link for me. I'm sorry. Blue Canyon what? Where? I hated how... Oh, Washington. By Bellingham. Okay, thank you. I didn't understand. Like, please say what state so I understand what the hell you're talking about. Because I thought you were talking about the lookout, because that on the map it says blue whatever. You ever notice this? So I thought you were talking about the lookout. Okay, that's now a requirement. If there's a new fire or any kind of fire, you tell me the county, you tell me the state. Okay, because when you zoom out and go over to where the lookout is, see how it says Blue River right there? Blue River. Sorry, it doesn't make the words bigger. But it says Blue River. I thought that's what you were talking about. So I'm like, I already went over that. Okay, Blue Canyon, Whatcom County in far northwest Washington. Okay, we got a new one. I haven't even started my timestamps, and I'm 2 hours into the broadcast. Okay, so this is Washington, the Blue Canyon Lake, Whatcom Fire. Okay, 45 acres. Type 3 team is now managing the incident with the Department of Natural Resource and Forest Service hand crews and engines still working on it. That's an hour ago update. Pending further official updates for containment and evacuation levels. This was reported 2 days ago, probably from the lightning craziness that went by. So level 2 get set evacuations happened a day ago at 10:20 in the morning. And they were scooping water from the lake. Please get off the lake. Then it was 30 acres and steep slopes yesterday at 11:30 a.m. Went up to 20 acres a day ago. They said, please don't boat on it overnight. We need a scoop tomorrow. 8 hours ago at 9 in the morning, they said the hot shot crew was there. Please stay off the water, we're dipping. And then they said, per WildCAD, the fire is now mapped at 45 acres. Please, pending further official updates for containment and evacuation levels. So none of this changed. Why are you guys saying that it changed? That's the same evacuation level as yesterday. You guys freaked me out. Okay. Yeah, that was a very appropriate timeout. Thank you for doing that. And I will enforce a ban if violated further. I try to give people a warning though first. Because I no longer have the chat rules posted, so it's like, didn't you read the sign? It's like giving somebody a trespassing fine for, and you took down your no trespassing sign. But in general, we try not to make this a bitter, angry comment zone. Yes, I understand the hypocrisy of what I just said, but about like life in general and feelings in general, we got to be supportive and try to look at it in a way that criticism can be constructive. We can express our bitter disappointment when bad decisions are made, but general attitudes like statements like, oh, these government groups and entities, half of which are causing half these fires, or blah, 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 they should pay us compensation. Like, whoa, uh, that's not the place for this. Looking back up, did I miss anybody's did I miss anybody's questions? Oh, do I have Venmo? I'm supposed to get it, Laura. I'm sorry. I keep wanting to set that up, but I haven't. There's a little bit of a problem I had before, which I didn't realize what to do. So I am really trying to get that plus Cash App plus the other thing, Zelle. But for now, I have Super Chat, which the $ in the chat area. But YouTube takes 30% of that. PayPal takes like just almost nothing. So that's why I put the PayPal link there. I have a PO box if you want to write a traditional check or money order. Just type, give me an email, and I'll put that in there. So it's catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. You can also send me any pictures. I'll put them on the stream of local conditions, your own pictures of the fire. This is very, very valuable to us. You have to say that I can use it, though. Copyright, it's okay. And this can be very, very valuable to helping everybody understand what the situation is on the ground without having to trust authorities or be in the damn dark about the situation. Which they're determined to keep us in for some reason in some of these fires. Let's see. Might be, it says, can you show us a map of the fire zones for Southern Oregon and Northern California? Sure, there's several different fire maps. So this is one of them. It's from Microsoft Start, which is actually good. Like, it's got amazing layers and stuff. Got weird wind layers, wildfire, air quality. It's god awful. Northwest California right now it's in the purple. This is like brain damage territory, and more they're linking wildfire smoke to dementia. Not just things like asthma and childhood asthma, but dementia. So when wildfire smoke is bad and you really have to take all measures to get it out of your house. Anywhere there's leaks and gaps in the doors, just take rags, washcloths, cleaning rags, shut them in the doors and windows, and make sure that you feel with your hand no hot air is getting through with that stuff. Do what you've got to do. Um, put the baby pacifier things in your outlets, the electrical outlets that are, the baby proof your outlet thingies, and all of your plugs that are on the exterior walls. This really super helps. Tape on the outside of your, like masking tape on the outside of your light switches so it can't get through the light switch. I can't tell you how much this helps. Just block it out. So I like the Microsoft Start weather one. This is probably going to be like an insanely long link. Yeah, I can't even put that in chat, but uh, let me. This part should work. This is that link to that map. We have different maps. The Douglas County Evacuation Map is the bee's knees. I use CalTopo to do satellite tracking of hotspots. Just which map do you want to see? And I'll provide that. So right now, if we look at the northwestern California situation, Modus and Veers, which I have triggered right now, will show the latest map perimeter, which is usually from the night before that the airplanes do. I need a video now to rest my voice. So this is more pinpointy type information. Where little snowflake things are, and the round circles are a smaller margin of error. If you want to know what's happening like now, you turn on GOES detections. So we have the blocks. These satellites come around every 20 minutes or so, and you need to look at the timestamp right here, the red band, to figure out when the last time the satellite was around. So it is now 4:51 p.m. Pacific. That says 49 UTC. So 49:51, that was 3 minutes ago that it made its pass. And then you look at the color code. When was the last time heat was detected? And remember, all these squares is margin of error. It could be the entire square's on fire. It could be just 10 acres is on fire. You don't know. Occasionally there's errors. Hot smoke that drifts by really fast, like in high winds. Sometimes it's just a hot smoke over an area. But it's still troublesome because sometimes that's exactly where the fire would go, right? So if you click on this little thing for the key, it's less than 10 minutes ago where it's red. 10 minutes from this time, so that would be 13 minutes ago. That means that's where the fire is the most active. Now that's its latest detection, right? Once it's detected, it starts out in red. Fire will come back. The satellite comes back around 20 minutes, right? Now if there's the same intensity, it's another red. It's like, yep, that's very active. Now if the intensity has decreased, it's not going to trigger it again, especially if it's decreased a lot. This is generally how it works, give or take, blah, 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 right? So what you want to see is the colors fading out to gray. But anything yellow, orange, or red is in the past hour probably. Although when you get to yellow, sometimes it's 1 to 6 hours old. But you want to see gray. That means 6 hours has gone by without a significant flare up, right? Now, I hate the fact that yellow is 1 to 6 hours ago. Like, could have happened an hour ago, could have happened 5 hours ago. Eh. But anyway, if any of these sectors heat up again, they will just be red again. So you can kind of see the flanks, areas of the fire, which are the most hot. And mind you, sometimes it's the actual fire. doing its thing. You can't tell the difference between the fire spreading and them lighting backfires, firing ops. Now, that's why you got to go check different information. Like, are they planning to do firing ops today? Where? That's why we got to watch the morning videos, the forecasts. Hey, Mark, how are you doing? Are you settling in okay? Hey, Cogito, welcome. Cogito's the original gangster, the first firefighter to take me under his wing. 2020. Wait, Dylan, David, what? Belknap Springs. Wait, what? What? David? What? Yeah, that's what we were about to watch. I wanted to make sure I covered Northwestern California as well. Let's go watch it then. I know they have spot fires and they closed 126 all the way to Highway 20, but I thought that's because the wind was trying to push it to the north. But yeah, I am extremely concerned for Belknap Springs because it's one of my favorite places in the world. In fact, I was trying to go there all spring and all summer. You know what I needed after the crazy fire situation of last year and being sick for 6 months, bedridden and gravely ill during winter? I thought, you know what I need? I have so much tension. My muscles hurt and my shoulders are rock hard. I need to go to Belknap Springs. It's a place where there's a swimming pool full of healing medicinal hot springs water. It's been around since like the 1800s. It's one of those surviving hot springs from the bygone era. And oh my God, it barely survived the Holiday Farm fire. And when the Lookout fire started out by Belknap, I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Not my hot springs. We already lost Brighton Bush. Not my hot springs. So let's watch the dang video. Wait, it's on their Facebook page already. All right, where is it? Oh, 14 minutes ago, we have an update. Why didn't Watch Duty tell me? Wait a second. Didn't you just see it where it said 14 minutes? Oh, that's because I didn't refresh. So 5 hours ago, here was their operational update, air resources update, community meeting tonight at 5 in a couple of minutes. Dang it. It's not live on Facebook. They're going to post it on Facebook at 8:30. Son of a biscuit. Reminder, the Lookout, Bedrock, Horse Creek, and Pothole Fires meeting is tonight at 5:30. Due to connectivity issues, we can't do this live. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's look at their video explaining to go now.
Hey folks, Linn County Sheriff Cliff Harold here with your Wednesday, August 30th update, specifically regarding evacuation zones and the Lookout fire and the Horse Creek fire. We did do a little adjustment today. It's in this area that we've actually talked about for a couple of days. We had left it at a level 2, even though the fire had worked down here. That was expected fire behavior. And everything really is still going according to plan. What changed today is actually that the fire spotted over the highway up here, which has prompted a highway closure. So ODOT has now got the highway closed from 242 all the way up to the Highway 20 intersection. And so with the highway closed and the activity that's been going on, we went ahead and made this into a level 3. It really only affected Paradise Campground, which was already empty, Belknap, which was really already empty, and some cabins. We'd already had conversations with all those folks, so it's actually not a dramatic change, but because of what's going on with the fire today, we went ahead and changed our map and made that into a level 3. There's no changes on the Horse Creek today. They continue to try and work on this fire. It continues to try and move eastbound, but at this point, it's not prompting any evacuation changes. So that's what's going on today. We're going to be at the high school for the community meeting at 5 p.m. tonight. We'll see you there. Thanks.
Okay, I was hoping for a lot more information than that. Let's go watch their morning update video and like what they're planning, because we still need to know what the heck they're going to do about the Horse Creek and the pothole. They're desperately trying to keep the pothole from climbing up when they didn't have enough people to, like, as many as they wanted to try to prevent that. They did put a hotshot crew in there, and they slammed with aircraft other lightning strike fires to the southeast. It would be a screaming nightmare to have any fire at elevation south of McKenzie River. The fact that the lookout is north has that simple fact has protected the communities, because the south wind is pretty typical. That didn't stop it from trying to eat the town a couple of times. You know, they did an incredible job stopping at the 700 road, and they did a really late evacuation of the area, as everybody famously knows now. That I took a screenshot, put it on their Facebook, and said, "Please tell us how this is okay." And then they went, "Level 3." Oh my God, and Chris Luttrell, man, you're the man. Okay, but since then, that was a different management team. Since then, we've had a lot better communication. Um, but this, just when they were starting to get a bit of a hang on of things, we had that lightning storm night of the 19th, and this is not good. Lightning happened all the way to the south. So let's first of all, to orient you, I want to tell you where the pothole fire is. Caltopo. We're going to go back to Oregon for a second. Lotus and Veers. So here's the communities. They're in this strip in the mountain pass. That's the main lookout. You see the last night at 10:30 or 11 o'clock Mountain Time. Yeah, that's 11 o'clock Pacific last night. Looks like they had some spotting over. Now, mind you, the snowflake is not the heat detection. It's the center of the margin of error, which is a circle. Remember, this is Veers here. So the fact that it's over the top of Belknap is like giving me agita. But it could, remember, margin of error, it could be up on this ridge. I hate the fact that the footprint is yellow and this is yellow too, but here we are. Now, earlier today, we've got other slopovers. This must have been where it went over the highway. Since he explained it went over the highway, this is not just margin of error, it's right here. Now, we hope it doesn't climb into that. Twisty Creek, our curiosity, is there vegetation there? There is. So elevation, that's not going to be good if it gets up there. Now there's lava beds, not due east of here though. You have to go further north, and up on this highway, it's like boom, lava. It's like whoa, like that's just straight up lava. That would be a nice fire break, but the lava is a bit far to the north to be that helpful. Now, I remember Mom and I driving that highway. We're like, wait a second, we just entered a wasteland. It's like it erupted yesterday, but is apparently thousands of years ago. So darn, there is abundant fuel for it to over the highway. Dang it. And they did evacuate Belknap. Okay, so let's watch their little video about what they expected this morning. The community meeting just started. It'll be posted at 8:30. We'll definitely be plugged into that. We look back at chat before we start the video. Hey, Bugs, welcome. Cogito says it's like me in Markleyville, Hot Springs. You still haven't been there since the fire. Had they opened back up, I hope. David Dillon says video watch duty says lookout fire spotted over the highway north. Yep. That's what he was just explaining. So now let's I mean, that's what I explained earlier today too. I just didn't think that directly threatened Belknap because it was for what I understood to the north of it. However, these heat detections right next to it. Now I see what you're saying. So it may be a little bit worse than I thought. Let's watch their video about their warning update because I didn't get a chance to look at it. Because we need to know what's the plan with the Horse Creek and the pothole. These are 2 fires south of the town that they need to get under control ASAP. They need to go back to working on the lookout. The fact that it spotted over and took hold today is very likely because they had to split their attention. The new threat to the community that's even worse than the lookout is the pothole and the Horse Creek. And they've stated that, and it's just true. Geographically, it's true. So they peeled off some of their resources to go fight the pothole and the Horse Creek. They even had a whole bunch of other lightning strike fires, which, with the help of aircraft, they were able to really work on. I think there were 6 started by lightning on the 19th and 20th. But these were in the stubborn terrain, and just when they thought they were getting a handle on the Horse Creek, high winds again. Okay, got new phone chirping. Yeah, we've got Marble Mountain Wilderness, Hancock fires, evacuation zones. We'll check that out next. Let's watch this. This is 5 hours ago. What they plan to do about the Lookout, Horse Creek, and pothole fires.
Welcome to your August 30th briefing on the Lookout, the Horse Creek, and the pothole fire. I'm Chris Lundgren, Operations Section Chief with Pacific Northwest Team 2. So during the night shift reported a good night, fairly quiet across the fires, and the fire did continue to back down toward off the ridges down into November. So that's a good thing, you know, getting good fuel consumption on the ridges to continue that operation. So starting in the pothole fire, they're going to continue the direct fire line activities in there, keeping the footprint of the fire as small as possible, and then they'll be working with masticators on the Horse Creek Road.
Take
Moving
a shot.
up to the Horse Creek fire, they're going to do some UAS or drone activities in there to find hot spots and map the perimeter of the fire. One emphasis area, they're going to continue to do the tethered line with machinery down toward the Horse Creek, and projected to finish today with that operation to try to stop the advance of the fire there. So moving into the Lookout fire, the Division Zulu Victor Tango, all that area is looking good. The heel of the fire, they're just going to continue to patrol and monitor and look at areas to backhaul equipment. Moving into Division Alpha, if conditions allow, they're going to continue the burn operations in there to drop point 10, and also continue to prep prep the fire line there. In here, I flew this area yesterday, and it just continues to back down the hill, burning in mainly the heavies and creeping down the hill, looking good. Into Division Bravo, they're going to continue to prep this road here, 1508 road, and in anticipation of a burn later. In Division Delta, they'll be continuing that as well, the prep work in there, in anticipation of a later fire and operation. Moving into Foxtrot, one critical piece is the the line from the gravel pit road down to the Deer Creek Road. We weren't able to get any machinery down up there because of the soil type, just too rocky and dangerous to get machinery in there. So we're looking at putting a crew there to connect that with Handline. That operation will be going on today. Also, if conditions allow, they'll just continue the burning from 113 up to the 504 road there, the gravel pit road. Moving in down into November, we're looking, if conditions allow, we'll continue the burning in here with UAS and hand ignition, just to lock off this portion of the fire.
Oh, really?
On the advance of that. So all that's looking good. They'll just continue to patrol and monitor this area. We do have a contingency line over here that they're continuing to work with machinery. That operation will go today. With that concludes the update for the lookout, the Horse Creek, and the pothole fire today. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to add those, and someone will answer them. Thanks.
My question is did this just did they do it today? Did they fire that area? Because that's where it crossed the highway. It's okay to make mistakes, but you've got to fess up if you do make the mistake. If they didn't do it, okay. But if they did fire that area, is it truly a spot fire, or did it get out of hand? The firing operation. I mean, it happens sometimes. Oftentimes, it really, there's nothing left to lose. Sometimes it's a mistake to have attempted it. So now that's oh dear. If I were at that meeting, I'd be asking right now, so did this get out of hand? Did you do the firing up as planned today? Or did they say, did the weather change and they go, oh damn, it's not a good day for firing ups. In fact, it's too windy, and then boom, it's spotted over. Whew, interesting. So, yeah, David Dillon, Redding, we're looking at Shasta County with bated breath, like they got to be nervous. North winds or what can really mess up Shasta County. Navy D says, thanks, Smitty. Okay. Yeah, have a good dinner. So, Bug says, I was checking in. I'll leave on for the kitties. You have kitty cats? But isn't that interesting, David? Did you notice that, guys? Just where the fire spotted over the highway, that's where they said they were going to do firing ops today. So my big question, if I was at that meeting, is did that commence? Did it not go as planned? I think the Lookout Fire is one of the hardest fires to fight in this entire year, if not the decade. It's a nightmare terrain. Absolute worst time to have a fire in the Cascades, dry El Nino year, excuse me. Means hotter and drier than normal Pacific Northwest. It's about the worst spot for lightning to strike. Old growth, experimental forest where there's almost no roads. Looming high elevation, so high that it's always fueled by wind, no matter, even if there's like a dead calm and smoke resting in the valleys, tamping down other fires. Well, it's above it. It's always getting winds even at night. The peak of the Cascades, about highest elevation that you get, other than being on Mount Hood or something. It's looming above communities that are very hard to protect. I mean, looming like those are sheer steep cliffs. They didn't have enough resources at the time. They caught every other single lightning strike in the entire area, and I saw lightning strike number 64 that night. Like, there were a lot just ripped through the Cascades, and that was the one that they couldn't chase down. Some idiot, I'm sure, who's a person probably. I mean, started the Bedrock Fire, which was also the Willamette National Forest, which took a lot of the resources. It was started at a campground, so it's probably the fault of an idiot. But then again, why do they allow people to go camping in a dry as a bone Cascades? I think they should just shut it all down this year uh, until the rains come. You know what timber companies do? They're smart. As soon as there's like red flag and orange flag type conditions, fire weather watch, or if it's just dry, they shut down the gate. They shut the gates and they don't allow people on their land. No hunters, no hikers, no nobody, because it's just too dangerous for fire. And I think the national parks and the Forest Service should do that too. It's no longer kind of mess around. But because some idiot started the Bedrock Fire, they didn't have enough people to quickly pounce. And then when they got there, they didn't have roads or fire access roads. Then they had nightmarish weather right afterwards. So this is one of the most difficult places in Oregon to fight a fire. It's nightmare mode. If this was a video game, this is Flappy Bird level of difficulty. So some of what they do, like even if they do a firing up and it gets out of hand, I don't know. I don't know if they're too much to blame because I don't know how many options they have. I would hope that they wouldn't do it on a day like today, but who knows? When the wind is blowing towards the east, then it would spread east. I hope that they canceled it. But I don't think the weather forecast changed. So why this morning did they want to do it? I don't know. Uh, there may be some pretty hard questions at the meeting going on right now. I can't wait for it to be posted at 8:30. We'll begin watching it. I am very critical about stupid firing ops. Like they just killed the orphans. That was an example of firing ops that were so stupid that they might even, in my opinion, it might be a case of arson. The orphans were named trees. I think I've gone up and hugged them before, and they were killed in a stupid firing operation before California's drought ended with the wet winter. They should have waited for the wet winter. So the orphans trees, well, one of them is dead now, basically. It's an example of one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. It's really hard to kill a sequoia, but if you just light the landscape on fire without prepping it first, when California's still in a mega drought, and you leave it unsupervised, well, yeah, then you could kill a sequoia because the other trees nearby it, the radiant heat can kill the sequoia. And apparently here, even charred the bark, which is unbelievable. So the orphans were two trees that kind of grow together, and one of them's straight up dead. In my opinion, the people involved should be arrested for reckless arson. You don't do that. In different articles where they're defending themselves or saying stuff like, well, at least this will bring attention to the fact that we need more personnel during this prescribed burns. And I'm like, what? You mean named famous trees dying might just benefit your whole we need publicity goal? Really? It doesn't take a 5-year-old to figure out that if you have a whole bunch of trees right next to these trees, which you're going to light on fire, that it might light the orphans on fire. You're supposed to take them down with chainsaws, drag them away, supervise the whole affair, wrap the trees that you're trying to save first. You're supposed to, do this not during a mega drought. Like, California's one of California's wettest, coldest winters ever was about to happen. They couldn't just wait. They did it while I was still in mega drought. Like, that's reckless arson. I'm sorry. Put them in handcuffs. This example of stealing from the public. You just destroyed two twin 1,000-year-old trees. and you took them away from the public forever. Now, I'm very critical when firing ops like this, which is just completely dumb, occur. But when you have situations like the Lookout fire, where there's almost no roads and no good options, they have to do a lot of firing ops that are risky. But if Belknap Hot Springs is lost, I'm going to flip my lid. I really am. You still have to be intelligent. Today, I just don't see a pressing need for them to have done anything. So we'll see what they say. If they, I really, really want to know if Lookout meeting, if they answer the question, did you complete the firing up today? Did it get out of hand, or was it canceled and this was just a regular spot over? Okay. Yeah, good night, Terry. Thanks for checking in. You've been up since 7, but you'll be back Thursday night. Okay. See you tomorrow. Okay. I just got some more phone beeping going on. This is our current at the 2,000 foot level wind gusts. Now it's about 5,000 feet almost where the Lookout fire is. But I'm just a little bit like something doesn't add up here, you know? It's not that windy supposedly, but on the cams it kind of is. So here's a cam that if it was pointed in a different direction, we'd be able to see what may have gone on with that spot fire in the Lookout. But yeah, it's too dang smoky and there's ash all over the camera lens. Now the Death Ball Mountain cam shows the winds kind of rapidly running by. West winds, so I just don't think they should have lit anything on fire on the east side of the Lookout. Oh, there's some serious smoke there. Really pivot the camera a little bit to the north, please. It's looking far too south. It's looking south by southwest instead of west by southwest, which we need it to look at. And I'm pretty angry that it's not looking at the where the main concerns of the fires are day after day. I'm kind of pissed, frankly. We just get to see the smoke going by and just sort of on the right side of the screen, which would be west or northeast. Where the action is happening, we can't monitor the situation. I really don't understand the decision-making process. So let's look at Death Ball Mountain. Now, this is looking to the northeast. See how, because it's a west wind, we got a pretty clear view west of the fire, but all that smoke is going over towards the camera that's on the east side that we just looked at. That's very active. That is very active. Now it's a little bit of a different view than we're used to. It's a little bit further north tilted than usual. So we off the screen is once again the place where we need to look. What's happening at Belknap? Why are both of the cameras not looking at what we need to know? I'm a bit upset by that. I want to know what the hell is going on. Now looks like it's possibly trying to form a pyrocumulus. So if you do a 15-minute, the shorter your time lapse, the more accurate the wind speed is. Remember that it's a 1 frame every minute. So if you do just a 15-minute, the actual wind speed is more like this. You know, it's lazier than it looks in a time lapse, right? But there's a lot of air hitting the fires from the west. And when these fires get a little bit bigger, like when they're forming clouds like this, then they can increase their own wind speed right at their local area, because as heat rises, it creates a little bit of vacuum. You know, the air has gone up. The hot air has gone up, so air from around it at the base gets sucked up into it. So locally, you've got higher winds. It's kind of like a draft in a structure fire. Draft meaning wind inside of a building. So it's got enough heat to be punching right through the top of that cloud layer right there. And the white stuff is a lot of steam. It's the vapor from, if you look at what does combustion do, it creates carbon dioxide, blah, blah, blah. Everybody knows that. CO2 creates smoke, also creates water vapor. So somebody's a moron when they're advertising, or they think you are a moron, when they're advertising candles to dehumidify your home. No, your candles create water vapor. That's what combustion does. So here's our current view. It's a clear west wind, so why would you light anything on the east side on fire on purpose? It's not the right time for that. I hope they did not do it. Okay, let's go back to the chat. Cogito says, what, I'm sorry, I guess it flew by here. Cogito says, I'd like Catherine to develop a pass credential for the channel someday. As these fires develop in our areas, we can have some cred to get by some lines, take videos and interviews. Oh, like if I was a journalism company? That's what you can do, guys. You could go and sign up with your local newspaper and say, I'd like to be your affiliate. And so they'll give you a press pass. You'd have to, obey their rules and stuff. They'd have to give you a little bit of an education. Like when you go to an active wildfire, you don't just drive around willy-nilly. You check in with the public information officer, say, hi, I'm the media, I'm here, here's my press pass. But I'm not here to mess anything up. I'm not here to go get myself trapped or call for help or have you guys worry. I'm here to tell you exactly where I'm going. I will go where you say. I will follow you. You tell me to get out, I will get out. You have to cooperate with them. Just don't be this random loose cannon. Don't give them stress. So once you get your own press pass, which I haven't approached any media organization for one because I was pretty much gravely ill all winter. I never really expected to go up to fires, but when I was last year in El Dorado County filming the Caldor, the Ampine Mill fire broke out just near me, so I walked over to it and filmed it from a hillside. So I'm looking into it. But it's pretty hard to make your own press pass and create your own website. I'd have to have my own like news media type website, and it's a really roundabout process to get my own. And then if I were to issue press passes to you guys, you'd have to be like my employees. I'm just not doing that. So what you can do, Cogito, though, is just check your local paper and they'll be like, what's your credentials? You're like, oh, ex-firefighter. They'd be like, awesome, here it is. You did great reporting on the ground during the Tamarack. I still have those videos. David says, my wife and I have plans to equip ourselves to do freelance stuff. Oh, and for God's sake, guys, take the class that John Bruno does, the wildfire survival class. You need to pass that, and if you can't pass it, do not go. If you cannot open up your survival shelter that you wear on your back within 35 seconds and to get in the thing, within, I think, 50 seconds total, you do not pass because you'd be dead. Sometimes fire sweeps over you in less than a minute. So that's called getting in the shake and bake because you shake out your fire. It's like a big foil sleeping bag that zips up. And it's dark humor. It's called the shake and bake because you shake it out, you get in, and then you bake in it like a chicken, right? You're like in foil in there, right? But you have to know where to deploy it because if you put it on a bunch of sticks and stuff and pine needles, when that catches fire, you're basically on hot coals. You can't do it. You have to learn a good spot to deploy. You can't put it next to a vehicle because you would think maybe that would give you a little shelter, but no, when the vehicle catches fire, then what are you going to do? That would be some kind of intensity, right? You have to be physically fit for that. You have to have a whole host of radio equipment. You have to check in with that public information officer before you go behind fire lines because they have to tell you what radios to use, and you better know how to clone radios, program them, because the radio is going to be your lifeline. If they say everybody out and they're telling all the firefighters to do that, you better freaking follow them and you better hear that. You'd have to equip your vehicle with a whole lot of antennas, special things like Starlink, because you won't have any, um, stuff out there. Good luck getting insurance. Once you do this, your car insurance is going to go way up because you're probably the loss of your vehicle chances is very high. Nobody will insure your camera gear either unless you go with a special insurance company. I've looked into some of this. It's a lot more complicated than you think. David Dillon says we had 45 seconds on my crew to deploy shelter, or you did not make the crew. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be ready to lose your vehicle. You have to be ready to abandon your vehicle. And some of the terrifying, terrifying videos, like in Shasta County, what was that one that was by Mount Shasta, the Antelope, when a whole bunch of water tenders and just regular guys in pickups got burned over, and some guys panicked, put it in four-wheel drive. They left the guys in the water tenders to die, which I was very dismayed by. And then they got their pickup stuck, and the fire tried to burn over the pickup, and they panicked like, yeah. Oh, yeah, you have to buy a complete complement of safety gear, fireproof clothing, fire extinguishers in the car. You better have a winch to get yourself out of a ditch if you panic drive and all that kind of stuff. You better know how to do that. You better know how to change a tire in less than a minute. Like seriously, it's an endeavor. But I don't like looking at this. Look how active it is. The lookout's quite active. Over here, where we can't see, is Belknap. We've still got little smokes on the ridges. Now this is the over the hill. I want to show you what we're looking at. Now I do have the battle maps here. So the camera's looking up to this direction. I wish I could do the marking pen. You'll have to just deal with my mouse. Now tomorrow, if I'm able to set up the third monitor, I'll have the marking pen back in action. Like the football sportscasters, like this is where they made the Hail Mary pass at the 20-yard line. I'll have the marking pen again. Now see, this is a big hill, and the cam is not able to see past it, but right here, approximately, is where that big smoke column is. And strangely, there's no ghost detection. I just don't know if the satellite's over here. I don't know how this could be without a detection. I mean, it says no heat detection, and look at it. That's enough smoke to make a heat detection. You see the body of water right here? This is the McKenzie Highway. So if we go back to orient you, that's that body of water, the Blue River Reservoir, where this is. So you can kind of see it. So right behind it, right here, is where that smoke is coming from. So what we need to know about is over here. This is where Belknap is. It's now under level 3. Go now. And spotted over the highway over here. And if it climbs up here, they said they have a contingency line over here. Well, it better be done. Now, I do have the battle maps. Do you guys want me to pull it up? It might take me a little bit of time. They're huge. But Cogito, I've got their battle maps. I got their division maps. I noticed that he said masticator, which in the video, which means you take a shot. Also, he's not calling it Division Frank. He's calling it Foxtrot. I like Foxtrot better. But Division Frank is the one over here. It's trying, it has a very hard task, prevent the lookout fire from going north and east at the same time. And it's really been wanting to do that. So one of the biggest questions we have is what are they going to do to keep the Lookout Fire from eventually reaching Highway 20? They don't have a lot of good options, no good east-west roads. For the briefing map that he just showed a lot of incomplete lines over there and lines not even started. So, but the briefing map doesn't have all the details. We need a division foxtrot map, which I had up the other day, but I need today's version. So let me show you. I'm going to leave you with the live image. This is actually a video. So this is a live video of the lookout, but it's hard to tell which dang direction it's looking. I think this is a separate video camera on the Death Ball Mountain tower, because the one that we were seeing, the Watch Duty app, is still showing new heat across the 20. Well, yeah, we have that in Modus and Veers, but that was, I mean, new. The last Veers hit, like I said, when I zoomed in here, that was today. Mountain time is an hour ahead of us. That's 2:41 p.m. We don't have anything else that's newer than that. It's now 5:35 p.m. So I'm puzzled. Did the GOES satellite just not pick up anything over here? Did it not fly over here? Usually this timer clock talks about when its last pass was, but I don't have any straight answer on this. I can't believe that it's this vigorous on the camera. This is current, and we don't have a GOES detection. It would have to be the exact same temperature as it was, greater than 6 to 8 hours ago, for the gray to have faded out. Yeah, when does the gray finally go away? 12. Okay, that means there has to be no new intensity if the satellites flew over the same spot, which they're supposed to every 20 minutes or so. That 12 hours of the same intensity or less intensity. I just am having trouble buying that. There must be something wrong. I mean, it's not a perfect system. If we do a 12-hour time lapse, this cannot be less intense than 12 hours ago in the cool damp of the evening. You see what I'm saying? Look how misty and cool and stuff it was this morning. That's 8 in the morning now. 8:30. 9 o'clock in the morning. 10. It was not as intense 12 hours ago. Look, it just, as the heat of the day comes up, it gets more and more intense. Now we're 11:30. 12:30. So maybe the GOES satellite just didn't pass over, or maybe there's an error and it didn't. We're not seeing the feed through CalTopo, but we're deaf, dumb, and blind to that section in question right now. First of all, please pivot the camera to the right for the love of God so we can see the horse corral thing. That's of grave concern, and it's off to the right. That's nice and everything. This thing going on, it's probably a firing up they're doing, because they said that in the morning operational update. This is a great time to do a firing up over here, because you have a west wind, so it would push the fire back on itself. You can go down, I mean, that's perfect. You can go down the hill, do a firing up to the top, go further down the hill, firing up to the top. Very controlled, very orderly. It's probably what they're doing. But GOES should still detect that heat. So I don't know why it hasn't. We have days like this, though, where there's obvious heat on cameras, but GOES is blank. Oh no, don't say that word. New start. Okay, we're at. Oh, it's okay, David. There's no worries. We're trying here to puzzle it out. You can see I'm getting frustrated. I hate it when we're deaf, dumb, and blind. We've got a new situation. A beloved place, a historic place is threatened. And we don't know. Reading? Why didn't my phone say anything? I said Shasta County and all those counties around there. I should be notified of any new start. Is it the Barklow? Uh, Rancho. No, Barklow is in Coos County. And they have 100% containment. That's great. Okay, I have to check my settings again. All right, breaking news, new fire, the Rancho incident. JCAT says goes 18 is still being tweaked and the time for full operation is November 1st. Okay, so what do we have? Go 17 currently only? All right. I have to go to watch duty and make sure I've got all my notifications set up. I've been diligent about my swiping today. Forward progress has stopped. It's an inactive incident. Okay, yeah, that was a long time ago. You guys. Oh, wait, this is Rio. You're talking about Rancho. I'm sorry. I was going to say, but I don't see one. It's just, oh, it's on the scanner. Oh, so are they about to put it on watch duty? Okay, where's the, okay, let's see if one of the cams has picked it up. Okay, this might be a very new fire then. Okay, let's go take a look. First of all, I think we can leave behind what's going on in Monterey County. It looks gorgeous. Let's go up and look at, we do not want any kind of fire near Reading because of the north wind and red flag thing today. Bunch grass. Mountain 2. Yeah, try to pinpoint that if you can for us. Do you want me to turn on the scanner? Might as well. Let's do it. Thanks to your kind donations, guys. The PayPal link is the pinned message in the chat. You can also do super chat. I have a bunch of subscriptions to things like Broadcastify. And we can listen ad free here with special things, special tools. So, let's see, would that be California Fire Special? Doesn't look like it. Let's go to Shasta County. 59 people listening to Cal Fire SHU. It's got to be it. Okay, so we'll put that on our dashboard. I thought I already did. Don't I have a Shasta County already? Shasta and Siskiyou. All right, let's play. Cal Fire SHU. I'm going to turn down the volume for you guys just in case it blasts your ears out. Okay, it is playing. We just don't have anybody talking. Oh my god.
47 ready copies in the area, 1741.
Oh my god, I didn't turn it down for myself. Oh, heart attack. Oh, heart attack. Okay, so we have, I think, a new fire that has not made it to watch duty yet. You're ready?
Units responding to the Rancho incident. Reduce code 2 or check it when Chaz called additional information.
What's code 2 mean, guys? In police chatter. All right, let's look at heat detections. Going back down California way. I don't see anything new. That's a deep fire there. That's a 3-9 fire there. Part of the SRF.
We're ready. Neighbor Governor 907 off ready in air attack phase. Responding to the Rancho incident. ETA 1745.
Yeah, let's just follow the planes. They'll go.
907, ready copies. 1742, positive AFM.
All right. They're about to leave. Is it by Cottonwood then? We've got a CAL FIRE helicopter headed. They're calling it the Rancho incident. That would be the nearest.
47, I'd like to see the dosers at gas point in I-5, and I would like to have air attack 240 come up. Look like a slightly visible column, but wasn't able to find the location.
Okay, guys, we have breaking news. A new fire near Reading, basically. Called the Rancho incident. It's got to be a Rancho Road, basically. We'll look at that in a second. But they've got air resources on the way, so I'm thinking this helicopter might be on its way to check it out first. Airplanes are fueling up and ready to take off. It might be near Cottonwood. Please do not burn down Cottonwood. That's a good ghost town. It's a nice, perfectly preserved western gold rush town. You can't do it. Shasta County. It's a red flag, north wind. No, you're not allowed.
MTZ City structure fire in Buckeye area. 3250 Calgill Way.
Oh no, bad day to have a structure fire too. I don't see a Rancho. Oh, Rancho Estates Road, corner of Gas Point Road, west of Cottonwood, proper in the suburbs of Cottonwood.
2457 MTZ residential structure fire. 3250 Calgill Lane crossing Evans View Lane. Contact Calgill IC. Fireground 17044. Ready in 2454, 2474 in the area. Copy 1744.
He would try to push the fire south if the north winds are still in place. So it looks like we have.
We're ready. Paper cover 907 in the area. The Rancho incident, nothing showing.
Nothing showing.
Copter 907, Reading copies. 1745.
Copter can't see anything. Interesting. Yeah, let's check out the wind speeds. Pull it back down to surface winds. Reading. Let's just refresh it so we're on current time. Got that hated north winds. We're getting let's see, Cottonwood is experiencing 11-mile-an-hour wind gusts to 8 to 6-ish for sustained. Gusts are, I'm seeing 11, but it's in the orange color, so I wouldn't trust the numbers. The orange color in general is 30 miles an hour from the north, which is hot, dry desert crap from Cape Falls. Now over here by Garberville and stuff at Fortuna, man, that's some pretty wicked. That's 45 over there in the pink.
Rancho. Engine 47, ready, guys.
It's interesting we're seeing nothing showing.
Searching area UTL. You can cancel request for air attack 240. There was a vehicle in the area spinning Brody's earlier, kicking up dust. 1746.
Really? It's a vehicle kicking up dust and not a fire? Oh, okay. Cognito says the fire could be laying low. It's true. But the helicopter just said cancel air attack. I think they already took off and they're turning around. Because a vehicle was kicking up dust.
Ready for Shasta cancel response to the Buckeye
They just took off. They're like, damn it. Ah, I know these.
Ready, Beaver Doctor 907, cancel potential insurance, return ready, attack area CTA 1764.
Oh man.
Beaver Copter 907, writing copies of positive.
Okay. It was dust. Somebody.
Using 2457 available.
False alarm.
2457, writing copies 1748.
Wow, this is awesome. I'm so happy. But I know these pilots, they're like ready to go. They love the chase, you know? They're like, oh boy.
30572 Figaro.
They're like, oh man. They're like daredevil pilots. They love the action, you know. I met a couple of them. They're a different breed. Yeah, the 2023 dust incident. Look out. Oh God, I've been so pins and needles. We've been on pins and needles all day. This is the kind of thing where the bonfire starts and this and that. So to have this be fake is great. Oh, look the
22, company 20 medical, 83-year-old male, general illness. 30572 Figaro Drive, across Shasta Forest Drive in Tinkerville, 1749.
No, I hate listening.
2463
I hate hearing of all the elderly people and other people who are just having medical problems. As one of those Care Bears, I just want to be there helping them, and it's hard, you know. That's one of the hardest things about just listening to Scanner. That's why I don't try to do that too much. Is I can't just be as depressed as Edgar Allan Poe all the time, you know. We do have to laugh a lot and to just have sanity for a moment, just maintain our sanity. But one of the things I really want to do right now is interview the old timers, especially the World War II generation before the last of them die. I mean, most of them are about 98 to 103 years old right now. And I do have people on my list to go interview who are in their 90s. And because I do Firestream and because I got sick 6 months in the winter, I came out of that sickness in March and finally started to come alive again. I found out that 3 of them already died that I had promised to take down their life stories. I had originally promised during 2020 and COVID, and I couldn't be around them because of COVID. And I went, okay, I'm back from filming the Caldor fire and stuff. And then my kidneys just about went into kidney failure for 6 months. I wake up and I start making my phone calls, and they died. And I want to be doing that and not Firestream. I want to be taking down a lot of the stuff is information that only these old timers know about, especially about ghost towns, about towns that no longer exist, not paranormal crap like history. They're some of the last people to have lived in them, in the 30s and 40s, grew up in them, and they can tell us stories about the people who lived in them in the 1930s and worked at that time who are now gone. And as this generation passes, we have these giant gaps like this or that logging town. What was it like to live there? Don't know. Nobody wrote down any diaries that we know or anything. What did it look like? Well, these old timers have their photo albums and they can show me, but if nobody, oftentimes their grandkids and hear this stuff and don't give a damn. They don't think to give it to a historical society. So we have like ghost towns or historic towns where important things happen, but we don't know about it. Don't know what it looked like. Now it's just a spot on the map. I drive out to it and it's a bunch of foundations. And I don't know what the hell happened there. And it's just a giant amount of the history of the West that you need to capture it through old timers' stories before they die. And I wanted that to be my career. I didn't want to be doing Firestream. This is why I went to school for video production. But in Labor Day 2020, just like I did during Paradise, I hit that live button, try to help the public, and I never stopped. I was really hoping the damn government or media or something would take over by now for what I do, but just nobody has. And this eats me up, you know. I now have on my waiting list a World War II veteran who is going to be 99 this September. And I keep putting him off. I just, I hate this. Yeah, I've got the long COVID. It may have been COVID that attacked my kidneys. When I was in filming the Caldor, you know, I went to highly populated places, like stayed in the casino hotel in Tahoe and all that. But it could have been a different kind of virus. I am very critical of my doctors because they didn't even try to find out. They just invaded my kidneys during exploratory surgery and took all kinds of samples. And it was extremely painful and extremely long and painful recovery. You do not want me to give you details. But I really thought I was dying a couple of times. They did too. So they really thought I had kidney cancer or cancer of the ureters or perhaps colon cancer that had spread to them. It's hard to tell, but I had all the symptoms of cancer. So I had all kinds of tests, blah, blah, blah. Long story short is it wasn't cancer. And I said, okay, so you took the samples of my tissue. What virus was it then, or what bacteria? What attacked my kidneys, please? You know, oh, we didn't take any of those kind of samples. I said, you didn't have a nephrologist standing by like I asked, you know, an actual kidney specialist? The urologist goes, no, should we have? Okay, so what about the 2 pints of blood you took from me when I went in the ER? So did my COVID antibody test positive? Oh, the hospital didn't test you for COVID. Okay, well, what about the urine sample I gave at the hospital? What was in it? What virus was it? Because even though I had a bacterial infection in the urine, that was just a opportunistic one, and it wasn't a big deal. It's because something else was keeping my immune system busy by attacking my kidneys. So I said then, okay, at least what bacteria was it? I don't want to take a broad spectrum antibiotic. I don't want to kill my stomach again and my gut flora again. I want to take the pinpoint antibiotic that's not a broad spectrum. They promised me they'd run tests. They'd find out which antibiotic would work with that specific strain. They lied to me. They just gave me a broad spectrum. And then I called back and said, guys, you told me that you would tell me I could switch to the appropriate antibiotic based on your findings. So what was the bacteria in my urine sample? Oh, we didn't try to figure that out. Oh, really? Okay. So then are there viruses in there? Oh, I didn't even think of that. Okay, so can you test that again? Oh no, we got rid of it. I'm not very happy with the level of care I got. I'm just lucky to be alive. In fact, they initially thought it was something called I don't remember what it's called now, but a tear, scar tissue in my abdomen from where I had a previous abdominal surgery. They thought it was a scar tissue that tore a little bit and just, you know, there was like a hole in the bladder, and I was causing infection. So because he leaped to that conclusion, even though I had all the symptoms of cancer, he made me wait for like 2 months to see a colorectal surgeon. I walk in there 2 months later and had a 5-minute conversation with the surgeon. And he goes, "Oh my God, why are you here? You probably have cancer. And the symptoms you have are late stage renal cancer. Like, why did your doctor have you see me? And why 2 months later?" I went, "Oh my God." So I'm just lucky to be alive. I'm lucky despite my doctors and the ER doctors. Like, yeah, torn adhesions. Yeah, Angela, that's the word. So, what I know is that Look, I don't know if COVID was what attacked my kidneys. It could have been something else. It was serious. I was bedridden for like 6 months. I will not tell you the rest of my symptoms because you will just puke. It's graphic. But everybody was concerned. I couldn't get out of bed, couldn't wash myself, couldn't bathe myself. My mom would come over and help me into a bath. I would sometimes not get out of bed for, 52 hours in a row. Entire weeks would fly by and I wouldn't really quite remember them. And so just an ordeal like that. I was at low blood oxygen because of low red blood cell count. Just please don't ask me to describe why. I was exhausted by getting up and crossing the room and sitting down. But I didn't have enough red blood cells. I was severely anemic and just weak from blood loss. And just waiting and waiting for the next appointment, the next test. C-probe, and my mom drove me to these appointments. I got super nauseous all the time and puked. I was dehydrated. I lost so many. I think I went down to 84 pounds. I weigh, 84 pounds, and I'm 5'3". So I look skeletal. I couldn't keep weight on. That was another one of the symptoms of cancer. That's sudden weight loss for no reason. I was eating like a horse. I'd like eat a whole steak, just inhale it, and it just didn't do anything. It still had sudden weight loss. Anyway, the point is, what's over here by Cave Falls? What's this? What's that? Let me see. Let's look at watch duty. I don't really want to go on my health. A lot of people just hate it when, personal details are here. They're here for fire information. Vegetation fire southeast of Medford, but nothing by Cave Falls. So what is that heat detection by Cave Falls? I hope it's like a aluminum smelter, but there's not really a whole lot of industry at Cave Falls. Is it a lumber mill? Just looks like farms. And it's in two different sections. This does look semi-industrial. Sort of. Not really. It's like an old ranch. Klamath Falls. What's going on? This could be like a fire here and hot smoke drifting over there. Is this plant here generating heat? Whatever this is. I guess we have to find out what that is. I remember the time when we freaked out about McMinnville in 2020 and it was the aluminum smelter. Sure. So let's cross-reference that with Google Maps real quick. But the point is that I slowly got better over time and the bleeding stopped on its own. I said, "Hey doc, what did you do during that exploratory surgery? How did you stop the bleeding?" He goes, "Nothing." "You mean it stopped?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Great." I said, "Well, why was I bleeding in the first place?" "I don't know. Well, I'm glad you're better," said the urologist. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. I got a better one to replace him, and she was just appalled, like, wow. Okay, so southeast Cave Falls, but north of that lake is okay. But I'm looking at Google Maps and the other thing here. Okay, lining up. Why does this look so different? On Google Maps versus Caltopo. I hate TF Outdoors. That's not better. That's not better. It's not better either. Okay. So that's Merrill, technically. Okay, zooming into Merrill. All right. Plass Communications is a business there. Zooming in, Fuel Commander Card Lock Ed Staub, it's a gas station. Napa Auto Parts. But what's that industrial looking thing? Hatfield Truck Scales. Cal Oregon Produce. E.D. Staub and Sons Petroleum Fuel Supplier. It doesn't seem like it would make heat, though. It's not like it's a refinery. Oh, lots of hay storage. That can spontaneously combust. See, I don't see what would cause a heat detection. Huh? Somewhat disturbing. All right, the other heat detection is up there where the road wiggles. Right here on Hill Road, Camp Tule Lake. Looks very rural. Whoa. Oh, that's where Japanese were confined. Okay. World War II museum. Okay. Why is there a California history plaque? Is this technically over the California border? It's still Oregon, isn't it? Or is it just over the border? Okay, so I don't see any reason for this to be particularly flammable. Wildlife refuge? What would be producing heat? Oh, Sierra Cascade, what's that? Sierra Cascade what? Is it a paper mill or something? Good company offers a good quality product. The food is tasty. What? It's a nursery. The food's tasty at the nursery. Agricultural production. Okay, let me go look back at chat. Okay. Signing off for now, Chow. Thanks, David. Smoky Blanket in Santa Rosa today and Red Flag too. Yeah. So hold on to your butts. We had a good laugh where we thought a fire just erupted south of Redding, and they scrambled a whole bunch of helicopters and planes with retardant, and turned out to be somebody having cutting donuts, having a good time, kicking up dust with probably their pickup. So yeah, CPRO and my mom basically saved my life. A couple other people were helping me too, good friends. Like shout out to James and Ryan. I was helpless. If they were feeding me, especially high, iron, red meat kind of diets. I'm just disturbed by this heat. Like, what is that? I don't think we have any KFOL cams. And we're waiting, as we speak, the community meeting is going on for the Lookout Fire. We are waiting for their upload at 8:30. I'm dying to know what the hell happened today. Now, this is the fire east of Portland. It's still pretty damp today, so it's helping them out. That Camp Creek thing with the Bull Run watershed. Yeah, we've got like a super far away camera at K Falls. Oh yeah, that's a great view. The others are looking the wrong way. They probably rotate, but Bryant Mountain 2. What about Bryant Mountain 1? Yeah, it's rotating around. Okay, let's just watch it rotate. See if you see any sort of smoke. What the hell would make that heat? Now, Zeke Lunder explained that satellites are not like the way that they communicate their information back down to Earth, and then it goes into this kind of like a database, and then all these different programs, everything from Google Earth to CalTopo, anybody can pull from that database and overlay it on their maps. Sometimes that's screwed up. Sometimes he was saying stuff from other states, like 1,000 miles away, might just kind of be superimposed for a minute. I've never really encountered that. I've only encountered inaccuracy like hot smoke drifts over at other areas, so it looks like that other area is on fire. Okay, what was that chirp on the phone? I think that was Pulse Point local water emergency in Portland. Yeah, Portland Fire Rescue's been nuts. I still don't see any fire near K Falls. We have an anomaly of 2 heat detectors near Merrill, which is southeast of K Falls. But nothing's showing on watch duty or anything yet, which is weird. Small earthquake has occurred southwest of Wesley, California, 3.5. Residential fire in Airport Way in Portland. See, we need to go back and look at the lighthouse and the Tyee fires because not that we have any cameras or anything there. But what I was saying is the lookout fire got a little bit out of control today. Spot fires, meaning burning branches from the main lookout fire, went over the highway and it closed 126 completely down between Highway 20 and the McKenzie River. So they evacuated Belknap Hot Springs. I want to know why. They said spot fires occurred, but they also said this morning that they were going to try to do firing ops over there. So I want to know, did they do that today? Or were they meeting in general for tonight? They weren't that specific. Community meetings going on right now. I would raise my hand and ask that question. I mean, did your firing ops get out of hand? Or did you not do them today? I'm not the kind of person who crucifies people for an innocent mistake. It happens. Firing operations are always risky. They don't have that many options. It's just with a west wind today, I don't see why they would even want or try to do it on the east side. That doesn't make sense. Do all the firing ops you want on the west side because of a west wind would just blow the fire back on itself. But on the east side, it's going to potentially expand the fire further east where it's never been before. So I don't understand the reasoning. And if they did that today, please explain why. And did you do it? Let's look back at watch duty. I think I put this county to notify me of all new starts. What county is Klamath Falls in? It's Klamath County, right? You have aircraft working the North Smith River. Hoping to God they'll help cool this off so it doesn't get to the Biscuit Fire Burn Scar. Glad to see this. DC-9's working that. It's also helping to protect the town of O'Brien. Now, north wind is just what the doctor ordered for Cave Junction, Illinois Valley, and O'Brien. They're like, oh God, yes. The south winds were pushing the fire closer and closer to them, especially on the night of the 19th. all the lightning crap. This is buying them precious time they need to help protect the thousands of structures in this valley up there. So, but north winds terrify everybody else in Northern California, Shasta County especially. We have extremely fast winds off the coast, 65 miles an hour in some places. And some of that is affecting the fires in Northwest California. But we don't have a lot of cams there. So I'm going to peel away from where we're looking at Redding, see what we have on the cams. What can we see with the fires in Northwest California? Yeah, Red Mountain Del Norte. Look at that. Gotta have the smoke going straight to it. Let's do a 12-hour. Now this is looking at the pilot, I believe. It usually looks due west, or due east, excuse me, from the world's ugliest fire tower that you've ever seen. I mean, it looks like if hell had an airport, what the tower would look like. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Wow, that's smoky. Well, okay. That's what I expected for most of this. We just gotta sit there and wait for updates. What's going on in Northern California? What's up, guys? Sorry I wasn't looking at chat. Yeah, it probably is. Maybe the Tule Lake camp is probably right over the border in California. Yeah. Yeah, and Rob, I already do. From day one when COVID broke out, I always looked at a good doctor. You know, I was gonna write you that email about that. He was a calm in the storm. He just gave common sense and basic info, interpreted the reports about COVID every day without any nonsense, without any spin. I just haven't watched him recently. I don't think JCAT, the solar farms, make heat detections. Never known them to. I mean, to do a heat detection in space like we're seeing, it usually takes a steel plant, an aluminum smelter. We're talking super high heat. Lumber mills sometimes, more often a lumber mill fire, you know. We're kind of deaf, dumb, and blind to what's going on in Northern California right now. Here's Del Norte too. See what I mean about the world's ugliest fire tower? It's like Satan's airport, you know. I hate it when the historical lookout towers burn down. Like, I really hate it. But that one, that's all right. If we have to lose one, please start with this one. We could rebuild anything and it would look better than that. Like, wow. And that's not like some new sheet metal that uglifies it. It was always that ugly with sheet metal on the side. Just like, why do the cool looking classical 1930s lookout towers have to go down in fire, but not ugly son of a guns like this? It's like that town west of London called Slough. Looks like Slough, but it's Slough. I stayed there with a friend for a bit, and he said, "You may not want to come stay here. This is like cheap rent for a reason. It's the ugliest town in Britain." I was like, "Really?" Dusty Smoke says the fire tower's hurt and highly offended. Hey, Dusty, where you been? Good. Yeah. If hell had an airport, don't get on flight 666, whatever you do. I know. Anyway, you know how the British have that weird perky humor? He was so proud of how ugly his town was, and the town has a theme song and talks about coaxing welcoming World War II and being so happy at the prospect that the Germans might bomb their town so they could rebuild it and it wouldn't be ugly anymore. They're like, oh, come, drop your bombs, your friendly bombs on Slough. I'm like, wow, okay, that's so British. It's like, come on, fires. This lookout tower, not the others, not the classical ones. This one, that would be okay. Wild Frontier 1 and 2 are both looking the wrong direction. That's right, Wild Frontier 2 is rotating again. We just can't see what the hell's going on. So we just have to wait for their updates. Let's see if we've got some new updates on Smith River. Last thing was 6 hours ago. We have like a video. Might as well watch it. U.S. Forest Service 6 rivers. Don't I have that? Yeah. Smith River Complex. Wow. Yeah, I don't want to do all videos. Just go to the. Okay. 23 minutes ago. Smith River Complex retardant base tour. Okay. I don't know about their operational thing. 2 hours ago, they said the north part of the Smith River, like, near O'Brien, clear skies and aviation support are allowing crews on the ground to implement more aggressive tactical burning operations on the 461 and 445 roads. That's good because what a north wind does is it would be pushing the fire south. So on the north end of the fire, go ahead and do that all you like. Good. It's creating visible smoke to the southwest of the rough and ready overlook. Okay, good. See, they're they inform the public about their firing operations, when, where, what they're doing, and so we are not alarmed when we see the big smoke column. They're doing it. We're not alarmed when we see the new heat detections. They're doing it. Just tell the public what we're doing, and we stay calm. You either tell the public what's going on, or the rumor mill does. The State Fire Marshal of Oregon, that structural task force, they're completing structural prep in Illinois Valley District. The process is reliant on time, resource, and fire conditions today. Crews are completing surface prep, which includes the removal of the receptive fuels from the roofs, clearing people's gutters, relocating flammable items to areas outside of the prep perimeter. That means, like, if you have a barbecue on your deck with the propane tank, they'll take it to the end of the driveway into the street so it doesn't blow up underneath your home. So, like, literally, they're just like, do. Oh, there we go. There's a propane tank right there. See what I'm talking about? They will cut down that dead tree in your yard and some things like that and take it away, and like they're awesome. So I love this picture. And hey, there's that shake and bake. That's the fire shelter that you gotta shake it out and get in. I love these little cute pictures and show people how they're helping. Wow, look at that Sikorsky. Dude. Now that's a beast from the 60s. I heard that some people try to create them buy those excess ones from Vietnam and stuff, and they try to make mobile homes out of them, mobile flying homes. They did that with Catalina flying boats, but some wealthy people tried to like deck out the interior like it's a RV and just tour the world in these things. Woo! I can see how, like, that's huge. Heck, these things have got the power that if you wanted to take your family car too with you, you could just tow it around, just pick it up. Expensive fuel though. Alert wildfire detection cams. Do you know about our fire cams? A new tool in the firefighting toolbox. A fire cam can detect and locate new starts, scale resources to the fire, monitor the fire, help inform evacuation response, and watch for the flare-ups. Oh yeah. 8 hours ago they had their thing, air quality update. Weather for today. There 8 hours ago. Structural operations update from 9 hours ago. Ah, finally the regular operational update. Let's just watch that.
Good morning. Jesse Stone, operations for Team 13. Yesterday, around our fire in Division Hotel, holding the 461 road, prepping the 4402 road, about a shift left for the prep, tying into Contingency West, and moving up west of Nally Creek and connecting into some old scar dozer lines that they put in for the Biscuit, and heading north towards Woodcock. Going up the 461, connected up to the corner on the 019 road, and we're going to move down the 019 to the southwest to be looking for a little bit of tactical firing there just to corral the fire, and continue down to the west with some dozer line and hand prep. Division India with aviation support yesterday, working to the south on their dozer line, looking to connect into the 199 in the next day to 2 days, and they'll continue with their prep around there. Also, a little bit of tactical firing just to keep up with the fire, and working down to the 199 to connect with Division Kilo. Division Kilo still working out the 1811 and working towards Little Sanger Peak. The preparation of the 199 is going well, snagging operations and hand prep, and we'll be looking to bring fire down to that 199 in the next 2 shifts. Our structure assessment and structure resources, in conjunction with the OSFM, working in Dwight, Broken Kettle, and North, are continuing up the corridor, and today we'll be moving out to the east towards Sunstar and Tequilma for assessment and preparation of all the structures out there. In the next coming shifts, we're going to be looking at what we can do out to the far west here and connect with our partners from Team 15 on that other side of Division Hotel, and looking at what weather patterns give us some success and ability to put in more line and utilize our aircraft. Thank you.
Okay. I like how in the chat here, people ask some questions and they replied. So Brian O'Connor said, it appeared from Flight Radar 24 yesterday afternoon there's a huge air effort to the west of Gilead Butte. Ah, dang it, it autoplayed. I was reading that. Facebook. Ahem. There were 2 Hercules, a couple of large jet tankers, one from Australia, at least 4 different Hellos, 2 crop duster types of aircraft, and lots of observation planes. I thought I saw them bombing in 2 locations west of Gilead. Could you comment on this place? Meaning water bombing. So they said, hey Brian, we are using all aviation resources available to make strategic water retardant drops to reduce the fire's intensity and allow crews on the ground to work safely, closer to the active fire line. So basically the answer is yes. So, there's another question. Were the backburning operations effective on the Lone Mountain area? They have not replied to that so far. There was a 7-hour ago question. Have any structures been lost in Josephine County? That's a lot of questions, actually. Can you provide us with evening updates as well as morning ones as it gets closer to O'Brien? Thank you. Yeah, I hope that would be good if they did. I have a weather update for today. That was 8 hours ago. We already know all that. Smoke outlooks, blah, blah, blah. I already showed you the map, which shows you just how damn smoky it is, and it's just abysmally bad for your health everywhere in northwestern California. the air quality is in the purple. Like, this is like Beijing quality air. Not great. That's why I didn't have much hope of observing stuff on the cams today. Dusty says if a backfiring operation didn't escape and blow out that side of the fire, then they were successful by default. Yeah, Dusty, what we're worried about, what I am, what's bothering me, is you weren't here, I don't think, for the grave concern we have at the Lookout fire east of Eugene. So let's look back at it, because it's the number one thing that's just bothering me right now. We watched the morning update, and they said, even though it's a west wind today, if they'd try to do firing ops on the northwest side, which is a great idea, right? Fire would only blow back on itself where it's already been. If you do that in the west wind, like, I don't know, my camera air image is mirrored, so I hope this, if this is west, this is east, right? This is north. So if there's a west wind, if your fire's here in the west, you can do a firing op here. Whoa, that is zooming. Don't upstage me, camera. I told you it was a movie camera. Isn't this cool? It's not time lapse. It suddenly appeared one day on the same Death Ball Mountain tower. Anyway, so if you have a west wind, go ahead and light the west side of the fire on fire, because it'll just go back to where it was if the fire was here before. Now, here's the east side of the fire. Now, if the fire has not been further east, then should you light the east side of the fire on the hills over there on fire? No. Don't add any more fire to it, because it could go further east where it has not been. That's kind of general common sense. Now, if they said that they would do that, but oh, there's a helicopter down there. You see that? Oh man, they just switched view. It was either a helicopter or one of those drones lighting their backfires. I mean, this is the west side. This is where backfires are totally appropriate right now. So what we are concerned about today is they just did level 3 evacuations of Belknap Hot Springs, a place very dear to many of us. And they said the fire spotted over to the east. Now, well, did they do that firing ops? Why did they want to do that on the east side of the fire today with a west wind? If they did it just get out of control? Was that a boo-boo? Was that a mistake? But if they didn't do it, okay, but just please tell us, did you do it today? What happened? Was it just the normal fire spotting over? I am so bothered by this. Whoa, somebody's in control of the camera. It's not me. But over here is where the east side of the fire is that we can't see, where it way over here would be Belknap. So they've shut down an entire north-south highway, not like, oh, part of a highway. No, the entire 126 highway is, or excuse me, I'm numbers dyslexic. Let me go check it before I say the wrong damn thing. The 126, the north-south, the entire thing is shut down. That's runs from Highway 20 up there all the way down to the intersection with McKenzie River Highway, which is, oh, sorry, that is 126. My bad. The entire portion of 126 where it meets 242. Sorry, my bad. I thought it had a different number designation to the west. Like I said, second numbers dyslexia. But this entire section, north and south, right here, is all closed off. Mostly because there's really no turnoffs. If anybody's on it, they're just basically going from one highway section to the next. And so they wouldn't want anybody from Highway 20 going down here because they'd eventually just run into where the fire spotted over the highway, which is approximately here, Boulder Creek. So now Belknap Hot Springs is, and the Paradise Campground is now evacuated. And I want to know what the hell happened. Both of the cams are not looking at what we need to know. Here's the cam on the east side. Please pivot to the right so we can see what the hell is happening. See how it's sort of looking in the correct direction. But we need to see what's going on up here too. So now that we've got a little bit of clarity, let's do 6-hour time lapse. The community meeting is probably wrapping up right about now. They said they'd post it by 8:30 on Facebook. See, you can see the west wind throwing the smoke around. I think it was about 2 in the afternoon that it spotted over. So by this time, it has already done a spot over. But why would they want to, in this wind, try to do a backfire on the east side? Maybe that is what we're looking at. Maybe that is the problem. That's our current view. I have been trying to check this out with heat detectors. I have no idea what happened in Klamath Falls, by the way. Did they say? See, there's nothing on watch duty. Whatever. But when we go and look for ghost heat detections, it's conspicuously absent over here by anywhere by the lookout. So we've got the Veers, Dusty. We got that. So being late like it always is, 2:45-ish in the afternoon today is the last update we had on that. But you can see on this camera that it's very smoky right there. That it's active. I don't know when Veers and Modus is going to come by again to give us a more pinpointed observation. But yeah, see, there's Belknap Springs right there, totally evacuated now. What's going on? Dusty says the resort complex is pretty safe, I think. I don't think it has a lot of defensible space, honestly. Have you been there? I have. Somewhat recently. I'll take you on a tour. I've got some of my own pics, but I'm sure Google Maps has some. Let me see if my own pics are readily available. Well, we went there November of 2019. I can't see my pics from after COVID, but I think I can drag and drop them into the browser. So here's me. So there's the hot springs pool, but you see all these damn trees? Half of them are tall enough to slam right down on the resort. I can't imagine that they've been cutting them all down. They have a whole lot of cabins and campground rental, and the cabins are just under the thick forest. The McKenzie River is no barrier because it's knee deep. So let's see. Yeah, here's the McKenzie River. Like I said, it's knee deep. So here's our campground stuff. There's just all kinds of thick trees everywhere. The property is kind of expansive. Here's me on their bridge. So previously I was on the other side of the parking lot way over there. So north is this way, across the river, right? This side of the river's north. It's like an east-west river. So see the big trees looming over? Any of these on fire could crush the building. I don't think they're taking them down right now. Highway, it's not that great of a fire break because of the tall trees. This is the exact place in question that just got evacuated this afternoon. Yeah, now this is a steel bridge, but it's got a wooden floor. So that sucks. I guess they would have to constantly wet it down. But if they wanted to cross, firefighters could cross with at least hand crews and stuff. They better not let this bridge burn up. It'd be paramount to try to save that. Any other relevant photos? The other side of the bridge, this is looking to the north side now, where the hot springs are actually flowing. If you notice this, that's hot springs flowing into the river right there. Just tall, mature trees, some of which are dead. Not a whole lot of dead ones, but enough. Here's that bridge. See how it's got a wooden deck, and they have that gated off. That's where some of the hot springs come out of just out of the thing. It's got expansive gardens where they have weddings and stuff all the time, which is boring for me, but my mom liked walking through there. There's mom, she's cool. They've got a lush garden thing for weddings. I don't have that many interior shots. This is next to the pool, and I thought this was the world's coolest ancient air conditioning unit. That's from like the 40s. It's a resort from the 1800s, but of course this building is a lot newer. Blue River School in 1925, yeah. I don't have too many other. They have a totem pole, which is pretty neat, but you see these tall trees? This is near the parking lot. I don't know about defensible space around Belknap, honestly. See, this is their nearby campgrounds, just right next to everything. Some of these are pretty fire-resistant trees, like that cedar, some spruce. They've got plenty of piney Douglas fir type fire-promoting crap. Yeah. So here we are. We could go to Belknap Hot Springs in the expansive garden lush thing. I'm sure there's plenty of pictures. See what I mean? This is their grounds where I didn't take photos. Never saw that. That looks pretty cool. This is where they do the weddings. Not really defensible. This is an old ancient pump house or something. This is what their trails around the place look like. It's very lush / overgrown. See? I wouldn't count on this being defensible. Ancient buildings like this, we don't want to lose. Historical stuff. Old historical stuff, like I said. Don't want to lose. Just kind of buried in vegetation. You see why I'm worried? So, I'm just twitching. This is giving me a facial tick. Worried for this place. Now, the good news is Doofer and those places in Wasco County, like, it's a done deal. I thought those fires would become new huge fires. whatever they did was awesome. They said it was a huge brigade over here with the Doofer fires. It got to 950 acres in like 3 hours. I think pretty much the farmers made their own fire lines with like a whole brigade of tractors out there by Doofer. That's what I heard on Facebook. I bet you that's what helped along with the aircraft. Cottonwood Canyon fire I thought would be huge. And they're in mop up. 40% contained. Like forward progress was stopped today in the afternoon. Even in the high winds, like wow, that baffles me how that happened. We didn't have any cameras on it, but yay. We have some bright spots here, but see why I'm so dang worried for Belknap? Let me go back to the chat. Jesse says, and the river's right there. They've got complex hose lays, sprinklers, hand crews manning them, and heavy engine spots over near there would be crushed quickly. I hope so. True, true. It's easier. It's way easier to defend a small community in a canyon, a narrow canyon, than it is a big community, even on flat land. That's true. I don't think that the resort itself would burn up like today. If we had a massive wind event, it's possible. I don't think today's wind and stuff is what is concerning. I think though that the lookout fire is going to burn until the rains of November, or whenever we get some torrential rains, which we'll probably have an Indian summer due to it being El Nino. It's very rare that we have a wet, pretty dry and hot October. I remember every single childhood Halloween where I wanted to go trick or treating rained, except for one. My entire childhood, it rained every single Halloween except for one night, and that was an El Nino year. October is extremely wet. This is a non-tropical rainforest. People don't realize it almost never burns, except El Nino years where we have the dry Pacific Northwest. But remember 2020, the Beachy Creek is right there. You know, I never thought that 2020 would happen. Look at all this, Dusty. This is all the Beachy Creek. Excuse me, that was north. Holiday Farm. The Holiday Farm, the Beachy Creek, Riverside, and so many others erupted at the same time. That freak wind event, and it was on Labor Day. Remember? Red Monday, my first video. Red Monday. Red Labor Day. We lost more old growth in the Cascades in 48 hours than I think we have in the past 50 years combined of burning in 48 hours. That erased more than 20 towns. We lost more than 20 towns in 72 hours. We lost Detroit Lake, Mill City, chunks of Lyons, Gates, Edenha, parts of Lincoln City, or the Echo Complex fires. That's 6 already. Lost big chunks around Malala. Talent, Phoenix down by Medford. Their downtowns burned down. Medford almost burned down. They barely stopped it. So that's 9 towns we had lost already. I'm forgetting everything. We lost Brightonbush with the Lion's Head fire. That's the 10th town. This is all in 72 hours. The same crazy Labor Day wind event. And Labor Day is usually when it starts really raining in Oregon. But of course, 2020 had to be different. La Nina, and we're different this year too. El Nino. It means wild card freak weather. I'm not that concerned about today. I'm concerned that, just like they said, it is absolutely true that the biggest threat is from the south, because south winds blowing the fire to the north is what's more typical behavior instead of like say north winds to the south. What is threatening the most is the Horse Creek and Pothole and anything from the south being above it, and then You get very strong south winds, and boom, it would plunge down the. This is a very steep canyon right here, and eat up McKenzie Bridge and Belknap, and just meet with the lookout. This is why they pulled people off of the lookout and correctly identified the new lightning strike fires as Horse Creek, Pothole, these others down here, Pete's Lake, and the ones that have since disappeared. They are the biggest threat. And I have two theories. I mean, the spotting over here got bad today because A, they have pulled people off the lookout to deal with the crisis. These are the lightning strike fires for the 19th, the crazy lightning weekend, right? So did they have not enough people respond to this today? That could be a big thing. Or did they do the firing today for some reason that kind of defies logic? Did they do that today? Did it get out of hand? Or is it none of the above? Was it just a regular spot over because they had wind there? Because the lookout fire probably generates its own wind half the time. I really hope the community meeting was probably just adjourned, that they're going to tell us. Now I wanted to show you the if you turn on shade of relief, see how steep that is. This comes to life. You just can't have, when you have consistent south winds, you just can't have fire from above looming over your town. When you get massive windstorm, like another one of those crazy, remember this is still lightning season. August is almost over, but you could still have some crazy lightning monsoonal crap stuff come from the south. It's usually July and August. You can have some late season stuff. What if some fierce south wind thunderstorm stuff happens like last weekend? That could fan this all up, start a whole bunch of new ones, and push it straight into the town from the south. They've done the vast majority of their structured prep on the north side of the river, and they did quite an amazing job. A miraculous job, some would say, keeping the lookout from coming down. Remember that night it poured down over? Spilled down the mountain. They stopped it at the 700 road over here. Freaking amazing. Well, remember, south of the river was just level 1 lookout, level 1 evacuations for most of the time. Most of the structured prep was north of the river. This Horse Creek is giving them fits. It's very challenging, especially on the east side. Look at the wind tunnel thing off the mountain here. That's just it's like a bellows on the fire. We've seen it very, very active, night and day cams. Lots of big smoke coming from this Horse Creek. They have so many people in the Horse Creek that they didn't have enough people in the pothole. So they have a hotshot crew there trying to stop it from climbing, but look at the steep hill. It's just ready to climb. So this is extremely concerning. Should it get up here to the ridge, then look, the barrel of the gun thing, your communities, just like Greenville. Greenville was a community down low in the valley. Fire got above it, and a south wind pushed it. It wasn't even that big. It was like 25 to 35 mile an hour wind gusts, not 45s, not 55s, not 65s. And Greenville was eradicated. It was incinerated in a day because fire roared off the mountain. And once it hit all this old growth fuel, like in Greenville and Plumas County, it became a mega fire, the kind you just get out of the way. It became the pyrocumulus mega fire that just, we saw 300-foot tall flames on the FLIR cams. It was burning up trees that were about 125 feet tall. Dusty says, yep, that was an east wind event over multiple days. Yeah, that 2020 was. But this is the season for the lightning strike south to north storms rolling through. We never wanted the fire to be over the ridge lines into the actual canyon because this is a wind tunnel. Every mountain pass is a wind tunnel. And so west winds today are going through this wind tunnel and feeding this right here. Let's look back at the cams. I've got the live one here, which is interesting. please pivot over here. Now this is probably their firing ops. This is great. It's going to help protect the northwest side. They finally have a great day to do it. Not so great. Oh yeah, it's still same kind of angle. Not so great over here. Last 3 hours. It looks like it's intensifying. I don't know that they're getting a good handle on that right now. I hope they give us an update soon. That's probably the slop over. If we see flames over the top of this ridge, damn, they do have a contingency line. And you know what, Dusty, let me get. Sorry guys, I forgot about this. I have their battle map. If I get the Division Frank map up, I've got their access to the lookout fire. Let's go fresh that. It takes a long time to load. Let me make that a live view for you guys. Let's see if they have any completed lines and what they could possibly do. They said there's a contingency line up on the hill to the east. Let's see how well done it is, how finished it is. Okay, so we have Division November Frank, Foxtrot is what they're saying. Okay, it's loading. Loading. Now these are amazing maps. And it should be even more detailed. Now here's Division Frank. And you could just zoom in and zoom in and zoom in and zoom in. So Frank, or Foxtrot, whatever you want to call this, is tasked with stopping its progression to the north and to the east. This is a tall order. So red here is like the last perimeter from like last night's infrared flight is typically what that is. So their contingency line, he was pointing out this direction. I don't even see it. Mount Washington Wilderness Area. Oh, great. Yeah, there won't be any. It's over there. Ah, here it is. This is the contingency line that they have. The R is pink is incomplete. So they're trying to use a road as a contingency line. Now our camera view is, I don't think I ever identified exactly where this camera is. Let's do that real quick. The Smith Ridge. Yeah, right there next to the dam. Okay, by road 655. Okay, so this here is this here, where it did probably successfully cross the highway. Now we don't want to see fire over here. If we see that red glow tonight or white glow, that means it crossed right up into here. Okay, so now we know where the cam is. Let's look at the battle map. The cam is, God, you can zoom forever in this thing, which is great. Right there, where it says PB44, I reckon. Yeah, so the fire came down over here, and I'm seeing that it's right here, that smoke on the cam. So pink R is, they're prepping this road. It's not complete as a fire line. This black area is, where it says black R's. That's not complete either. So I'm sure they're super hard at work on it now. This squiggle means they're kind of done with this intersection. They've prepped the vegetation away from the roads. And they have a nice little spot there. Let me look back at chat. Sorry. Dusty says, yep, that's an Eastman event. Yeah. What do you think, Dusty? I don't see anything complete for them to hold it if it wants to push to the east. If we have a strong west wind tonight, hopefully the wind will die down. But this is pretty steep terrain. It's not ideal at all. They have a little bit. Here's where they have completed the line right here. Just this little south end. So they had completed this, but I hopped right over. And so right down to the south is where Belknap is, and that's why it's evacuated. Because this is a north-south wind tunnel. See this river? Even if the wind is technically from the east, it can plunge down, and it will then follow the drainage. So, like, say west wind from the west is coming, and it falls down off the cliff. Literally falls down off the cliff. Well, as it goes to the bottom, it hits that brick wall. It hits this wall where it says boulder. That's another steep. Look how close these lines are together. These elevation lines. That's extremely steep canyon. That's extremely. So when wind goes, it plunges down and picks up speed and hits the brick wall. It will like any thing. It'll go to each side of it. A little bit of the wind will try to go up north towards the dam. Some of the wind will try to go south. And that's why Belknap is in the crosshairs. Even if it's a wind from the west, down in the drainages, the wind can be going a totally different direction. We saw that in the Caldor. Even though the south wind was pushing the Caldor north towards, the area west of Tahoe, the south wind plunged down into the Cosumnes River Canyon, hit the brick wall, and split. And it spread east and west down in that canyon. Gave them a hard time because it was spreading north, west, and east at the same time, just with the south wind. So I'm not very enthusiastic by this. If they don't catch it tonight, they don't have completed lines. I mean, they've got some roads to try to intercept it, but it looks like it's burning readily. Oh, you can even see the glow. Wow. It's going to flip into infrared eventually as we lose light. Still got a little bit of daylight, about an hour. Wow, it's glowing. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. The setting sun is starting to make it look pretty, like golden smoke. See what I mean about the wind? Even though it's a west wind, we're looking south by southwest. See how some of the wind's going south. Just like I said, it's a wind tunnel down the river. I didn't even have to look at it to know. So, Dusty, what do you think? Got 38 people in the chat. It is dead silence. Crickets. Hour and a half to go until they upload that meeting. Let's check out. I want to keep our eye on this. If we see it crest right there, it's bad news. If we don't, it's good news. That's that little body of water. Little reservoir thing. Dam. Yeah, so maybe the cam's right here, right here. Let me orient myself again. Where did I see the cam? Up there by the dam. Maybe it's located a little bit more further north. Right next to National Forest Development Road 655. Right on that ridge. Okay. So it's right up here. Here's our camera. X marks the spot right there. All right. So we're looking there. Might be stuck right down in that pocket where it says 2400. That might be where the intensity of the smoke is right here. It's really hard to say. There's a lot of things in the way. We still, what is very plain, we do not want to see it come up over that ridge. It would be getting quite close. Okay, now let me look back at Watch 2D notifications. See, Probe says he's hungry for pizza. Please donate so we can order a pizza. Yes, please. I just realized I'm ravenous. Okay. I get so worried I forget to eat. All right, let's look and see what other updates we've got. Camp Creek Fire, not a national forest. We're still moderately active, but we had more cool, damp weather today. That's going to be helping it. Blah, 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 blah. I haven't had many new Watch Duty updates lately. I hope no news is good news. David Dillon says, good job on figuring that one out. I was lost. Looks pretty active. Yeah, thanks to November 6 Golf Mike Lima. Thanks for coming in. Most people do come and go. That's totally fine. I'm delighted that we haven't had more fires today. It's red flag in California, guys. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. But we really could have had a crazy time today. And guys, what was hilarious, if you weren't here earlier, we got super excited, like in a bad way. A fire broke out in Shasta County. They were calling it the Rancho event. I was like, wait, the Rio? That's been out for a while, guys. And they go, no, it's new on the scanner. It's not even on watch duty. I went, oh, God. So I got on speed dial on scanner. I put Shasta on there. They scrambled a bunch of aircraft. We watched a helicopter go to the south. And I was like, no, not historical Cottonwood, the ghost town. Like, no, that's not allowed. And sure enough, it went to the Cottonwood neighborhood to the west. And the helicopter looked around. 3 airplanes took to the air, some Marsh S-2s, and they had an air response ready to go. And the helicopter arrived and goes, huh, nothing showing. Like, what? So that was a bit confusing. He circled around and he goes, okay, cancel the air attack. And even some of them were still taking off. And he goes, looks like somebody was tearing up a dirt road. It's dirt. It's dust. Oh my God, we were afraid. That north wind is something else. It causes some of the craziest fires. So let me write down timestamp. So 4 hours and 20-ish minutes we looked at the lookout battle map, and this is sad. We don't see complete lines. If the lookout fire does get to the east and spread east, it's incomplete. This is today's fresh, hot off the press. Where it says R is that they want to prep that road as a line. Good place to stop a fire. That's a lot of mastication, meaning wood chipping up dead trees and vegetation. Wood chips don't burn with ferocity of, say, big, tall, dead trees, right? It's a lot of felling the trees that are hazardous, the big leaners, the half-dead trees, the dead trees. It's a lot of prep work, widening the roads sometimes if they got narrow, improving them. It's very steep, so they can't do a lot of that. Setting up things like places where they can get more water, like setting up maybe that creek would be good to put a pumpkin by it's like a doughboy swimming pool fed by the creek. You know, they've got to do stuff like this. And so they've got a little bit of progress here done at the top, a little bit at the bottom, but not in the middle. And yet on the cams, we got it actively burning. This last 15 minutes. So sunset is making it pretty. But we don't want to see it come over that hill. Now, the video camera, this is from the opposite view. This is all fine over here. This is probably their firing ops on the west side. That's totally fine to do today. But I'm really worried that maybe they did a firing up on the east side and got out of hand. I would like them to clarify in the community meeting whether or not it happened. Incomplete lines. The lookout is so far the biggest nightmare fire on the West Coast. The flat fire hasn't been a cakewalk, but they've gotten extremely lucky with no crazy wind events that would push that into Gold Beach. I mean, they got the ability to secure the towns with strokes of luck with cooperative weather, even though they started July 5th and still only 50% contained or so. They won't be able to contain it on the south side. They have to wait for rain. I mean, the flat fire's no pickup. Hey, welcome, C-Probe. Is it pizza time? Kitchen chef's clocking in. You want to come over here and say hi to the camera? People like seeing you. You have to get down to around where my hand is. Wait. No, you gotta get closer. Put your face where my hand is.
Well, your chair's in the way.
Okay, we'll move it.
You have to move.
I have to move.
Well, how can I get?
All right, sit down in the chair then. If your face is here, you're on the air. Okay, you're taller than I am, so you have to slouch, like seriously slouch. Okay, that's way too close. Okay, back up. Now duck a little bit.
It's too dim. I can't see.
That's your top of your nose. Okay, they see from the. They don't see your
Hello,
eyes.
folks. Kitchen staff is back to work.
Okay, great. Fine. All right. So that you got to see the C-Probe's chin, at least. Oh wow, No, was I supposed to? Don't just rinse it off. Clean the plate. That's what the dishwasher is for. We'll run the dishwasher. God, my back. Ada Bash, how you doing? Okay, we're waiting for a 8:30 community meeting. Meanwhile, all's quiet on the Western Front. David says, wow, okay. Yeah, it's pizza time. I'm hoping we can declare this. Oh man, I swear he puts rocks in my garbage disposal. I'm hoping we can celebrate with victory pizza instead of pity pizza. There's only two types of pizza in life: pity pizza or victory pizza. Remains to be seen. Yeah. So he's over there. I think he deserves his own show, something like Aircraft Talk with C Probe or Car Talk with C Probe. You could do a planes, trains, and automobiles. He's grinning over there. You could have that show. If I'm Click, who will be Clack? I listened to that. God, as a kid, I was forced to listen to my parents and other family members would put talk radio on in the car when I was just, kids don't want that crap. And it was Click and Clack Tappet Brothers about cars. I'm going, oh my God. Like I just was not into cars. I'm still not particularly into cars, although I appreciate the classics now because the moderns are so ugly. I wouldn't mind a 1922 Rolls Royce, Gary Cooper's Gray Ghost. That would be a nice car to have. Okay, here's the current view. We just don't want the fire to show up over there, over the ridge. Hopefully they'll be able to hold it on one of those roads we can't see. Adam S. says there's a third sadness pizza. Well, self-pity. I think sadness pizza maybe falls into the classification of pity pizza. I mean, you could subdivide it. The other things I was forced to listen to is Imus. Oh my God, that is such a guy thing. Oh God. Like as an 8-year-old, I was listening to Imus, and I just realized what the thoughts that go on in the heads of males. Oh, I didn't need to know about that as an 8-year-old. Howard Stern and Rush Limbaugh, and oh my God, I just wanted to chew off my own arm to escape the trap that held me in the vehicle with these talk shows. Now there's good radio talk shows now. I love Handle on the Law, the cranky, grumpy cat lawyer, where he just says free marginal legal advice where I tell you you have no case. That's a fun one. That one's pretty cool. The Bashmode says I worked at NPR member station for a number of years and heard car talk quite a bit. And one of my friends works at KBOO, and he does a late night, midnight classic movie radio show. It's really awesome. I miss it all the time because I'm doing Fire Street. So let me see if I can bring it up and show you guys. It's a cool one. KBOO movies. I think he's still doing it. Film Noir. Sounds like his channel. Let me bring it up. We're watching live the Lookout Fire. This one's a movie camera and it keeps pivoting around and zooming. It's amazing. I saw a little white thing. It was either a helicopter or one of their incendiary drones flying around. I'd love to see the incendiary drone doing its thing, dropping its ping pong balls of napalm. Let's see. KBOO as a Portland public radio. I've been on it a few times as a guest, but mostly for films when I was involved in the 48-hour film project. I haven't been interviewed about what I do with fires. Although he's offered, I should talk to him. That is if he's still doing his show. I have to verify that. Program schedule. What? What's he pro? Okay. I swear God, he talks to himself. Okay. I'm trying to find out. News in depth. There was a big shakeup where they had to do their radio program from home, record it at home during COVID, and then like submit it to the radio station. What are their weekly programs? Portland Jewish Hour. Oh, I didn't realize that existed. News in depth. I don't remember which day of the week he does this. Well, looks like the camera changed again. Now it has some pretty crap tier level night vision, but it's pretty glorious during the day. Look at the eerie way the smoke drifted over the hillside and then settled. Now this is real-time movie camera, and that looks like the wind has really calmed, at least on the west side. But it's scheduled to, by 11 p.m., it might be dead calm with only 6-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We can only hope. Let's see, jazz in the evening. Rise when the rooster crows. I'll have to ask him to give me a link. Grateful Dead and Friends on Saturday mornings. Oh, that sounds awesome. Oh, list of programs. It's a whole lot of stuff. American Indian Airwaves. That sounds sweet. That must be new. Let's see. Oh, some of these programs are once a month. It's a big list. Let me see. Let me just look for the word film. It pivoted again, didn't it? Music medieval? No way. Bardcore? Have you guys heard of bardcore? Type of music where they take modern music, even if it's heavy metal or something, and they use medieval instruments, and it's actually pretty dang good. It's amusing. Ping pong balls reminds me of Captain Kangaroo. Like, I'm serious. Oh wow, it's zooming in again. This is the west side of the Lookout Fire. Now, it's been so damp because the west winds are often carrying the moisture of the Pacific and other factors. They've tried to light this part of the landscape on fire before and failed. And people might be like, why? If the forest didn't burn over there, why would you do this? It's because they don't have a choice. I don't like seeing it either. This is critical habitat for a lot of endangered species or rare species like American marten. In fact, they're not endangered or anything, but they need old growth, and that's, well, dwindling. But rare plants for the most part. And, it's going up in smoke, but they don't have a choice. They can only go where existing roads are and maintain those as fire lines. They can't just go out and march into the middle of the woods. Look how steep the terrain is and try to stop it with rakes and shovels. They need fire engines to stop the fire. Like, if the fire comes up to the road, they will call in and they will have like 60 engines sometimes in a short little area of road, and they'll be putting water all over it to stop it. And calling in aircraft if it flies over the top of them like embers and lights the hill on top of them on fire. So they have to use roads. Like, you can't stop this with rakes and shovels, which is what hand crews do, what smoke jumpers do. So they know that day after day the fire will spread towards the closest road. So they try to save the forest by using drones for the most part. I mean, they used to have to use all kinds of stuff like flare guns and dangerous things like that. Now they can use the drone to pinpoint drops, and it's little ping pong balls of napalm, basically. Not really napalm, but you know what I'm saying, like kerosene or whatever's in there. And they're trying to burn the stuff on the forest floor, the dead logs, the dead sticks, the built up pine cones, the built up pine needles. Sometimes it can be like 6 to 8 feet of it. You wouldn't think of it being that tall because the snow compacts it down. Every time there's heavy snows in the Cascades, that's every year. So it's super compacted, but super flammable. every day trees just drip sap all over the ground, and it crystallizes. It's like little crystal gasoline chunks. And that never goes away. It just crystallizes and stays there until the next fire. That's what we have. We have like 30 years at least since the last fire went through here. 30 years of this stuff built up on the ground. So they're trying to light it on fire so it burns off nice and mellow, nice and casual, days like this, little bits at a time. So that when the wind comes from the opposite direction and the fire's going to go there anyway, at least the trees have a chance. Some of them have a chance to live. The big mature ones with thick bark. If the stuff beneath the tree is not a huge fuel load, if there's not that much stuff down there to burn anymore, gives them the best chance for at least part of the forest to live. They've got no choice. So I may sound like I'm enthusiastic about them burning up old growth. Oh, hell no, I'm not. But I'm a realist. The lesson here is if you don't want to see them do burns like this, then push for roads, fire access roads in the forest. The more roads there are, the less they need to do crap like this. The more they can just hold it at roads. So the bash mode says, nope, they weren't so many captain's ping pong balls, met all the fire codes for safety. Yeah, the incendiary drone ping pong balls, basically, you can just get. I can't spell. Let's get the images. Like, I'm serious. They're like little ping pong balls. Wow, that's a fancy drone. How many rotors are on that thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a hexacopter. Much fancier than mine. Do you want a job with good prospects? Be a drone operator. You get jobs in all kinds of things. So when it hits the ground, it just kind of. It's a plastic sphere dispenser with a hopper, a delayed ignition ball, and a dropping mechanism. That's way better than the days of Roman candles and flare guns, onto the landscape. They could put it where they wanted. And we definitely need to play Ride of the Valkyries. If we ever see one of these things, we may have seen it. There was a little white dot that was going by. I don't think it was a helicopter. So 7:30 in an hour, we got our update. Oh, Laura Jones, you're back. Oh, you emailed some photos. Awesome. Permission to use them? Okay. Let me check the email off screen. What's it looking like over by Elkton at the Rattlesnake Ridge / Cougar Fire / Lookout, / Lighthouse 1234 / Tyee Mountain / Tyee Mountain Complex Fire? That's Sutherland. Oh my God. I don't know what the hell to call that anymore. Okay. Wow. Okay, so I'll download them so I'm not showing your email address. Okay, we got some good photos. So what direction are we looking at? Let me save it first. Then I'll drag and drop over. Folks, we got some awesome photos from Laura over by Sutherland, Oregon, and by Umpqua. Let me put a date on this folder. I soon have to make a new folder called the September Fires. Okay. So Submitted. Okay, got photo number 1. Let me get the rest downloaded. Oh, you got a movie for us too. Awesome. Okay, download. Download. Save. Cool. Third picture. Whoa, that one's nuts. You can see why that's so concerning for the locals. Dang. Okay, download. Save as. Okay. Okay, let me open that folder. That one. Smells like the pizza's almost done. Okay. Okay, looking back at chat. Eastish. Okay. From what location? Here's Laura's first photo. We'll look back at the lookout in a minute. Whoa. So is that Tyee Mountain? You know, I might enhance that a little bit for some clarity. Let me save one as an original. Let me make a copy. Work on the copy. I can bring a little definition to that in a second. But do orient us. I shall need a new Pepsi, sir. Thank you. A firm. I got a straw though. So 4:50 on the timestamp. Laura's I'll just call it the Cougar Tyee photos and video. Okay, prepare for an incoming pizza to land. All right. Looking back, took them from Iris Lane off of Cougar Creek. Wow, okay. Looking east. Okay, I will check that out in a second. I'm going to try to enhance this with a little contrast. Just take me a second. Off screen. Let's see, tone down exposure. There we go. Tone down the highlights, up the shadows. Okay. Increase contrast. Okay. Get some definition and clarity. Color. Tone down the warmth. Okay. And
Margarita Victory with extra mozzarella cheese.
Margarita Victory Pizza. He's calling it his Victory Pizza, guys. Hopefully he didn't just hope. Jinx says.
Put extra mozzarella.
You put extra mozzarella on it. Oh, you're learning. Okay, let me save this. Oh shoot, it wants to save it in this crazy place. Shoot, be with you in a second. Okay, so my enhanced copy for visibility is now this, so you can kind of see the smoke a little better. Okay, so that is Iris Lane off of Cougar Creek. Okay, let's find that. Thank you, C-Probe.
What?
Thank you. Kitchen staff is on break, he says. Okay, I have to take a bite. Ow, it's hot. Okay, burn. Ow. Okay, Iris Lane off of Cougar Creek. Let's locate. Now, switching gears away from lookout, we're waiting for the Forgot his hat. Thought somebody was breaking into my house. Jeez. He doesn't knock sometimes. Freaks me out. Okay. Heat detections. We still got some heat. So let's pull out a little bit. Some shade of relief on. Let's do some Forest Service. That's right. Forest Service is here. Scan topos. A little bit of shade of relief. Cougar Creek. There. Iris Lane off of Cougar Creek. Okay. So, ooh, we're looking east. Iris Lane. So Cougar Creek is right here. So we would be looking at Rattlesnake Ridge then? We don't have street names on this one. Bureau of Land Management. So I'm a little bit discombobulated. Yeah, I bet it would be a great spot. I mean, this is okay. We're trying to pinpoint where Laura took this photo. Here's my enhanced version. So Iris Lane, off Cougar Creek. The second photo is even crazier, guys. You see two from there. Which program did I use? I just quickly used Photos. That's in Windows 10. I don't have fancy Photoshop stuff loaded. On Android, I like to use Snapseed. That one's pretty nice. Google, I guess, developed that one. Pizza. Onion-free margarita pizza from Safeway. It's pretty good. It doesn't reheat well, though. Okay, I have to figure out where this Iris Lane is. I accidentally closed Google Maps before. Let me duplicate this. So if we go, would that be the town of Umpqua? Iris Lane? Umpqua, nope. Would it be Sutherland? Nope. Let's just push on over there. Where did I, there. Is it Millwood? Okay. Terrain. Is this Iris Lane? This looks like BLM stuff. I'm just confused if we're looking. Oh, the first one I think is Lighthouse Fire, second is Rattlesnake. Were you looking west? Because I can't even find any roads off of Cougar Creek. That don't look like they're BLM stuff. I'm super confused. See, that's Cougar Creek, right? Iris Lane in Oakland. Okay. Okay. That's far away. Iris Hill Lane. Yeah, okay. Now we're talking. It's across the river. Okay. Wow. So if you're looking east from way up there, then that would be the one of the fires on. You're probably looking southeast. That would be the fire here on Tyee Mountain itself. Okay, now I'm oriented. So picture was taken from here looking down that way. Am I correct now? And the Umpqua is down there. That would be Tai Mountain then, right? It's just a short road that runs up the hill. Oh, from Cougar Creek Road, not from Cougar Creek. Okay. All right. So that is probably one of the lighthouse fires. It could be the one on, let's go see what they're called these days. What time did you take these? Yeah. So there's the Tai Mountain. Yeah. So you were across and looking that way. That would be a great spot for cameras. So then we're looking at one of the lighthouse fires. Yeah, we covered the evacuation change hours ago. The new level 1s down here, or level 3s down here. Okay, so the second picture will blow your mind, guys. I just did that real quick. I could get fancy with Photoshop, but we don't have all day here. Okay, so this one is Rattlesnake Ridge then. A few minutes ago. Wow, okay. So this is breaking news. Like, this is what the fire's doing. Look at that pyrocumulus out up there. That may have had one going today. I could see why they did the evacuation upgrades. Yeah, you can see 2 different fires from that. Yeah. Thank you. This gives us an idea of the current conditions and how bad it is. It's bad. It's a tough battle. I remember when they had the other lighthouse fires. They were like sleepers. I mean, first the cougar and rattlesnake, they came to life after the lightning storm because they were on ridges. And the lighthouse fire was kind of on the other side of the mountain. It didn't get that much wind. Oh, we have a movie. Oh, shoot. Can't I just play within the browser? Hmm. I may have to.
Thing is huge.
Wow. All right. I'll have to get the LC media player out again. Here it is. Wow.
Thing is huge.
It is huge. I agree. Look how big the pyrocumulus was at that point. Let's just loop. How do I loop this? Thank you so much for these images. They really, yeah, here's loop mode. They really need
Thing
to
is huge.
tell the public. Like they keep saying, well, we'll inform you the
Thing
moment
is
something happens.
huge.
I'm going to mute that. Now, note the invasive blackberries that promote fires in the foreground right here. Even Brokefish has his own little private berry patch, he says. They need to be eradicated from the state of Oregon if you love Oregon. Oh, nothing burns quite like a blackberry. Even if it's green looking, they dry out so fast in a hot wind, including one just made by a fire. And they burn like crazy. If these blackberries, as low to the ground as they are, were to burn, the flames would be shooting this tall, 12 feet tall, 15. They go whoosh and they burn somewhat fast, but their flame length is extremely high. And one of the major problems we have in Oregon is power companies let them grow underneath the power lines. So the moment that they are on fire, the flames would reach up and burn off the insulation of the power poles, and firefighters can't put any water on it or they'll get electrocuted. Play, I said. And this was just like within half an hour ago, right, Laura? Yeah, Kia123 says, can you remember when we saw the fire NATO live on the cam, the Dixie Fire? Yes. I've been going through my archives trying to clip that. One of which was I found out, since I thought it was a fire tornado, I didn't realize the definition of a tornado means that they move. So technically, the big one that was about 4,000 feet tall was a vortex, which we know is in the center of these pyrocumulus clouds. The air, when it starts rapidly rising, it's forced into a twisting pattern. That's a much more efficient way for air to rise. And so it sucks in way more air, which fuels the fire, which makes more heat, which makes it rise faster, which makes these go completely out of control. That's why those mega fires just blow up one day and you just see them just go gigantically huge. Once the air twists up, it fuels it and fuels it and fuels it with fresh air. So much air is hot, and hot air rises. It makes a vacuum. It sucks in air 360 degrees. The more it sucks in, the more hot it gets. The hotter it gets, the tighter and taller the twist. So a lot of my screenshots went viral with that. But technically, we have to call that a vortex. But I do believe in the foreground on Dyer Mountain would be the first week of August is when we lost Greenville. I think we lost Greenville on the 4th. As somewhere between the 4th and the 8th, that multiple fire tornadoes went up and over Dyer Mountain. So some of these videos went beyond the 12th hour because I remember I was awake for like 4 days in a row, just so worried about Greenville. And then when I saw all the aircraft making all those retardant drops in front of the town, I really thought they saved it. And I said, good night, guys. I'm going to sleep. They saved the town. I wake up and it's gone. But what can you do? Stay awake for 5 days? So when the stream went over 12 hours, only the first 12 hours is saved. If it goes beyond, like if it goes 13 and 14 hours, the whole thing is deleted off YouTube. But by then I learned that lesson and I recorded to the hard drive. So I've just recently been going through those files, mostly because it's been too emotional in the past to do it. But I put on my big girl pants. I have to archive my 2021 stuff onto a single hard drive. And that's why your donations are so important. I need to keep buying 12, 14, and 16 and 20 terabyte hard drives, especially if I'm going to go to 4K. These files are gigantic. I've been now recording a 1080p 60 frames per second video for 5 hours. You know, everything. The past week I did a 17-hour stream, a 12-hour, a 12-hour, multiple 5 and 6 hours. It takes immense hard drive space. So in order to just preserve what we do for history, refer back to this crazy stuff, I have to do an archive. And so back then I didn't have that much money. I grabbed all the hard drives I could from around the house, have some on a 6 terabyte, some on a 1 terabyte, some on a 4, some on an 8, and then I began getting some good donations and I bought a 10. But I kept running out of space on each one. So all of those 2021 videos are scattered on about 5 different hard drives. So the new goal is buy a new one. They had a crazy deal 22 terabyte hard drives for $350. Okay, a couple months ago, they were $650. 22 terabytes. Inconceivable. Like, inconceivable. Thank you so much, Laura, for these. We now know what the heck's going on over there. Now, let's look at the heat. Try to figure out what these fires might do. Let's get our wind plot. I think the wind's going to die down tonight. I really hope. Right now, they're just saying 10 miles an hour sustained. Sort of northwest. Let's look at Windy. See what Windy says. But part of the reason I avoided all that, it was just too damn emotional. Just growing up near Greenville and then 95% buildings gone. I'll never get over that. But big girl pants are on now. It's time to do an organized archive so that when people say, hey, remember the fire tornadoes? I go, yep, here's a replay. A lot of people don't believe. But when those videos were happening live, when the FLIR camera was going live, a whole bunch of people in Indian Valley, especially Westwood, wanted to defend their homes with a garden hose. Unfortunately, there's always somebody who does that, like, and gets interviewed. So a guy in Paradise defended his house. It wasn't with those stupid garden hose, though. He was an ex-firefighter, and he had serious pumps and hoses, and he had water tanks and super defensible space and turnout gear and all this stuff. However, people saw the 5-minute news clip and thought, hey, I could do that. He did it. He was also on the edge of town that wasn't affected that much by the Paradise fire. He was not in the firestorm. There were little sections of the town that never even got touched. All he had to do was occasionally put out the occasional ember. He wasn't in the wall of fire like area. He wasn't on the death road. He wasn't on Pence Road. He was in a sheltered little area on the west side. Anyway, gave people this idea. Oh, wow, I'll just defend it with a garden hose. All I had to do was show people the fire tornadoes for about 6 seconds, and they go, never mind, I'm evacuating. That's why it's important to archive and have these videos at hand to show people. Hey, Patricia. We're watching it too. We're switching back. Excuse me. I gotta eat. There's a way that I can strategically chew and not have it hit the microphone, but I'm sorry if I fail that sometimes. The lookout's very, 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 very concerning right now. Here's a live look at it. We got a movie camera as well as the other Death Ball mountain cam. Now, it jumped over today, and I don't know why. However, in the morning update, they said they might fire the east side, which doesn't make any sense. To me, as an armchair quarterback, right? I don't know if it got out of hand and it jumped. Was it like a firing ops gone wrong? Or if they recognized the weather wasn't good for it, didn't do it, and if it just spotted over anyway. Spotting means flaming debris flew around in the air and went downwind and landed somewhere. It could be that they did not do the firing up on the east side. I mean, this is the west side firing up we're witnessing right now. This is totally fine. Don't worry about this. We should be worried about the east. We have seen a lot of activity over here. That's where the highway is, sort of north-south, you know. We do not want to see it come over this ridge to the right. That would mean it's spreading west up and over the top. So this is the last 3 hours of the Smith Ridge. They had a community meeting start at 6-ish or 5-ish, right? They said they'd post that meeting at 8:30. So we're waiting. We got about half an hour more to wait. I'm just hoping they'll explain how did this occur. We've got some bad news. We've been analyzing it. We got the battle map. I found battle maps. So down here is hot springs, So this is Division Frank or F, Foxtrot, whatever they want to call it. They're the ones tasked with preventing it from going north and east. See Division Frank, this is their special battle map. Most of their lines are incomplete to the east over here. Where it says R in pink, they're going to prep that road as a fire line, but it's not done. Only where you see black R is it done. I forgot what that brown color is, so I have to figure out where the map key is. Brown is repair line. Dotted brown is road repair. Solid brown is repair line. Oh, thank you, Patricia. I can now afford another pizza. I'm trying to eat what I hope is a victory pizza, but I'm really worried. I'm not worried for anything burning down tonight, but I'm just worried for another difficult front of the lookout fire to open up. We're still, even if this didn't happen today, we're still extremely worried about the horse corral thing south and the pothole. Those are extremely dangerous. We do not want fires south of the town up on the ridge, of the towns, say, because consistently wind blows from the south. If we had a super high wind day, like more thunderstorms coming from the south, which is still possible, it's late in the season for it, but like we had one last weekend, they had high winds and thunderstorms. It'd be almost impossible to keep it from just rolling straight down into the town from the south. They did most of their structured prep on everything north of the river. Then along comes nature and goes, here you go. Have some fire to the south because you need some practice, guys. I hate El Nino. I saw something weird. The map key is pretty comprehensive. I think earlier today on their general briefing map, like the one they show us in the morning, doesn't have all of this detail. Otherwise, it would look like chaos, to show the public. I saw something weird. It said something about a methane plant. Did you guys notice that? Like in the middle of the woods, it said something about methane. It's like a hazard, avoid it. Am I nuts? Was it on the lookout fire briefing map? We could watch that video again. I was like, methane? Why would that be in the woods? I mean, swamp gas or something? I mean, what? I don't see it down here in the key. They usually explain hazards to like not, to avoid. What the heck would that even be? I can bring up the briefing map and go back to the video. You guys look at something. Thank you so much, Patricia. Now we get more pizza. Today we made $15. 15 whole dollars. Smitty says methane plant. They should hire my bulldog. Oh my God. You realize methane is odorless, right? Sulfur is what's. So, Smitty, I'm disturbed. Unless you lit your dog's starts on fire, how would you know it produces methane? The only way you can tell is if it's a blue flame. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. All right. This is cool. It's a movie camera and somebody's been zooming around. I think we saw one of those little, we saw a white dot flying around. It might have been one of those incendiary drones. I think their firing operation looks like it's going well on the west side. But my God, what happened today? What happened today? Why is Belknap evacuated? But I want to thank Laura again for these crazy images of the Rattlesnake Ridge Paracumulus today. The nice movie. I'm so grateful, Laura, that you're giving us an idea of what's going on. Oh, and I'm sorry, before I got scatterbrained. We were going to check the wind, see what the cougar would do, but then we'll go back and look at the lookout. 26-mile-an-hour wind gusts are occurring right now. Oh, God. Wind out of northwest. We'll try to go southeast or south. And the Umpqua is like its own little channel, wind tunnel. The Umpqua, if fire was in the Umpqua itself, like in that canyon, it would follow it. Imagine the Umpqua, since that's the big major canyon, that it's like an air compressor blowing air on wherever the fires are at. So even where it like turns right here in a hairpin, I can see why they're having so much of a problem here on Tyee Mountain, because the wind wind accelerates, narrow down in these tunnels. So if some of it will come around this bend, some of it will race right up this ridge to Tyee Mountain. So I can see why they had more and more evacuations down here. If wind pushes the fire, which is right here over that ridge, which I think it has, then the Umpqua would just give it more and more air, funneling it around here. 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's got to be testing everything. That's why Rattlesnake Ridge is blowing up. But they've had a lot of time for structure protection down here. It's quite possible they save everything. In this little valley. I've gone onto Google Maps and where this Millwood stuff is, and I see a lot of places totally defensible because there's fields and stuff. Now these are blackberries, these are invasive weeds, some of which are dead. These are a nightmare. The people around here, you got to start thinking about, can you defend your homes? And I would say get the hell rid of these weeds. You guys have tractors and stuff. Do not allow this. There's a temptation to allow blackberries, especially because they have thorns, to be like a fence, like a barrier to people that you never have to maintain. Don't give in to that temptation. Just have a regular fence. Nightmare. What is this? Is this a power line itself, or what is this, a guide wire or something? I just burned this right up. But you've got like green grass side of the road. If they chew this all up real quick, or light this on fire before anything else, that's very defensible. Got this wide open stuff here, very defensible. I mean, if it's in this condition, if it's overgrown right now, it's not. But I'm just saying, this is a 2023 image from July. Oh, wait a second. No, this is July 2012. Okay, so it could look drastically different, but if any of these fields are still there, it makes it easier. This is kind of a nightmare bog, beaver bog here, dead trees, easy enough to masticate, but lots of invasive weeds. These trees are toast because invasive weeds are at the bottom. Most of them, they'll just light them all up. Communities have to eliminate all of them. Even if you have your own little patch in your backyard, well, the birds are going to eat those seeds. They're going to crap all over the landscape. And they're going to be somebody else's fire problem. You just can't have it. You got to get rid of it. I don't know if that bridge can burn. It's got concrete on the sides, but it could be that they paved over wood. But they do have a water supply. I was just going down the road, further places. The more open stuff, hopefully harvest has already come in. Oh, there's a deer. No, those are alpacas or llamas. Never mind. But this is nightmare stuff. Get rid of it. Oregon should ban it and then fund weed removal programs so people can actually do this. But the fields are the best place to stop it. So you can do a lot of structure protection. Like I said, like allowing blackberry vines to grow up underneath power lines. Damn nightmare. These are a bit lower than usual. It gets difficult to defend out here. See this? There's too many trees over here. Why do you even let trees grow under power lines? Just makes them mutilated later. So these power lines, if these trees were on fire, would just burn off the insulation of the power lines. These all have to go. So you're not doing them any favors by letting them live a mutilated life. It's just one of those weird privacy things or something. I don't know. This section would be quite hard to defend. However, they're probably getting rid of that as we speak. Where else does the Google car go? Further down here. Oh, we got a little pond, right? I can't really see it. See, quite difficult to defend. Keep going down the road. Yeah, this section's hard. Big, tall Douglas firs, yuck. It's bad to live under those. They dump hundreds of pounds of pine needles per day all over the property. And widowmakers during a storm. And they're so big they'll crush your house. See see it looming above the house? It's there on fire. Every tree on fire shatters and falls down. So that house might be completely indefensible just because of these big ass Douglas firs. Do not have them on your property near your house. They are not good trees to live under. One of them almost killed me during a storm. I was sleeping in the upper bedroom. We had those all around our house, stupidly. We thought, oh, how nice it is to live under pine trees. No, it's okay to live under cedars, kind of, things that don't drop the widowmaker branches. Each one of these branches is hundreds of pounds, and they rip off the trees at the slightest touch of the wind. And because the heavy side, it acts like a feather, right? As soon as this detaches, it's a jagged edge, right? Because this is like a feather, it drops down vertical like a feather. And so it's a giant spear. It'll even spin down. One of those hit the roof, ripped the gutter off right above the place I was sleeping. And then there's this giant bang sound. It destroyed the deck. Another one, there's another bang sound. It was the middle of the night. A big storm came in. Next morning, I opened up the door, which was pinned shut. The back door was pinned shut by these widowmakers. One of them was 16 feet long. And how they fall vertically down like a feather because that's their shape. One of them punched a hole straight through the solid wooden deck, and we found it embedded into the soil 3.5 feet deep. We couldn't even get it out. It took a lot of men to help move it. We had to saw it off at the base. Then it crushed our garden. So when these loggers are working underneath them, they're called widowmakers. It's bad enough when the tree is healthy. You jostle the tree a little bit with a chainsaw. Some of these break off. They will stab a logger, impale them around the shoulder, go straight to their body, down by their hip. just peel them right to the torso. Or if it hits them square in the back, pin them to the ground, going into their back and out their stomach. Some of those gruesome, that's why they're called widow makers. Some of those gruesome injuries. They're extremely dangerous trees to be underneath during wind. If I was buying property, I'd be like, okay, contingent to me purchasing, you're going to remove those away from the house. They are not cool. More and more weeds, menace on the landscape. So this is a little bit more difficult to defend, but here it starts getting defensible for this property. You know, I'm just analyzing 2012 imagery, but you get what I'm saying. This is a nightmare down here, so heavily forested. But I do believe most, I'm going to say revise that, most of the structures possibly be saved. If a Douglas fir tree like that is up and on fire, I don't think they could get underneath it to try to do a precision falling of a huge tree like that. Don't ask them to. If they're on fire and they put chainsaws to it, there's no telling how much of the fire damage has already occurred. If that tree shatters apart on them, they'll just kill everybody beneath. So when you talk about making defensible space, a lot of that comes down to that. Okay, we got into night mode. It is now twilight. And we were waiting for 20 minutes. We should have our lookout fire community meeting uploaded, and hopefully they'll say something. Oh, Larry Green, thanks so much. Now we get the beverages. You covered the beverages for tonight. Thank you so much for your kind donation. Laura says, yeah, she's pretty close to it, but yeah, if you got some night photos, that'd be awesome. Just remember, just stay safe. That's paramount. If you do night photography, if you have, I mean, I don't mean to be talking down to you if you like know photography, but if you have a modern cell phone, try to put it into night photography mode and steady the phone, say on the hood of the car or something like that. Hit it into night mode and then take your hands off of it and let it take a very long night photo. That would be the best way to get no blur and stuff like that. But simply holding it hands free, you might introduce a lot of blur. It's still kicking away. Somebody's manually controlling this. I think they're monitoring their own west side firing ops. Okay, hey Spinny Dude, how you doing? Tricia says I used to love to go to Oregon and get blackberry pie. Never knew about the fire hazard. Oh God, yeah. Canada seems to recognize them the most for the fire hazard they are. But in Oregon, we have some seriously bad fireweeds. Gorse, Scotch broom, also called Spanish. I mean, there's a similar plant, Spanish broom, Portuguese broom. It's that crazy bright yellow crap. Takes over. It has colony root systems, so one Scotch broom plant on fire in a big 8-acre lot, you put it out and you go, oh, that's done. Yeah, like a week later, on the opposite end of the 8-acre property, 20 Scotch broom plants are on fire because it went into the root system and smoldered and traveled underground. Oh, you have an iPhone? Okay. Oh, where's C-Pro? He would tell you how to do night mode. iPhones are pretty good at that. So you would just go to the camera app and try to hit settings until it says night mode and stand up the phone, and so you don't turn off the engine so it's not vibrating, and just sort of get it as still as possible. Maybe the roof of the car, that sort of thing. That'll turn out best. And try to keep a natural zoom instead of like zooming in too much, because it'll just be distorted pretty bad. It's better to like zoom after you take the photo But iPhones these days have got like 3 different lenses. And one of them is like more tight anyway. Just your discretion, of course. I don't know how to give advice for an iPhone. Okay, let's look at the other cams. This is the time-lapsing Death Ball Mountain cam. And here's the Smith Ridge. 3-hour time-lapse of Smith Ridge. What we don't want to see is fire over here. Come over that hill. Wish we had a direct view. Wish this camera was taller. Alas. Okay. So that's the lookout fire. We're waiting for the upload of the community meeting. In fact, just make sure it hasn't been uploaded already, because then I'd feel like an idiot. Oh, I hate white stuff. Hell, I'm just going straight to their Facebook. Oh, now they've renamed their Facebook page to the Lookout Horse Creek and Pothole Fires of 2023. Fresh. According to Trip Check, Oregon Highway 126 is reopened. That's a good sign. But I don't think it is. Why did the official people post that? Somebody says, I hope that's correct, but I found Trip Check. It is not up to date very often. A few more comments. Is the fire suppressed or contained on the other side of the highway? Right, please tell us. Okay. Okay, the community meeting's not up yet, but they said 8:30. But yeah, awesome job, Laura. You're the man of the hour, Laura. We have really good images of what the heck's going on. That's quite a battle over there. Now at night, imagine seeing the same stuff, but it's a red glow, an eerie red glow. Like that, you know, but huge. Now let's check high divide, by the way. We're looking, I want to know what happened in Northern California, but we've had too much smoke. Only at night when the infrared happens. Ooh, that's high divide too. Only at night when the infrared happens can we tell what the hell is going on. So much smoke. Oh God, this is gonna make me ill. Yeah, high divide is in rotate mode again. Right? Sorry, flashing light seizure warning. I'm saying it too late. Back. We saw quite a column earlier. You have to do the stupid time lapse just to go back and freeze frame and identify what's going on. Yeah, Northern California. A lot of activity, a lot of heat on the cams like that, but not much of a way to monitor it. We had almost smoke on almost all of them today. So that's somewhere north of the town of Gasquet. Okay. Now let's go back to our live image. Somebody's still controlling the cam at the lookout. Okay, I gotta shovel more food in my mouth. In fact, I gotta go reheat this pizza. Oh no, it's not very good reheated either. No. Be right back. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, I was going to explain earlier today. Probably nobody's around who was there when I started. And it was Red Flag Day in California, and usually around 1 o'clock, 2 p.m. is when sun is out and fires start. Oh, you found it in your phone? Sweet. Yeah, take a few practice shots, like in a dark living room and out a window, and you'll get the hang of it. Just prop it up in like the windowsill, that sort of thing, and then later you'll, hey bugs, uh, know what to do in the field. Just kind of practice a couple of times. Whenever I try to learn in the field, it just doesn't work very well. Yeah, somebody's in control of this cam. It's neat. So I was going to tell you guys why it took me so long to be live today, even as a red flag day. I was monitoring the phone. So a couple times, like at 1:30, I looked at it, and first of all, I woke up at 3:30. I keep waking up at 3:30 in the morning. So I was tired when I started the stream at 3:30 in the afternoon. Now, a couple of times, watch duty jingled, and I wanted to go live, especially when something came up at Anderson, because the north winds in Shasta County mean bad things. But I saw the cameras were socked in with smoke. It was just aircraft working things with not many updates to the public that mattered at all. And the thing happened at Anderson, but by the time I walked over to the computer to put my headset on, it was like, oh, forward progress stopped. Oh, okay, cool, sweet. I mean, California pounced on the fires today, and that was pretty hilarious. If you guys missed it, we were worried because at Cottonwood, which is also by Anderson, south of Redding, there was reports of a fire, and they scrambled 3 helicopters and like 3 S2 planes, like medium-sized retardant planes. They all took off. The helicopter went south looking for the Rancho incident. I was able to follow the helicopter to where the fire supposedly was. Because I didn't see any heat. I was like, I don't see any heat. This is weird. And the helicopter pilot goes, oh, cancel the aircraft. Somebody was driving and stirred up some dust. And so the aircraft had just taken off. They had to turn around and land again. So I'm so happy, guys. Knock on wood. I mean, the night's not over, but we could have had a huge fire situation today in Shasta County. We didn't. Ah, ah. But Northern California, it's a mixed blessing. Very, very good for the people near O'Brien, Illinois Valley, Cave Junction. I wonder where Carney's been, by the way. Carney usually comes around when Cave Junction's at risk. We'll wait for Carney Shield to come back. The original gangsters, like the first 20 people that ever stuck with me with chat, are Sherlock Jones, Cogito, which is nicknamed Iceman, Bugs Bunny here, shout out. Morris, I haven't seen him for a while, don't know why. A couple others I'm forgetting right now. The ones that regularly come around still. Yeah, that's a good example too, is a tripod, but if you have one of those kickstand phone holders, or even like a book or something to kind of prop it up onto, use whatever's at hand. I mean, yeah, Iceman. Hey, Angela. We're still waiting for the community meeting upload. Should be any moment now. So when all these things, the north wind is better for the people at Cave Junction. It blows the fire south of them and buys them time. However, communities south of fires like Gasquet is south of a fire. They start acting nervous, you know. We just have almost no information. We saw smoke on the cams, pretty much that was about it. And it shocked me today to hear that spot fires went over the highway and they had to evacuate Belknap Springs. Now we went back and looked at the morning operational update, and they said they pointed to the map where the spot fires occur today and said that they wanted to try to do firing ops, but they didn't specify what time. But they really shouldn't have done that, in my opinion, with a west wind. Like, it's risky unless there's things I don't know. You know, like, I'm not privy to what the meteorologist there says. I'm not there and I can't see the landscape. I can't see what the hell's going on. It's just, in general, if you have a west wind, you can only safely fire the west side. If it got out of control, well, the wind just pushes it where it's already been. If you have a west wind, you avoid putting more fire on the east side. Otherwise, it'll keep spreading east if it gets out of hand. And so what did it do? Spread east today, and they said they were going to put fire on the east side. So did it get out of hand, or did they not do the firing up? That's what I really, really, really hope they're going to explain. How did the spot happen today? Did they do the firing? Did it get out of control? If they did so. Mistakes are okay if you just don't cover them up. Kind of explained fully what went wrong, what the thought process was. People are very forgiving in that. Nobody expects perfection. This is probably one of the hardest wildfires to fight in Oregon's history. And in a El Nino year. Wow, look at that glow. So what we're looking at with this is the far western flank. They probably just did a whole bunch of successful firing ops today. It's very active. I think because they were successful, that was their plan. Totally appropriate. I approve. But back there, did you just see that glow? That would be the far north end of the fire. Way over here to the east is where the swap over happened. Whoa, and it just pivoted over there. I don't think we'll be able to see that far. It's just way too far in the distance. But right down here might be the Horse Creek. I should identify that bumpy mountain thing. And that has been giving them fits. That's a major threat. So is the pothole. Now, say they didn't do the firing up this morning on the east side. It's quite possible the spotting occurred just because they had to peel crews off of the lookout proper to go try to get a handle on the pothole and this Horse Creek thing. Those are major threats. I've got to shovel some food in my mouth while it's hot. Hart's bugs. You know, when September 11th happened, I just turned on the TV to see the second plane slam into the tower. I was awake all night, just couldn't sleep. Nerves keep me up sometimes with insomnia. I'm a true night owl, though. I don't often get real insomnia. Insomnia is like you're tired, but you still can't sleep. I'm one of those people who gets sleepy around 3:30 at night. I don't get sleepy until then. I just don't. I often like to stay awake to watch the sunrise and go to bed. I wake up and there's a sunset. It's beautiful. I mean, partly I just prefer the night too because I just hate the noise and too much stimulation of the day. Drives me nuts. Like a nice and quiet. I'm sure I could be a daytime person if I lived in a rural cabin or something where there's just not too much stimulus. I just can't focus though. At night, I get the muses come, and I can sometimes just write an entire stories in a trance because I'm not interrupted. But man, interrupt me, I'm lost. So more and more genetic studies are showing it's genetic whether or not you're a day or a morning person, or a day or a night person. I mean, our species needs night people. There's always needed to be people alert at night because attackers come in the night, whether or not it's prehistoric beasts or war. It's war, you know. If your community had night people who are just awake and alert at night, you know. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, absolutely be safe. That would be so great if we're ready for those photos, man. If you have cell phone coverage, maybe email from the field too. I should be awake at least until 9:30 though, at least for an hour. I'm awake via adrenaline right now, even though I woke up at 3:30. This is my extremely roundabout story about how what I did today and why I came on a little bit late. I think this is cool the way the camera keeps checking out the different fires. It's gonna get grainy. It's not really the best night vision camera, so its usability is gonna deteriorate. But I like the fact that it's zooming in. I do believe that's the Horse Creek thing. Let's just orient myself though. We still have heat detections right now. What's going on with the cougars? So her night photos might be crazy red glows, you know. Boulder Creek Wilderness Fires got heat, but for some reason the ghost satellites have not worked over the lookout today, which has made me have this adrenaline rush when I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Anyway, September 11th, I was awake because I'm a night owl, but I did. Every once in a while, I just have this terrible feeling something is wrong in the world. Something major is going to happen, and I cannot sleep. And sometimes it seems like I'm wrong, but sometimes I'm really right. So I was playing a computer game when that happened, and I was pretty young. And everybody stopped the game and said, "Turn on the television." And I did. I turn on the television and see the South Tower, whatever, got hit. And I started to laugh. It's called hysterical laughter because hysteria, it means anxiety for one thing. but hysterical laughter means inappropriate because it's not something you can control. It means your mind just gets overloaded for a minute. And what I witnessed, I couldn't comprehend as real. I thought, guys, this is the most tasteless, trashy way to advertise a movie that I've ever seen. To pretend like it's real. Like that War of the Worlds radio broadcast where people thought it was real because they tuned in the middle of the broadcast or something. I thought for sure it would be like coming November, this new movie. It just seemed preposterous that a plane would fly into a building, like on purpose, like just what? And of course, after a bit, nobody said it was a movie, and I started to realize it was real. And later on, I had nightmares where I was in the buildings, and I made my way to the rooftop and forced my way to the roof. Just right as the tower was about to fall, like it fell out from underneath me. I'm standing on the roof. And so that terrified free fall with chunks of concrete in the roof and that terrifying noise, but then seeing the rest of beautiful New York out in the distance, the ocean, and that unreal kind of a nightmare, and the terror of falling into a fiery, collapsing building thing at the same time and a cloud of death. I started to wake up, icy cold sweat. So yeah, sorry, that's the mountain right there. So we're looking in between this little slot. Ironically, there's another Cougar Creek here. It has nothing to do with the Cougar Creek fire. Okay, so this mountain's called Castle Rock. Okay, I'm oriented. So we look past this Castle Rock. That's got to be the Horse Creek fire. Now, mind you, city lights and headlights are also white. Some of that's McKenzie Bridge down there. I went and had therapy after a time. It was for grief, loss of a loved one. So I told the therapist about these nightmares, and he said, "Well, that's very indicative of PTSD." I said, "But I wasn't there. Like, I can't have PTSD for September 11th." Oh my God! I just look out again, watch shooting. I said, "I can't have PTSD or something. I wasn't there." He said, "Oh yeah, you can. There's a special class of it for when you witness something, but you can't do a damn thing about it because you're far away. So you don't have to be in the sinking ship. You can watch it sink. Doesn't matter if you're on the dock or if you're watching it on a webcam. There's a special kind of helplessness. And so I learned that is to be taken seriously. Like, you can get help for that. It completely changed the world. It's like the Pearl Harbor of, a couple generations. You do not look at the world in a different way. I did not go into Portland proper, like into downtown, for weeks, because the first time I did, I just looked up at buildings and I was just shaking like a leaf. Now knowing that planes could fly into them, and Portland actually has a World Trade Center and has Twin Towers. So I thought maybe Portland would be targeted just because of that reason. Near glass towers. But it is a World Trade Center. So what your nightmares are about are not really what happened. They are about a new emotion that you haven't processed, that you haven't come to grips with, and your subconscious is trying to make you do it, make you face something. And so what I had to face was the world's different. It wasn't going to be what I thought. And there's a whole bunch of new threats. And I had to feel like I had to get prepared for these things. Otherwise, you'll just constantly be a stress ball, you know. And to accept that reality, blah, blah, blah. And eventually things got better, you know, with the guidance of therapy and such. And it wasn't something that I had constant nightmares about, but I just learned that it's something you can have, especially if you already have a form of PTSD and you see something like that. So, do I have Paradise Fire PTSD? Hell yeah. My brother was a missing person until he checked in. Everybody's trying to call his home phone. We didn't realize his home phone didn't ring because A, Paradise lost their phones, but B, his house had burned down already. And Bug says I had a friend who had nervous breakdowns over 9/11. I didn't know her back then. Yeah. And so it's yeah, Kia 123 says I'm a night person too. I love the peace and quiet of it. Yeah. Oh, you have Starlink, Laura? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Bugs Bunny says the genius types are night owls. I like to believe that, yeah. We also it's true, yeah. It's a spectrum now. It's more it's appropriate they call it complex, you know, PTSD. Some of it's simple to understand, some of it sometimes it's well muddy, you know. Some things I've experienced you'd think I'd have PTSD over, and I just don't. I just don't. Um, some weird stuff has happened to me. I feel worse when I'm helpless. I I still I did not come to grips with Greenville being gone until I walked into it. People kept asking me about Greenville and which buildings were lost and stuff. I had no answers for them because I didn't look. I saw a couple of images. That's all I needed to see on the headlines, and I didn't freaking look. I did a little bit on stream, bawled live on the stream that morning when I finally turned on the TV, you know, and that's it. It's probably still up there. Could not keep it together. And even days, even actually driving through it and walking a little bit through it, it didn't hit me for days. But that's real. It didn't even look the same. I got lost driving back through Greenville at night, pulled over trying to figure out where I was, and realized I was in the middle of Greenville. There were no homes or anything. There were just these little chain link fences, and they had. We're still waiting for the lookout meeting. Oh, maybe it's posted already. They had these sad little balloons hanging off the chain link fences, but the only things that remained of the homes were the concrete stairs up to the front door, but there's nothing else. And so they had little party balloons and like those foil balloons at the store. Kind of, I don't even know what it was about, honestly. Like trying to memorialize or put a nice, that's the wrong Facebook page. Put a nice, equivalent of flowers on a grave, like dress it up, right? Or to somehow flag the property for something, I don't know. Here it is. We got the community meeting, guys. But I don't think I'll ever quite be over that stuff. So when I watched Lahaina, what happened there. I knew it was a mass death event, and I just didn't. Nobody else quite understood that at the time, except for some of the more experienced of us here on the stream, and like John Bruno. I still didn't want to believe it, so I said, "Please tell me I'm wrong." But I don't think enough. I don't think people had time to get out of there, unless the old, the sick, and the disabled self-evacuated. I don't think they evacuated. They mostly got left behind. I mean, these people are trying to drive out of the town. Nobody was driving to the old folks' home. You don't have to leave town, especially when there's a traffic jam. Just walk. Almost all of them could have been pushed in their wheelchairs to the parking garage area and lived, but not criticizing. When I watched that happen, like canola, like off camera, I start to break down and I just can't quite go to sleep. That kind of PTSD I get from worse than from events of actually terrible events that have happened to me. All right, let's watch this meeting. I'm going to heat up some more of my pizza and we'll try to figure out if this has the answers that we want.
Gentlemen, are you ready? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for coming out on this fine day and joining us for a community meeting. Volume? Okay. How are we doing now? All right. I don't want to blow people out. My name is Andy Lyon. I'm an information officer with Pacific Northwest Team 2, and I'm going to be your facilitator. We have, as you can see, a lineup of folks to give you updates about the 4 fires that Pacific Northwest Team 2 is managing. We would like to have streamed this live on Facebook, but the internet, we have internet issues. We can't do that. We are taping it, and we will be bringing that. We will be putting on Facebook for both the Bedrock and Lookout fires later this evening. So you can tell your neighbors who weren't able to be here that they can catch the stream later on. I'd like to, we'll have time at the end for questions and answers. We have our smoke air quality advisors over here to take questions if there's questions about smoke. And we will hang out a little bit after the presentation if you have further questions that don't get addressed or you don't want to ask using the microphone. We'll be happy to do that. Also want to thank the McKenzie High School folks for allowing us to use this fine facility. Really appreciate having a place to do this, and one with air conditioning. We're not used to that. I'm not used to that. And also want to thank the McKenzie Fire Department for use of their facility for our daily cooperator meetings. So thank you very much, and we will get started with your Lane County Sheriff, Cliff Harold.
Thanks, Andy. Good evening, folks. This is our 4th community meeting on this, and I've been here each time. In the community meetings in the past, I did a little bit of talking about how the evacuation process and the evaluation of that goes in coordination with the fire professionals. I'm not going to go over that again tonight because I see mostly familiar faces, but if anybody watches this later and didn't watch before, it's still on their page, so you can go back and watch, and we go in a little more in depth about that process. I think really just what I want to emphasize now is that while different IMTs come in and then they get their break and go out, the process remains the same.
Okay, IMT means an incident management team.
Myself, my office stays in touch with the same positions in each IMT. We get the same information. It's a different fire behavior analyst. It's a different operations chief that's talking to us, but the communication's consistent. It's really good. They're constantly in communication with us to give us the best information so that we can make those decisions for the community on evacuation zones. And then the only other thing I'll address is the newest thing, right, which was the 126 closure today. John Porter is the local ODOT manager. I've probably talked to him no less than 12 times today. He's a fantastic individual to work with. And we really didn't want to close the highway if we didn't have to. But ultimately, when the fire crossed over to the other side, it was pretty close to the highway. And they were trying to use their air support to drop water on it. When you drop water on things, sometimes things end up out on the highway. We didn't want any of that to occur for the safety of the motoring public. So the highway is continuing to be closed until such time as the information is that it would be safe, not just from fire, but from the results of the fire being there, timber that might fall on the highway, etc. So they'll take a look at that. Of course, the state is motivated to get that highway open as soon as they can. We're coming up on Labor Day weekend. So they'll continue to be in touch with the fire professionals with respect to getting the highway back open, but it's an unknown time frame at this point. With respect to evacuation zones, we didn't make any meaningful change today. There was one little section that went from yellow to red, but the reality is those areas, we communicated with them consistently over the last couple of weeks, Belknap Springs and Paradise Campground, which of course has been empty. So the map changed a little bit, but ultimately not a significant change because the affected parties had been communicated with for the last couple of weeks. And then as far as Linn County goes, they're consistently plugged in with us so that they can make decisions for their county. They've got a representative that shows up daily for those meetings, and so they're also getting all the same information, and they haven't had to make any adjustments at this point other than the highway closure impacted some of their camps, which are staying open. And so Linn County Parks is working through that process. If people have reservations in there that they're still able to go to, they're working through how to get them down the highway. So they've got a process in place for that. I'll leave it at that, but of course I'll be around later for any conversations anybody wants to have with me.
And I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that we have County Commissioner Heather Buck from District 5. Thank you very much for joining us. And we did invite our partners from Linn County to be here and speak if they would like to, but thankfully nothing much has changed up there, and your sheriff spoke for them. So next is Dirk Rogers from Upper McKenzie Fire.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I just want to say, whether you all know it or not, the sheriff has been working every day that I know of since this fire has started, not taking any days off. So I think that's a huge testament from the sheriff on this, just so you all know. I did take a few days off from the fire. As you all know, I do work for the Forest Service as well. But in the spirit of things with Rainbow, she's been working so much as well. And she needed a few days off, so I'm filling in for her right now. But I do want you guys and gals to know that Upper McKenzie, all of us have been in great communications with the team, Pacific Northwest Team 2, making sure everything is in place that we need to have in place out there to protect the families, the structures, and the stuff that is important to this community. So with that, we'll continue to work with them. Right now, the fire is up behind Belknap. We have a little bit more of an interest up there as this thing keeps moving on up the highway. And then we also have the EWEB facility that we are responsible for. So we're working with them, keeping in touch, and we'll continue to do that. So that's all I got to say. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Sonny Caldwell. I'm Operations Section Chief with PNW2, and I'm going to give you kind of a broad overview of all 4 of the fires that we're managing. I'll speak in kind of general terms because I know it's hard to see the map here, but I will be around afterwards for if you want specific questions answered. So let's go ahead and start with the Bedrock incident, if we can zoom in on that a little bit. So the most of the, I think we were showing 81% containment on this fire, so that's a really good sign. We got a lot of good work done there. We have good, strong containment line all around this fire that we feel very comfortable with. Most of the operation consists of patrolling and monitoring with just a little bit of mop-up left on the west side, which is a really good sign. And then mostly the east side kind of if you just cut the fire in half, most of the east side we're in fire repair mode, so that's another really good sign. That shows where the fire's at. But just want to rest everyone assured that we are fully staffed on that fire still, and we are monitoring everything out there, and we're working for that 100% containment. You're seeing increases every day out there with what we're doing, and I think the fact that we can say that, yeah, we're mostly in a patrol and monitor status is a really good sign on that incident. Let's go ahead and move to the lookout fire. I'm going to start up here in Division Alpha, kind of in this northwest, and then I'll work myself around the fire. So Division Alpha, you see the marks there on the west side of this fire that go up. We've fired all that off up to that 10. I know that's really hard to see, but I'll kind of point out it there. So we got black up to our line all the way up to DP10, which is a good sign. And then kind of this whole northwestern section around to where it comes back to the highway over there is indirect.
Wait a second. Did something happen? Didn't he just say we're going to look at the bedrock? I'm sorry, I just chatted a little bit. I want to space out on this.
PNW2, and I'm going to give you kind of a broad overview of all 4 of the fires that we're managing. I'll speak in kind of general terms because I know it's hard to see the map here.
Yeah.
But I will be around afterwards for if you want specific questions answered. So let's go ahead and start with the bedrock incident if we can zoom in on that a little bit. So the most of the, I think we were showing 81% containment on this fire, so that's a...
Okay, he is looking at the bedrock. Okay. That looks so much like the battle map of the west side of the lookout. I was like, wait, what? Sorry. I'm going to pay attention now.
Really good sign. We got a lot of good work done there. We have a good, strong containment line all around this fire that we feel very comfortable with. Most of the operation consists of patrolling and monitoring with just a little bit of mop-up left on the west side, which is a really good sign. And then mostly the east side, kind of if you just cut the fire in half, most of the east side we're in fire repair mode, so that's another really good sign. That shows where the fire's at. But just want to rest everyone assured that we are fully staffed on that fire still, and we are monitoring everything out there, and we're working for that 100% containment. You're seeing increases every day out there with what we're doing, and I think the fact that we can say that, yeah, we're mostly in a patrol and monitor status is a really good sign on that incident. Let's go ahead and move to the lookout fire. I'm going to start up here in Division Alpha, kind of in this northwest, and then I'll work myself around the fire. So Division Alpha, you see the marks there on the west side of this fire that go up. We've fired all that off up to that 10. I know that's really hard to see, but I'll kind of point out it there. So we got black up to our line all the way up to DP10, which is a good sign. And then kind of this whole northwestern section around to where it comes back to the highway over there is indirect strategy. So we've been out there with a whole bunch of machines, chippers, masticators, dozers, etc., really getting those roads ready for a future firing operation when the conditions are right. As we come around on the east side of the incident over there, you'll see that we're pretty close to the highway there. We've been bringing fire down our primary line there. And then last night, where we ended is what created the spot fires that you probably all heard about today. So this morning, when the sun came up, we discovered what turns out to be 3 spot fires, kind of near where we call it the branch break, and then you see the binoculars just under what we call the branch break. But there were 3 spot fires, 2 of which were about 1 to 2 acres. We were able to respond right away with helicopters, a lot of crews and resources there. We got lines around all those fires, hose lay into them, and we're filling in a comfortable spot there. I anticipate us being able to open the highway this evening. So I think we made really good progress. As you can tell, if you look outside, the air was a lot clearer today, which, you know, 1, it's kind of a negative thing because the fire tends to burn better, but 2, we can fly our aircraft, which is a huge tool for us to be able to use that we haven't been able to use a whole lot on these incidents. As we continue down, you'll see the line pretty much runs north-south, and then there's a little bit of space in between on this kind of southeast corner between the fire's edge and where our primary line is. Our intention is to fire that out and have a good solid fire next to our line, which is the safest way to hold that. And we're hoping to have that window of opportunity over the next day or 2.
Okay, this is it. This is the critical thing. They want to fire this out. They've got lines here around the, you know, what should we call this? Curve? Bow tie, state of Florida, whatever that is. Now, he's saying they want to do it. Today, they said they might do it. And the big question is did they do it today and that did it mess up and go over the highway? I mean, did it fail? So what we want to know is did they not do it today? Did the spot fires just come over naturally? Did they draw down enough off the lookout to tackle the Horse Creek and the pothole? If they didn't have enough people over here, is that why it spotted over? Was the wind why it spotted over? Let's back up.
Continue down, you'll see the line pretty much runs north-south, and then there's a little bit of space in between on this kind of southeast corner between the fire's edge and where our primary line is.
I wish you'd just say like 72, 142, 75. I think this is what he's talking about, the little here.
Our intention is to fire that out and have a good solid fire next to our line, which is the safest way to hold that. And we're hoping to have that window of opportunity over the next day or two.
Okay, so I guess it did not happen today.
And as you come around the south there, most of those lines have been in for the last week or so, so a lot of mop-ups going on there, a lot of emphasis. I know there's a handful of homes and the river and the highway there, so a lot of emphasis there and making sure that's good and secure, but that hasn't moved since we've been here, so that's a good sign, and we have a lot of resources in there doing a lot of hard work to make sure that remains the case. Let's go ahead and move down to the Horse Creek fire. Okay, so the Horse Creek fire started a few days, well, I guess probably 4 or 5 days ago now, I'm sure as you're all aware. And initially our efforts were to keep the western edge, and we've done that. We've kept the western edge, and the fire's been skirting along to the east, kind of the same direction as Horse Creek comes from, right? So right now we're keeping the fire north of the Horse Creek Road. Originally we were going to try to keep it north of the creek, but it got across there, and so our efforts will kind of focus more towards utilizing the road as our primary containment line. And then you'll see all of the little hash marks, that's dozer lines. So we're looking to bring dozer lines out to the east, and then we're going to bring another line right down to the creek. So eventually that fire footprint is going to be a little bit bigger, but we're steering it away from we're steering away from the Foley Springs area, and I realize Yale Camp's up there and some other things to the east, but we feel pretty comfortable the direction we're going, and the intention there is to get it pinched down into the creek there and have good control lines with black edges, which is, again, the safest way to hold a fire. And then let's move to the pothole incident. Oh, good, this map has the roads on it. So the pothole incident, we have a whole bunch of resources out there, masticators, hand crews, dozers, et cetera, and we're going direct on this fire. It's allowing us to do it out there with this country. So we have direct line around the majority of this fire. This fire hasn't moved a lot since we've been taking action on it, and we don't anticipate it moving a lot. So a lot of effort is being put right on the fire's edge, and I think within the next few shifts, we're going to be all the way around it in a really good spot on that incident. And that will conclude the update for those fires. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kurt Bay.
That's it? Okay, I hope other people are talking about it. Like, what the heck happened with the spotting today?
And Spybrook, the incident meteorologist, and I'm here to talk to you about the weather. So
okay.
I was wondering what I was going to say. I'm going to be Captain Obvious at the beginning of this and then lead you into the forecast. So we got into this situation because it's been excessively hot. We've had all the heat warnings and things like that we had earlier this summer, and that caused the fuels to dry out. We're also battling a severe to almost extreme drought condition with the lack of water and the excessive heat. So that brings us to where we are today. The fuels are very, very dry. They were actually reaching their record dryness component, and so all the fuels are available to burn, and that's in this general area, that's a really bad thing because you're used to getting about 58 inches of rain every year, and you haven't had rain for 6 weeks. So today, we had a nice gentle day, but yesterday was really nice with that first push of the onshore flow, and the upper low swung through here, gave us just a little bit of rain, and as Sonny said, it kind of knocked behavior down, but then it brought in some clear air. It's a fairly mild day, and that's a good thing. The good news is, as we move forward, if you've been following the weather, there is what I like to call a parade of low pressure systems just lined up in the Pacific, ready to come on shore every couple of days. So if you've been praying for rain and you're looking forward to it, I think tomorrow is your day, because we've got rain in the forecast and it looks like it could be very wet. We're looking at anywhere between a quarter to a half an inch in the next 24 to 36 hours.
Yay!
That is excellent news for putting a dent in what we're dealing with. The good news is there's several systems behind it ready to come through periodically, and that's really what we need to get you all back to a better state, because that steady, consistent rainfall every couple of days with a couple of sunny days in between, so you don't forget there's a sun out there. That's what we need to get those fuels moist. We need to put steady, consistent water on those fuels to get them back to a place where they're not so dangerous. And it looks like the pattern of the excessive heat has broken, and now we're getting back into more of the seasonal pattern where you'll start to see low pressure systems, onshore flow, get us through September and hopefully to October without any more big events. So my number, Andy has my number. I may have to duck out early because I have to brief the crews later. So if you have any weather questions or you want to know anything specific, you can always contact the incident meteorologist through the public information officers. Thanks and have a good night.
Hey, good afternoon, folks. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm Agency Administrator for the Willamette National Forest. And on behalf of the two district rangers that have fires on their districts, Darren Cross at the McKenzie District and Molly Julerat up in the Middle Fork District, just want to express our appreciation for you guys coming out to this meeting to learn about these fires. And really the intent is for you to be able to ask some questions and interact with the team and the forest and the ICs. So thanks for being here. This team's done a fantastic job of working on all four fires. You know, they got here and worked on the Bedrock Fire and transitioned to take on the Lookout Fire. I don't think we're expecting to get another 2 fires added onto that. And so they've put up a tremendous effort to keep these fires small, and that's what we asked them to do, is to put them out as small as they could. They've had some challenges from the weather and the fuels, but they've done a great job. And really the heroes in that story are the 1,600 or so firefighters on the ground that have been out there every day, you know, putting in lines and really working their tails off. So you know, those folks do a fantastic job, and I know you all appreciate the work that they're engaged in. You know, there's a lot of things to protect out there. There's a lot of private land, homes, infrastructure, and so the forest is taking that very seriously, working with the team, working with our cooperators to try and have a good outcome for everybody as we wrap these fires up and hopefully turn the corner on Lookout and Horse Creek and Pothole like we're starting to do with the Bedrock Fire. So again, thanks for coming out. I'm going to turn it over now to Dave Warnack, the Forest Supervisor, for just a couple of messages.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for coming over to help the Willamette National Forest. So Brian Anderson actually lives in Joseph, Oregon, and works for the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest, and came over for the past 2 weeks to help us manage the series of fires here on the Willamette. Because we've had a lot of them, right? And there's only so many of us to go around, and so he came to help, and it was value added. Thank you. Yeah. So it's been a pretty intense week on the Willamette since the lightning came through last Thursday. We've had wide-scale initial attack across the forest and all of the adjacent jurisdictions, state land, private land, BLM, and the Siuslaw and the Umpqua National Forests all received that same bit of lightning that we did. So we've had people engaged in pretty intense initial attacks since then. I'd really like to thank our local resources for all of the work we've gotten around most of those fires. I'd like to thank P&W Team 2 for being nimble and responsive and being open to take the Horse Creek and the Pothole Fire under their jurisdiction, and for your continued focus on the Bedrock Fire. Those are all really important parts of this system because it's not even September 1st, right? And I think that's my take home for today is it's not even September yet. So we've got a long way to go. I appreciate hearing about the moderating weather coming through, but I still think that between now and more reliable seasonal rains, that we can expect for our current lines to be tested, right? We will get another 7 to 10 days of fire weather that is going to test us, right? And it's my intent to be ready for that. And I think it's an intent that we all share. So with all that additional fire activity that's happened over the last 4 or 5 days, I do want to let you know that the lookout in Horse Creek and Pothole remain clearly our focus and chief concern. And that's because of the values that are at risk with these fires and the relative situation with this fire. Bedrock is looking a lot better, and that was due to a lot of really strategic and critical work in there. And we have some other fires on the landscape that are looking better through this weather as well. But Lookout, Horse Creek, and Pothole remain clearly in our focus, and I think we'll see some progress there, continued progress there over the next week or so. At the same time, I'd like to talk to you more as your forest supervisor and let you know that the emergency doesn't stop when the smoke goes away, right? We have learned a lot since 2020. We've learned that recovery takes time, and it's our intent on the Willamette to kind of shorten that timeline for recovery on the national forest. We've learned a lot about how important access is to the national forest, for recreation, for outfitters and guides, for the economy, right? And so we are focused on that. Our intent is to be really nimble and responsive to things such as changes in closure orders or public use restrictions to ensure that people can get on with their lives and enjoy and benefit from the national forest as soon as it's safe to do so. The final thing I'd like to share today is that we're approaching Labor Day, right? And that's going to bring a lot of things up for a lot of us. And I respect and honor that, right? At the same time, I also recognize that we're going to have over 1,000 people that are working through Labor Day, that are away from their families, away from their friends, and they're invested in this work to support and protect these communities. On Labor Day this year, I'll be thinking about them. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Maybe Allison will tell me if you can't. My name is Mike Caffaretta with the Oregon Department of Forestry. Also with me is Allison Rayburn. She's also with the Oregon Department of Forestry, and we're here helping on these 4 incidents that the fire team has taken. And I think I just wanted to say a few things about this. And one thing is, these fire teams, this is the 3rd one, I think, in place. There'll be a 4th one coming in Saturday. But my coworkers at the Forest Service and Department of Forestry, we've given them consistent messages. Fight fire safely, but be aggressive, protect the communities, protect the disruption, minimize damage to the lands. And so we think they've done that. We appreciate the work they've done, and we've worked hard with them to support that. So we continue to do that. And the next team will be here helping the next team be successful and help them protect your communities and try and get things opened up as fast as we can. I want to talk about the future a little bit, about what we hope happens here. We hope that fire team continues this work and puts this fire to bed as quickly as they can. It looks really positive. We've got a nice stretch of weather. We hope they get the lines tight. We hope the fire goes out. You should see people up doing what we call suppression repair. So that would be putting in water bars to protect natural resources, closing roads that have been opened once we don't need them anymore. You see a lot of work going on even after the smoke clears as we finish up cleaning up after the fires. And then after that, those of you in private lands who have your lands burned, the Oregon Department of Forestry, we're here to help you put those back together. So that would be, how do we deal with any logs that are burned? That would be the reforestation that has to happen. If you have questions about site preparation, Allison and I can take your name and number and help you get that process started with the local district representatives. I wish you weren't in that spot, but we are. And so, I think if you like play this out, the fire will go out, we will do suppression repair, we'll clean up the landscape, and then we'll help you put it back together again. So, with that, that's all I have to say, but we'll be around afterwards and help anybody we can. Thank you.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First off, really thank you for being here and taking some time out on a Friday night. I know this is very important to the communities here. My name is Jason Loomis. I'm the incident commander for Pacific Northwest Team 2. And, I just want to share a few things that haven't already been shared and just give you a perspective from an incident commander. When we took command of initially the Bedrock Fire, it was very apparent that there was alignment between the Oregon Department of Forestry, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Forest Service. All agency administrators and representatives were at the table each and every day talking about what those values were. Northwest Team 13 and Northwest Team 12 had the Bedrock Fire prior to us. And they really did an excellent job of setting us up as an incoming team for success. And we carried on that strategy. But that strategy doesn't happen without real good, solid leaders' intent. And so I know sometimes the public agencies take a little bit of criticism for having conflicting messages. That has not been the case here. So really appreciate the diligence and the alignment from the agencies. It really makes our job a heck of a lot easier. So as you heard, we had those nocturnal lightning storms come through that we were all well aware of. Meanwhile, the Lookout Fire was in full force. Northwest Team 6, which is largely a Willamette or a Northwest Oregon contingent team, were in place.
He means the Bedrock was already in place.
They were in for a firefight, and they were just doing a great job. We took a bunch of new fires, not only in the Willamette National Forest, but all over Western Oregon, which really significantly reduced crew and resource capacity. So as the team timed out, the forest asked Pacific Northwest Team 2, hey, do you have the capacity and the ability to take the Lookout Fire as well? Yep, we do. Meanwhile, can you take the Horse Creek Fire that's burning just south of 126? We could do that. And how about Pothole Fire? Yep, we could do that too. Why? Because at one point in time, we had nearly 10% of the firefighting workforce that was deployed nationally. We had a lot of capacity within our team. We had a lot of capacity and a lot of support from the region to get those critical resources needed. These fires, as you all know, you live and recreate in this land. They get established, they hold on for a long time. It's a tough piece of ground to fight fire in. It's a tough piece of ground to put our firefighters in. So we're very mindful of that. Again, from the get-go, real good leaders' intent, real good relationships. And our intent when we took all these fires, knowing that this was going to be on the landscape for a long period of time, knowing that September was right around the corner, and traditionally we have a good 4 to 6, 8 weeks left of fire season in Western Oregon, we were thinking strategically right out of the gate. So we were fortunate enough to put the Bedrock Fire in a good place. And so as a result, we're moving a lot of those resources, including caterers and communications units and showers, up to Hoodoo. And so we're going to have a base up at Hoodoo to support firefighters, get them out of McKenzie Airstrip, get them out of the smoke, and get them closer up to the work up north of here. So you'll see a lot of traffic over the course of the next days, fire traffic as well as logistic traffic. That's what they're doing. They're pre-positioning and getting ready for the long term. That said, Pacific Northwest Team 2, our last shift is Friday. So nice to meet you. Nice meeting you, and best to all of you. But in the meantime, we have another Type 1 team coming in behind us from the Great Basin. And I'd like to introduce their ICs. They're with us tonight. Tony DeMasters is the incident commander. And Sam Hicks is his deputy incident commander. So they're here early, a couple of days, to do what we do, what was called as a shadow. And they're to get a good download, not only from us, but that same intent that we receive from the agency administrators, knowing that this fire is going to be out on the landscape for quite a time. And so they're here getting a good download, getting that information they need to ensure that continuity of operations continues. So appreciate them being here, and again, appreciate you all taking some time out tonight, Friday night, to be here. It's very important to us, and so thank you. Is it Friday? Oh, we're leaving Friday. I'm sorry. Wednesday night. Thank you for taking the time out and being here Wednesday night. Appreciate that. Thank you.
We all get tired on fires. It's just, we're not as tired as the folks who've been at it for a month and a half now, but. So we've talked to you, now you can talk to us. Do you have questions? Please raise your hand. My colleague will hold the microphone for you so we can capture it so the folks out in Facebook land can hear it later. Any questions at all? Got all these folks. Hearing none. Oh, wait, could you wait for the mic, please?
Are there like only 20 people?
I just want to acknowledge that you folks also put out the salmon fire, I believe. Like, that started the 7th, and you haven't talked about that, and I just wanted to say, hey, there's a fire you're not talking about, so thanks you for that.
Thank you for the acknowledgement.
And the Wiley.
Anyone else?
Oh my God, I needed to be there.
Yes, sir.
I know it's a lower priority as far as structures and homes, but I was wondering if there's an update on the status of the McKenzie River Trail.
That's the trail that runs along the between the highway and the river, all the way up to Clear Lake, I believe.
Portions of it are still closed. I don't know what the condition is at this point, but it's likely to be impacted.
And we have a full complement of resource advisors who are assigned to the fire, who are going out and assessing facilities as they have time on all the fires. They've been working very hard on bedrock, and you know, as soon as we know and can pass on information about specific places, we will. But in some of those places, it's not yet safe to go there and do that assessment. So,
the question I've had from people upriver on 242 is that, are the gates manned? If they have to be evacuated and cannot return to 126, are those gates going to be open that they can evacuate?
I'm not sure who to, Sheriff.
All right, I'll put on my ODOT hat. ODOT had those gates manned for at least the first 3 days. They're not currently manned. However, they have staff at the intersection of 126 and 242. So if needed, they could certainly open that gate. Also, if we got to that point, my search and rescue crew would be involved, and they also have access to make sure that that gate's open. So.
Any others?
We got one back here, Andy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm wondering if somebody could point out more specifically on the lookout map where those spot fires are.
Sure. Can we zoom in on the lookout, please?
Finally.
I'm not sure if you can see where I'm pointing. I know it's a long ways away, but right, I think it's Boulder Creek is near the area, but pretty close to where the binoculars are right here. Right near the highway.
Another question over there. And again, we will be hanging out if you want to ask questions in person and you don't want your voice amplified through the gymnasium, or you just want to do it face to face.
With the Lookout Fire, I was wondering if the containment lines and if they all held the way you want them to, like how large of a fire are we really looking at? How large could this grow based on where you're trying to hold the line?
Great question.
Well, I'm not a GIS expert by no means, but I think what's our current size? 20-some thousand? 20-some thousand, so we would include this area up here that I'm pointing at would all be within it. So, I would guess my WAG would say 33,000-ish in that range, but again, some expert on a computer could punch that number out for you real fast. Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, Sonny, if conditions change and we're allowed to go closer safely, we could do it and keep it smaller.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always evaluating for closer, tighter opportunities. Right now, we feel like our best probability of success is that larger opportunity out there, but as conditions change, we're certainly always evaluating different options.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Again, thank you very much for being here, and thanks to anyone who watches this far on the Facebook feed. We do have information officers who staff phone lines up to 12 hours a day. NC Web is the government website for fire information. Facebook for both Lookout and Bedrock. And so reach out if you have questions. And thanks to our presenters, and again, thanks to the McKenzie Schools for hosting us. Good night.
Okay, turn the webcam back on. Turn it off so that you could see perhaps comments and stuff go by, but since this wasn't truly live, there's only a couple of comments on there, and they may have gone to bed already. I don't think we'll get any more questions answered until tomorrow. So that was the Lookout Fire meeting. We got a couple of questions answered that we wanted, but not all. But we can, like they said, there's an information line. Maybe I should give it a call. Whoops, I just closed what I wanted to show you. We are waiting for Laura to come back. I hope I can wait. I've been up since 3:30 in the morning. Just troubled sleep, and it's hard to breathe with my throat and sinus infection. C-Probe helped me do a complete cleaning today of all the wildfire contaminated dust in here. I'm already breathing better, so hopefully I'll be on the upswing now. Now these are taken just before sunset. Laura's photographs of that's Rattlesnake Ridge down by Sutherland, Oregon. Like switching gears a little bit. I'll talk about the Lookout in a second and what I just gleaned from that. She's out there right now taking these photos, trying to do night mode. She hasn't done that before, but I'm sure, I hope we get some good images. She also had this other photograph earlier today. You can see that the shadows are getting long. This is one of the lighthouse fires. And so this is so wonderful that she could provide us with this info. But what is especially, was scary earlier is a little miniature video taken, and it zoomed out the enormity of the fire on Rattlesnake Ridge right now. The Cougar Creek / Rattlesnake Ridge fires is pretty crazy. We do see, during that meeting I checked the hot spots. I didn't know if you guys noticed that. We still have quite an active fire over there. This is threatening structures. It is a place where they had increased evacuations today. So hopefully she can catch me before I have to pass out. If not, I'm sure we can look at her photographs tomorrow. And let me look back at the chat. Yeah, thanks, Biddy, for being here. I hope to be here tomorrow, but if there's a lull in things. I mean, the best news is the meteorologist says we're getting some significant rain tomorrow, at least over the lookout. So that'll be dang amazing. That would be like a godsend for this. I'm really hoping some rain happens over the rest of Oregon too, but I haven't checked that. We've got some pretty serious activity at the fire that's over by the Boulder Creek Wilderness, east of Glide, Oregon. They mostly kept it out of the wilderness. I'll have to check in with Brokefish. We've got quite a lot of activity there. Now, I want to talk about what we learned from the Lookout fire. We know that it was, whoops, a little too far north. We know it was quite active today. We saw it on the cams. However, for some reason, the GOES satellites were just AWOL. We saw nothing today, even though we saw big clouds. We didn't really get a clear answer too much about how successful were the firing ops over here. What are they going to do? I was looking for details for the Horse Creek, which is a severe threat, S of McKenzie Bridge and Belknap. What exactly are they going to do with the pothole? They just say we're working hard. Oh, okay. They did point out where the slop over was. We kind of saw that on satellites earlier. I have the battle map for Lookout Fire. I think that's the correct one, is it? No. It's a different. Yeah, that's the Smith Fire. Where did I put this thing? Here it is. Here's the battle map. He says where he pointed out that it was where a pair of, yeah, on his map it had a pair of binoculars, but not on ours. I might have to download a different one. But we figured out that right up here, where it says PB37, just south of the dam, this is where the camera is. It's been looking south by southwest. And so on the cams, we're seeing probably right in here where the fire is. We don't want to see it crest this ridge because that would be bad. So when we see at the Smith River cam, it's freaking out of focus. So we can't tell if it's burning in the background, or if it's come over a ridge, or if it's gone over the other side, or what the heck's going on right now. We don't have the satellites to tell us either. I'm going to throw in the towel, I swear to God. This is our current view, and it's perfect for them to do firing ops on the west side. Do not at all be concerned by, big smoke clouds on the west side. This is fine. This is looking to the north and northeast. We cannot see what's going on over here, which would be nice. Should tell us more about, like, say, the slop over and any threat to Belknap. They said the fire's above Belknap now, and they evacuated it. And I don't know if that has anything to do really with the spot fires, or the fact that maybe it's just back down the slope. We have complete blindness to what's going on over there. So I was really hoping to elaborate on what exactly is going on, what exactly is the threat, why he suddenly called for the evacuations. They said that they already had everybody on notice. They said they was probably going to come at some point. Okay, but please explain a little bit more about why, or how long maybe. When would you let people back in? Say Belknap, prospects for saving all the structures around Belknap, or is it going to reach it? Percentage chances. Tomorrow's rain may not just may be the thing that saves it. Maybe it's not that bad, but they need to kind of tell us these details. I was hoping other people would have some good questions, and a couple of them were like, where did it spot over the highway? Couldn't get a clear answer about whether or not the highway's back open. They're saying parts of it is. Well, I don't understand why parts of it would be on the east side, because it doesn't really go anywhere but north and south. But I don't know. I guess you should call ODOT. Trip check as a hit and miss as far as I have ever found. So, hey, Laura says she's back. Hi. Sorry the photos are not good. Oh, cool, but she just sent them. Good. I'm glad you made it back, Exile. It got me before I was going to go to sleep. Samson Miller, hey, by the way, your baby kitten hopped on the keyboard. We had a couple of cat bands. We had a couple of mods that had cats, and then all of a sudden nonsense was typed all over the place. And then in a straight line, people were timed out, timed out, timed out, timed out, timed out, timed out, timed out. You know, ban, 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 nonsense, nonsense, K K K K N N N N T T T T F F F F. And it was a cat walking all over the keyboard. That was a fun day. Okay, so let me check my email and see what Laura's got for us now. And this is great. This gives us an idea. This is just before sunset of what the situation is. I was just saying, Laura, that we got a lot of heat. Whoa, boy, yeah, you got some good photos. That's perfect. All you have to do is convey what's going on. It doesn't have to be Pulitzer stuff because we have no cams over there at the pretty serious Cougar / Rattlesnake Ridge / Tyee Mountain Complex / Tyee Mountain Fire / Lighthouse 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, they should just pick a name for that. But here we are. So let me download it so I don't accidentally flash your email address. Okay, you did great. You did great. Okay, second one. Whoa. Yeah, you're going to want to see this, guys. You're going to want to see this. Okay, so hopefully in the lookout we get some rain. I don't know what the rest of Oregon's forecast is like. We could watch a little thing. Okay, so you ready for this, guys? This looks like it was this taken from the same area? I can't quite tell because we had the other photograph like here, or was it taken from the area of the movie? So look at this, boom. Yeah, I think this is taken from the spot with the movie. So which one would this be? This is one of the lighthouse fires. Yeah, at night you see the red glow. That's when fires start to be a bit scary. But man, you're a hero. 3 more? Oh, okay. I only saw 2. Let me see if I missed one. I did miss one. Okay. Wow. Yeah, this one's impressive too. Okay, let me download it. Guys, some of the most important things you can do is if you're near a fire, just take some pictures and submit them because they could tell a totally different story just looking at the fires from different directions. So, okay, here, yeah, this one's even more impressive. Ugh. So you can see it's still trying to be a pyrocumulus cloud over there. It'll probably collapse at some point. Meteorologists, now that the heat of the sun's rays is off of it, and we're going to have kind of a crash in temperatures, I would imagine that when that collapses down, it'll be like a huge rush of a shock wave of wind and flaming debris 360 degrees when those tend to collapse down. But wow. Wow, and you got some stars and stuff too. Yeah, you did great. Ah! Okay, what is my phone beeping about now? C-Probe said earlier he was after he prepped the pizza that he would go have a smoke then eat some himself. And I just told him you've been on the world's longest smoke break, and he just replied with question mark. It's like, dude, you didn't even come back and eat your half of the pizza. I put it away for him though. Okay, sorry, I just clicked on the wrong thing. What is this? I have to figure out what Watch Duty just did to my phone. What is it? What is this notification? But yeah, that's an excellent job. Look at that. That is fearsome. So the last photo, these are from the same perspective. Yeah, it's just massive. Now some of this is kind of looks like setting sun. Also the red glow that you see at night. Was this fully at night, Laura? Because sometimes it can look like a false daylight. The fact that there's stars, I think it's a false daylight. Night modes of cameras. enhance all light, and so even if it is dark, you could see like a pale blue sky type thing, or colors in the sky that the human eye can't see. There's a lot of computer processing within the camera or within the cell phone to make night vision happen, like an extreme amount. So I never even thought I would see some of the night vision photos that my camera's taken, like even pixels and stuff. Never thought I'd see this kind of technology. And my A7S III could see completely in the dark. One day I hope to play around that camera and show you guys, because I finally did get my A7S III. I'm still in debt. It's still on the credit card, but I'm trying to hopefully pay that off real quick. My camera, this one, the A7S III, is pretty much the best night vision camera that has ever been made for that civilians can afford. If you go into a dark, like gymnasium, like for a high school, and you take one match and light it, you can see the entire gym. It lights the entire gym. No other lights needed. The correct lens on that baby. And cell phones can do this, but you have no idea what my camera can do. I'll have to get some other lens for sure, but guys, you're gonna love my camera. Okay, it was very dark. Yeah, this is a false daylight, so yeah, you can kind of tell by the stars. So amazing. Yeah, you did great with this. It's a full moon. That explains it. Oh yeah, isn't it a blue moon? Blue moon. We've had 2 full moons this month. I better go before I turn into a werewolf at midnight. Okay, yeah, you are definitely man of the hour, Laura. That's crazy. So this is Rattlesnake Ridge Den that we're looking at. If I remember right, starting to fade. I've been up since 3:30. We can look back at the lookout. Somebody's still in control and moving around the Death Ball movie cam. Yeah, see, speak of the devil. But the night vision of this is terrible. It'll get grainy and pretty bad. If in focus, the nighttime time lapses of the normal alert cams can do. We'll do a 3-hour time lapse. So with rain coming on the lookout, oh my God, a sigh of relief. But they did a very, very important thing. They warned the public this is not going to put it out. It's been so hot and so dry that even if there was significant rain, it would take tons of it to re-wet the landscape. Because this fire is, have you ever baked a turkey or something super hot on broil and opened that oven and stuck your face down there and just, it just blasts your face? You need moisturizer because all of a sudden your lips are cracked, and it's like, wow. That's what these fires have done to the forest. Yeah, there's already almost a drought condition and crazy dryness for the Pacific Northwest because of El Nino. But then you introduce this, and this is like putting the oven in a broiler on putting the forest in an oven on broil. So that's like trying to take a spray bottle like rain and cool off the oven that's still on broil. So it's going to give them the opportunity to attack the fire and go direct. It's going to give them the confidence to do that and not feel like they're going to die doing so if the wind changes. But there's still a lack of roads where they can't really get too close to where the fire's burning. They just kind of helplessly watch. Aircraft cannot put it out on the inside where there's not many roads. Aircraft are just like using a spray bottle too. Spray bottles can help with, say, a frying pan fire, like a very small, 5-acre lightning fire. I mean, yes, they can do that. But once the fire gets big, it's more like trying to put out a house fire with a spray bottle. When fires get really big like this and they're burning an old growth and they're super hot, it's like trying to put out the Empire State Building with a series of spray bottles. It just doesn't work, no matter how many you have. So they will contain, and that's it. And whatever is in center of their containment lines, like they will put a rope around it, they will put lines around it. And whatever's in the center is going to burn until we get really heavy rains or the snow of the winter. And that's just a reality because you just don't go inside the death trap. You know, it's safe on the perimeters, and there's no amount of water you can put on from the top from the air to put it out. That's one of the weird questions I get. I have to remember that I was once completely ignorant about fire, and you know, I want to see the forest saved. I want to see the rest that survived in there. There's always pockets. They call them pockets or islands. It's where the fire hasn't touched things, just because of the grace of God and the wind. You know, the longer the fire goes, the more the pockets and islands get consumed. That's why day after day after day, we still see big smoke columns. It's still finding new fuels to burn. But if we want these fires to start small, stay small, we have to have roads, lots of good road access in the wilderness and in the forests. So really, when they get to this size, it's the rains of autumn. It's the winter that will put them out, and they'll try to just prevent it from growing and eating up towns. That's the best they can do. So it's a nice, good, sobering conclusion to the meeting that we had. So I think this will be a godsend, this rain for the smaller ones, the Horse Creek. That's a huge threat to the communities down here, and well, the forest too. That's just south of these communities. And the pothole. The crews there have done a great job of just trying to contain it in its little area. They don't have containment, but just keep it from spreading. And maybe tomorrow, finally, they can just pounce on that and get that done. That'd be the best thing we can hope for. That would be the best case scenario. It might play out tomorrow. So Godspeed, our heroes. Now, Laura Jones says these images she just took are amazing. Earlier today, plus today. Yeah, probably the rattlesnake. Awesome job. So, yeah, the full moon. Yeah. So Bugs Bunny says, "See, probe, how dare you be a separate person? I ate at home, I watched your stream, and did some work around here. I know, but what you said on the way out the door is, I'll be right back. You forgot that. So I had tasks for you here. Remember that you didn't complete? Anyway, I'm just giving crap now. But you know, if you do want to walk home or drive home, wherever you did, you could text me and say I decided to go home. Like, I'll go lock my door. Like, is it still open? Let me go lock my door. Oh my God. Man. There we go. Jeez. Okay. You freaked me out when you didn't knock earlier. He went out for that smoke, right? Forgot his hat, barged back in. I'm like, ah! Oh God, it's him. Jeez. All right. Okay. So yeah, thanks, Laura. I'm glad I stayed awake, but my throat is reaching critical soreness again. I'm speaking almost consecutively for 7 hours. We're in the 7th hour of our stream. Once again, thank you, Laura. Last call for fire roundup. I think all we have to do is just kind of look at the forecast and see what that means for wildfires. So we can look at coin. I really like Fox 12 Oregon's forecast better, much as I love coin. But coin has like a wildfires news section. Maybe they just got like a little blip. Well, Washington is seeing the fewest wildfires in a decade. Well, they just got a whole bunch from the lightning strikes, but that's interesting. I think that's salt in the wounds of the people that just survived the Gray and the Oregon Road fires, and some people did not survive the Gray fire. Yeah, it's like being the last person killed in a war. There's always that one last soldier that got killed in the war right before it ended. That's a beautiful picture. Wow. Wow. Firefighters attacked Southern Oregon's Kanaka Fire on the evening of the 20th. Photo by Tim Hollum. What a photo. Yeah, firefighters are shifting to new ones as bedrock containment grows. And I want to know what kind of idiots started the bedrock in that campground. I also want to know, when there's critical fire danger, why do they open the campgrounds in the Willamette National Forest? Close them down. Like, I remember being enraged. I go to film the Caldor fire last year, and the very southern part of the El Dorado National Forest that they managed to save from the Caldor had a burn ban, and yet the campground was open. But they expected everybody to just not have a campfire, no weenie roast, no marshmallows, no nothing. Well, if the ranger or whatever had been there to supervise them, maybe that would work, but they left. So I started smelling smoke in the middle of July and August where the Caldor fire was. I was pissed. They were violating the burn ban. It's like, look around you. Most of the El Dorado forest is gone because of this fire during a red flag. I was so angry, and I looked at my cell phone to try to report that so the ranger could come by and scold them and put these damn things out. Of course, there's no cell phone reception. It took me an hour to even drive away to get cell phone reception. And the selfishness of people is unbelievable. So let's see. I just wanted to see if they were going to have any like specific weather forecast. But let's try Fox 12 Oregon, Fox 12 weather. I absolutely love their weather team. I was in one of their commercials. So, oh yeah, there he is.
All right, let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Mark Nelson. And
Mark Nelson's a badass. Okay, to do this commercial for Fox 12, let's make this full screen. It was called Unstoppable. I got extra credit in an acting class. They had to make it rain, so it was basically one of the crazy dry days of Oregon, which was unusual. So they had to produce rain for the commercial, and we were soaked by cold. He just stuck a garden hose up in the air and basically turned on sprinklers. And so he was on stage. We thought this would be a really quick take, but there was everything that went wrong that could go wrong with like light bulbs burning out, retakes having to happen, technical difficulties with the cameras. So as night fell, we got freezing cold, and I think I developed pneumonia after that. But we were blasted with cold water. Then they do his take. Then they'd have to blast the crowd with cold water and shoot us from on the stage. Our reaction. It was supposed to be like, he was shouting on the stage, when it rains in Oregon, we don't stop doing stuff. And we were in the crowd soaking wet going, yeah, we don't stop. Yeah. Oh my God, it went on for hours. And he could have gone into his heated trailer and had his hot cocoa. He goes, I'm not gonna. I'm staying outside in the rain and in the cold with you guys because we're unstoppable. We went, yay, for real. So he's a badass. He just kept getting drenched. Okay, phone, stop that noise. So let's see if there's going to be rain on our fires.
the rain that you say is coming has got to be great news for the firefighters.
And they've had rain off and on showers the last 3 days, so that's why there are no fire detections from space on this fire. But a few days ago, we could see, remember, it was all lit up. You could see all the little fire marks. But that's the current perimeter. You said just under 2,000 acres. Now we're going to dump about an inch or so of rain on top of this thing in the next 24 hours. In fact, oops, I hit the wrong button. Oh, messed that up. Let me back up. Uh-oh, did I freeze everything up? Okay, I'll just keep talking until something happens. Okay, there we go. The point is, if we get an inch of rain, and the temperatures are only going to be in the 50s up there, that's at about 2,000 feet on that Camp Creek fire, and you add those two together, and you got relative humidity near 100%, basically near fog for the next 24 hours. Fires do not like that. Again, it tends to burn right along the ground where it's still very dry, but add an inch of rain to that, that's going to be really knocking things down. So big pictures, we have 14 large fires burning in Oregon. I think about 10 of those large fires were all from that lightning storm that night about a week and a half, or about a week ago. Fire danger the next week is minimal risk for new large fires, and the minimal is compared to early September. This can be our most dangerous time of the year, but boy, these showers and the rain coming in at just the right time. What about current fires?
Oh my God, did you see that little wink? He's so awesome. Look.
Fire danger the next week is minimal risk for new large fires, and the minimal is compared to early September. This can be our most dangerous time of the year, but boy, these showers and the rain coming in at just the right time. What about current fires? They're just going to burn slowly or smolder. We're just not seeing as much fire activity, which is great news during what could be a very dangerous time of the year. All right, so 66 degrees out at our Discover Newport camera. Looks good there. Pretty there. We've got the clouds starting to thicken up at Shiloh and Seaside Cam, 67. And a beautiful evening on the patio or porch, 76 degrees, Valley Vineyards. All right, so what's ahead? What do we see? Well, fall weather's here. And by that, I mean, this is the time of the year in this pattern where we get some warm sunny days, maybe some 80s. And then it's back to the 60s and showers for a day, maybe 70s in between, like today was right around 80 degrees. So kind of a mixture of weather coming up over the next week. The first soaking since June. Okay, it's not that much, but we get excited for this first one. About a ½ inch in the valleys, we think, maybe 1.5 inches in the mountains coming up tomorrow. Labor Day weekend, I don't see much rain. I think we have a nice end to summer. Remember, Labor Day weekend's kind of the traditional end of summer because, you know, a lot of us maybe took a lot of vacation, some vacation, I should say, in the summertime, and then start working a lot more in September. All right, you see that weather system off to the west. What's the timing on the rain? What about the morning commute? Yeah, well, there's your morning commute right there. It looks very wet. Not like downpours, but it's going to be a steady rain, no wind, just kind of a sloppy morning commute. Now, the big news for tomorrow, I think, is that a lot of this seems to want to leave the second part of the day, especially West Metro, maybe dry by 4 or 5 p.m. And then here's another bit of good news if you want some sunshine. Friday, I think we have a pretty decent easterly wind, and that's going to push us up to around 80 again on Friday. Total rain, again, maybe about a ½ inch is just one model, and it's showing more, of course, in the mountains. So tomorrow, wet through lunch, then it kind of tapers off in the afternoon. I think that may keep us in the 60s. It'll be a nice soaking. Smell that fresh air. Okay, then Friday looks great. Low 80s, low to mid 80s Saturday. Dry day, but wet sometime after dark on Sunday. So that's 2 days out of the 3-day weekend that look nice. And then some sort of showers on Monday. We will see. Some models just have a shower or two. Others say, no, it's kind of a wet day. So again, 2 out of 3 days for sure look pretty good now. And then kind of partly cloudy towards the middle of next week. But temperatures near average over the next 7 days.
I wanted to know the rest of the state's forecast too. Did I space out on that, or was that pretty Portland oriented? Radar load next 12 hours. Oh, all right, okay. Yeah, I'm getting too tired to be competent right now. Okay, back at looking back at the chat, he's hilarious. Jane Blackbird says the blue moon is bright orange here, but grateful I can see it. There you go. Yeah, thank you so much, Laura. Have a great night, and I hope to be streaming tomorrow. If it is rainy, oh my God, I could use a day off and soak in my voice. I would use the time to set up this room as a dedicated kind of streaming room. And with C-Probe's help, I might be able to achieve a lot of progress on that tomorrow. I wanted to see a general state of Oregon forecast. Maybe like Medford, Roseburg, or someplace like that would have more of a statewide forecast. Or maybe I'm just not clicking in the right place. It's updated 5 hours ago. The north coast will see showers first. Precip will spread south and east. Steady rain through lunch break into scattered showers in the afternoon or evening. Could be a ½ inch of rain in Portland. Okay, the rest of the state, thank you. First alert weather. Oh, 7-day closings podcast. Weather maps. Okay, current humidity. high humidity. That's great. Forecast for the region tonight, metro tomorrow, the coast, the valleys. Okay. To gorge, smoke, Eastern Oregon. But what about the rain? Rain? Oh, from lava cars. Oh, Z Probe's going to bed. Yeah, sorry. I'll talk to you in a minute, Z Probe. All right. First alert weather forecast for what should I say? Sutherland, Oregon. Let's just read that. Let's let the robo voice read that. Then we're signing off. Okay, Sutherland is close enough to the cougar and all that. Oh, I don't want the Weather Channel. I want NOAA. Don't give me that Weather Channel BS. Okay. Give me some National Weather Service. Tonight, haze, a low of 54. Thursday, 80% chance of showers with a high of 68. Yes, yes, yes. It's got to be showering over there, too. Okay, rain likely before 2 p.m. Then showers after 2. Widespread haze before 2. And it's going to rain it all down. High near 68. Calm wind becoming northwest around 5 in the afternoon. Precipitation chance 80%. New precipitation amounts between a tenth and a quarter of an inch are possible. Thursday night showers, meaning 411. Low of 56. Northwest. God, this is burning my retinas. There we go. Northwest wind 3 to 8 miles per hour. Chance of precip Thursday night is 80%. New precipitation amounts less than a tenth of an inch, but we'll take it. Friday, showers likely. Look at this. Look at this. Just look at this. It's all showers. Okay. This is all they need. This will really help them get a handle on stuff. Okay, let's do the forecast for Gasky, California. Gas. Okay, I can't spell no more. Rain too. Bad showers. Okay, guys, I hope to be able to take the day off. My whole sore throat thing is pretty brutal. But thank you all for coming. We'll just check the cams one more time. Death Ball Mountain. That's our last look at what's going on. There's a lookout. Come on, rain. Come on in. Come on in. We made it. We made it to. I got you guys through the heat dome. I missed one day. I mean, not the heat dome, the heat wave. And the red flag days. Yeah. The marathon streams, the 17-hour, the 12-hour, the 17-hour, the 12-hour, the 8-hour, the 6-hour. And today's 7.5-hour stream. Yeah, I just took the day off. Okay. If I can. Knock on wood. That seems to jinx things, but knock on wood. Okay, let's look at the Northern California cams. Current high divide. Let's do a 3-hour. Sometimes the sunset cams are so soothing. I just pick one on Tahoe or something, look west. Wow, look at the moonrise. So the wind cooked them up good today, but tomorrow comes the rain. Look at that. The red moon and the red fire. Eerie. It's a bad moon rising. Okay. Next. Oh, you see the fire south of Gasky here, south of Camp 6. Finally, it emerges. It was back there in the smoke. 3-hour time lapse. just comes out to play at night. Still quite vigorous and active. Quite a lot of somewhat high winds today. I screwed up the Wild Frontier Cam 2. We can no longer time lapse. That's rotating again. Anyway, so high divide 2, 3 hours there. This is annoying. Sorry. But we do need to see this. And so to go back, we got to do the time lapse first. The damn thing's rotating, so we go back. It's unfortunately out of focus. But we do see vigorous activity. It's north of Gasky up there. Let's go back at some other California cams. Whoa. Oh, that's right. This is when we were looking at that thing going on near Jamestown. Go back. Fortuna, Eureka area. Bald Jesse. Whoa. Panoramic fire. Bald Jesse one's out of focus. Now this would be the pilot fire. Put the 3.9 beyond it. It's looking east. Beyond it has been quite active. But this is out of focus. Not that much we can see here. So no news is good news on those cams. Boy, did Eureka have some crazy winds. Now let's see if we can get a nice Tahoe cam. Oh, that's right. Tahoe doesn't have these. It's on the old alert fire system, which is odd that not all of them are on the new. But here we are. So, but you go to them, when you look west and you get a glorious sunset, it's very much worth seeing it. It's golden, a little bit too zoomed in. Snow Valley Peak, Nevada. Dang it. That golden sunset would have been on the lake. All right, we'll try the next one though. This one can be really good. The Zephyr. All right, let's try its time lapse to end on a cool, beautiful note. Look at that. Look at that. It could be such an ugly view now if the Caldor did something different. Let's play that again. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Laura, for the photos. Thank you, everybody who donated today. I think I got PayPal and I can't. I think it's going to make me update the app again. Oh my God, we just got an evening update for the Tai complex. As I was about to sign off. They have a 5% containment on it. Wow. Firefighters have been working since last night with very active fire behavior on the Cougar Creek and Lighthouse. Active fire behavior is expected tonight until the cooler conditions of light showers arrive tomorrow in the morning. Today, firefighters controlled a number of spot fires across the lines. They worked to extend those lines. They built backup lines. Water and retardant drops continued to support the ground operations in areas of steep and inaccessible terrain. Single engine tankers and helicopters worked closely with the heavy equipment guys on the ground and hand crews. Among the aircraft were 2 Chinook helicopters from the Oregon Air National Guard. Yeah. To the north, the Big Tom fires saw more active fire, while there was an increased mop-up on the Hardscrabble, Blue Hole, and Yellow Point fires, which are moving towards patrol status in the coming day. Oregon State Fire Marshal task forces worked around structures They installed sprinklers along Hubbard Creek, Briarwood Road, and the Lighthouse community. They've continued to be integrated with the Oregon Department of Forestry crews to assist in cutting lines, protecting those threatened home. Continued active fire behavior is likely overnight. Night crews remain focused on digging the hand lines, attacking any spot fires across those lines, and addressing the slop overs. Crews will conduct tactical firing ops where possible to remove fuels between the control lines and fire's edge. Tonight or what? I wish they'd specify, because if we saw a lot of activity tonight on the satellite, then that would help explain that, right? There's a link to a full update on the Facebook page if anybody wants to go there. But Laura has already provided us with such amazing pictures. I just want to see this one more time. Ahem. Now, unless the stupid phone interrupts me again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the PayPal donation, the mystery one that I have to update PayPal app before I can look at. Thank you for the super chats. I made $20.90. So that pay for the pizza. Thank you guys for telling me about things, keeping me at rest. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, do that. If you want to know when I go live again, hit the subscribe button and make sure the ring bell thing is on there. I hope to take tomorrow off if there's enough rain here. This has been a marathon. But hopefully we get a little reprieve, a little respite here. So, everybody, let's relax. We can relax. So let's relax. So we have done everything we could do, so now we can relax. That is done. Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Jane, for being here. Everyone, have a good sleep. I'm gonna pass out now. See you soon. Good night.